Obunu gini kama chozunu Imana chukwa kosi womo Onyele miu Nyelu yumi What am I looking for? See my God, he don't bless me, yo. He give me you. Obunu kife la chasha so. Obunu kife me chasha me. My baby, you know, say you go love for me. Hey, yeah. I do go. I could go. When I call your name, Shakara for me. Oh, Roma, I will be your Romeo. You go be my Julie. Roma, I will be your Romeo. You go be my Julia. Oh, give me your love and I'll go run away. Show me your love and I'll go use you play. Carry me, go me, I go follow you away. Follow you, they go. Maka munagi, me and you. Okwa munagi, my baby, and me and you. Me and you. Okwa munagi, my baby, Obuzi kife la chasha so. Obuni kife la chasha me, my baby, you know, say you go love me. I do go. I could go. When I call your name, Shakara for me. Oh, Roma, I will be your Romeo. You go be my Julie. Yeah. Roma, I will be your Romeo. You will be my Julia. Oh, Roma, I will be your Romeo. You will be my Julia. Roma, I will be your Romeo. You will be my Julia. Obuzi kife la chasha so. Obuzi kife mi chasha me. My baby, you know, say you go love me. I do go. I could go. When I call you, Shakara for me. Roma, I will be your Romeo. You will be my Julia. I will be your Romeo.
ti fẹ́ kọ orin àyájọ́ ni wọ́n dìde wọ́n pínlẹ̀ ogun oyin tí mo rí ká bá mi wá yẹn dà ká ní kó bá mi wá.
Since I was born, but now I am getting youth. Hakuna motangu, hakuna kogabu.
Ejemini ekigbo, akobi ewe ayo, ewe tumeje, itun lo ni ọtun ẹṣe, ìfà ló ní kan fà ìmọ́ra, àìbínú gbogbo àtàrẹ, gbogbo méjì ọkà bàbà. Gbogbo mẹ́ta ọ̀ka wáṣẹ́, orí ló túmọ̀ ẹnu, gbogbo ọ̀nà ní túmọ̀ ẹsẹ̀. Akọni ìmọ̀ tú ìmọ̀ ọjọ́, ìmọ̀ èmi ni wọn kì í dálẹ̀. Wọ́n bá lọ mẹ́lẹ́mọ́, wọ́n á fi jó ẹlẹ́mọ́. Akọni wọ́n bá lọ gbé fèrè, wọ́n á fi jó èròkò. bọ́wọ́ wọn bá tẹ̀ mí wọ́n á fi jòyè aláre àwọn mẹ́tẹ̀ẹ̀ta parapọ̀ wọ́n wá jọ ń pẹ́ mọ́ ẹ̀ẹ́mọ́ olóko jẹ wọ́n pa Akíntọ́lá ọmọ Ògún wọ́n pàdé ìyọ̀dà ọmọ àtàlàbọ̀bà Àkànbí wọ́n pàdé ṣàtàdàdẹ ọmọ ọba Ìjẹ̀bú Mèrè Aṣíwájú odògbólùkẹrẹ Ajagun lólòdì ọ̀run tó bá ṣe pé tìyẹ tó bá ṣe pé tìyẹ náà bá ń darí jọ wí àgbèrò ni kò ń gbọ́wọ́ ọgbọ́n tí ṣìgìdì bá gbé àbẹ́tì ló máa ń gbé àyàn tí ìlàyàn ewúrẹ́ Ọlọ́run dákun má padà lẹ́yìn ẹ kó má gbàgbé ọ̀rọ̀ tẹ́ Aṣíwájú Ọlọ́run dákun má padà lẹ́yìn ẹ kó má gbàgbé ọ̀rọ̀ tẹ́ Àkànbí Ọlọ́run dákun má padà lẹ́yìn ẹ kó má gbàgbé ọ̀rọ̀ tẹ́ ọkọ̀ olúrẹ̀lẹ̀ Ọlọ́run dákun má padà lẹ́yìn ẹ kó má gbàgbé ọ̀rọ̀ tẹ́ Òdòlé sọ bẹ́ẹ̀ gọ́fìnà sọ bẹ́ẹ̀ dẹ́pútì sọ bẹ́ẹ̀.
And there it is right there. So there it is right there. So the skittish times that one man turns up. So hopefully this is to your liking. A lot of complaints that I start too late. So hopefully now the complaint is not that I'm starting too early. So good day to you. Good to be in your company. And how are you? So water. You see this water container right here. I go through about 3 of it in the course of every session, so that has to be a good thing. So good day to you. Good to be in your company, and how are you? Good day to you. Good to be in your company, and how are you? The usual protocol. Click on the like button just as soon as you come in, and I'm going to check the like. Let me actually check the like to see if there's any real response. Click on the like button just as soon as you come in. So we need to see those numbers going up. We really do need to see those numbers going up. Unbelievable. We've got the chairman, chief executive officer, the Odogu one of the One Man Went to More platform, the majesty himself. Is that not the new phraseology amongst the young and hip now? Odogu one and all that. Good to see you.
Odogu one of One Man Went to More.
Yes.
Hey, listen, how are you?
I'm great. All the better for seeing you.
That's good. Thank you for having me. It's been a while, hasn't it?
Yeah.
Just you started early enough before I retired to bed. So I wanted to just call in to tell you that your program is getting more fascinating by the day. I love it. I really love it. The quality of submission is just sublime. I'm really happy.
What do you make of some of the restrictions that I'm starting to introduce, trying to contain people within 5 minutes and then pulling back the interjections a little bit?
Whatever steps you're going to take to cause less rancor, that would be okay. People are too much at loggerheads, I noticed, but that's because the country's upside down. I can't blame them. Ikene is always upset whenever it comes on the platform.
He's on a mission to demarcate we know. I think you know his game as well, surely.
No, but I have to say that the country is in dire straits. It's upside down. I mean, it's incredible. We need the presidency. They need to look for how to bring down this inflation thing, and then maybe the cost of goods and commodities will come down. I'm not sure, but we can't survive like this. It's too much, man. It's too much. My heart breaks every time I listen to.
Do you think there's somewhat of an exact? We know things are bad, but do you think there's somewhat of an over embellishment in some of the narratives that we hear up and down?
I don't think so. I don't think so. I think you need to actually be a resident of Nigeria to understand and be part of the middle class lower class, for lack of a better word, to understand what is actually going on in Nigeria. Because based on my barometer, based on the quality of people calling me, asking me for money, I can tell that people are really in dire straits. This is not the kind of people that would usually call me to ask for money. You know, so that's my concern. And I feel very bad. I really do. I thought Tinubu, because you asked me one time when Tinubu was elected, what do you think? I think I was wrong in my submission that Tinubu would change the country in a year. He hasn't done that. I don't think he's going to be able to change even in 2 years. But I think eventually all the policies, physical and other, will probably make us a better country overall. But we can't continue paying huge amounts of money to service the debt. You know, no country will survive like that. We just go toward the kaput. People have to understand this is a temporary thing. Sooner or later, it will turn around. But I hope sooner rather than later.
I'm hopeful for that too, especially when it comes to food. You know, we don't have a culture of starving in Nigeria. We don't. We throw away food. That's my memory.
Yeah,
you know, we don't scramble for food in Nigeria.
I think the problem. I once had a discussion with someone from Rivers State about 10 years ago. And she was trying to describe to me the geographical location people we refer to as Nigeria, how the east, the north, how the west, how the south feeds off the north. And now what she's saying is played back in my head, that this bandits, they're not letting these farmers go to farm anymore. And when they do go to farm, all this herding and all that, it's the people, this cattle is just going on, eating on people's vegetation. It doesn't make any sense. I think that's a problem. Apart from what you said yesterday, which is the disease and the tomato, whatever they said it was, that banditry is a huge problem.
Do you think it's a deliberate policy, that banditry? No, not the banditry, but especially the cattle herders destroying people's farmsteads.
No,
you don't think it's a deliberate policy?
No, I don't think so. But I think it's gotten out of hand. I don't know. I don't understand. I know. Back in the 70s, even in Surulere, almighty Surulere, we used to have this Fulani people walk around with their cows. I used to enjoy watching them do it, but they don't go around eating flowers and vegetations and all that. I don't know where this is coming from. I don't understand it. But the sooner it stops, the better. Because if it doesn't stop, tomatoes will become 5 for 20,000 at this rate, and that's just out of order. I'm really heartbroken. I thought Tinubu was going to do a better job. Right now he gets a 2 out of 10 for me. It's sad. It's pathetic. I'm not feeling his government at all. This going around.
Permit me not to be in agreement with you on that 2 out of 10. I'd probably give him a 6.5.
You're being overly generous.
And not giving me an 8.59 is really just the food crisis, which I don't think is handling it. Everything else I think is getting right.
Well, but people have to eat. That's very important.
Yeah, that's the thing. Yeah, that's the most base level. Yes.
Yeah. When you're hungry, you don't know whether the government is doing well or not. You just know you went to Tejo market, or you went to whatever market you go to. You know that things today are not the same like they were last 2 years. It's one man. Our country is not supposed to be where it is today. It really isn't. No. But I hope he turns it around. If I had all the money in the world, trust me, I would do more than I am doing right now. But I'm doing quite a bit, and I'm proud of what I'm doing. Well, anyway, let me let you continue with your show. I just wanted to call it. Thank you for having me. I really appreciate it. All right.
All right, thank you. So that's Alexander Gomez, a real treat for the platform. So what better way to start than a pat on the back from the mighty man himself? So So what better way to start than a pat on the back from the mighty man himself? So as I was saying, the usual protocol, click on the like button just as soon as you come in so that everybody can see those like numbers going up. Subscribe if you haven't subscribed already, because that necessarily has to be done for reasons of progression of the platform. So click on like and click on subscribe. And then if you want to be, just like Alexander made a cameo appearance there, if you want to be an active combatant on the One Man Went to Mo platform, click on the hyperlink that says StreamYard. Let me resend that hyperlink so it's immediate to hand. So if you want to be an active combatant on the experience, One Man Went to Mo experience, the court and the thrust and parry, as I say. If you want to be part of that, then click on the hyperlink that says StreamYard. So click on like, click on subscribe, click on the hyperlink that says StreamYard. And of course, we have the anticipation of a minimum of 5 super chats for every stream. So there it is. And 5 stars as well on Facebook. Or 5, not 5 individual stars, but 5 different people donating stars on Facebook. So we have the anticipation of 5 super chats per stream. And from 5 different names as well. So that's a low bar. So set us on our way if you would. So click on like, click on subscribe, click on the hyperlink that says StreamYard, click on the $ at the bottom of the stream, super chat to the stream. So do all those nice and cozy things, and you'll be subsumed with a glowing feeling of warmth. You'll be subsumed with a glowing feeling of warmth. So all that. Yes. Yes. There's plenty of room in the studio. By the way, anybody that wants to jump on. You know, it's like I often say, it's a participatory sport. So you have to be active. Otherwise, you know, yes. So the hyperlink is there if you want to jump on. So let's launch into it. Let's get into what the conversation is likely to be about. Let's get into what the conversation is likely to be about. Why we insist on state police by southern governors. So I have to make an immediate and quick apology because, of course, and I'll be changing it in the course of whenever the stream is over. The thumbnail that I used was of southern governors. I just realized now, but it's of southwestern governors rather. But it looks as though this commentary coming out of the entirety of the southern space. Why we insist on state police by southern governors. All right. Southern governors, yes, yes, they had a meeting, by the way, and appointed no less ludicrous a figure than Dapo Abiodun as the chairman of the Southern Governors Forum. Can you imagine that? Owambe governor, but there it is. Southern governors yesterday said having state police will give them more control over security decisions in their state. They believe that locals are better placed to fight crime because they understand the terrain and the language. So, I mean, you know, this is such a base level thing, isn't it? Who better, you know, if you have not necessarily somebody that is somewhat familiar with the landscape and culture of that place, the policing necessarily will get better because, of course, the locals are able to interact with him more or her more because, of course, they are familiar with that sort of a person. So they get better information, they get better interaction, they are able to locate, as opposed to somebody, if you go and take somebody from, let's say, Jalingo to go and be a policeman in Ibadan, it's a fish out of water. He feels completely alien to that space, and that space feels completely alien to him. So, of course, as near as close to the locals as possible is how policing should be. Southern governors yesterday said having state police will give them more control over security decisions in their state. They believe locals are better placed to fight crime because they understand the terrain and language. The state helmsmen met under the Southern Governors Forum in Abeokuta. The appointed host, the Governor Dapo Abiodun, as chairman. Anambra State Governor Charles Soludo was named vice chairman. So also in attendance were Babajide Sanwo-Olu, Seyi Makinde, Biodun Oyebanji, Alex Otti, Godwin Obaseki. I think that's probably one of his last outings as a governor, isn't it, Obaseki? All right. Sorry, I'm going to start from top again. I'm not quite sure that I like the pause I just had there. Right. Southern governors yesterday said having state police will give them more control over security decisions in their states. They believe locals are better placed to fight crime because they understand the terrain and language. The state helmsmen met under the Southern Governors Forum, SGF, in Abeokuta. They appointed host governor, Governor Dapo Abiodun, as chairman. Anambra State Governor Charles Soludo was named vice chair. Also in attendance, the usual retinue, Babajide Sanwo-Olu, Seyi Makinde, Biodun Oyebanji, Alex Otti, Godwin Obaseki, and the Ade dancer, Ademola Adeleke. Others are Basi Otu, Cross Rivers, Francis Nwi Furu, Eboyi, Peter Mba, and Duaye Diri, etc., and the Akwa Ibom guy. River State Governor Simi Fubara was absent and was not represented. Abiodun replaced former Ondo State. So if Abiodun is replacing Rotimi Amechi as the chairman, is that not meant to be some sort of shuffling it around the different geospaces? Abiodun replaced former Ondo State Governor, late Rotimi Akeredolu. So I'm not quite sure how they arrived at that. You'd have thought it had gone to the south-south or the southeast or somewhere else. The governor, who featured on a national television last night, said the forum deliberated on state police, the political upheaval in rivers, infrastructure, and agriculture, amongst others. He said the 17 southern governors were united in their call for state police, Abiodun said. And the window of opportunity, by the way, for that state police is right now. Because Tinubu is not... The reason why Buhari stopped state police is because they don't want guns in the south. Because, of course, the one potency that the north has always leveraged over the south is the threat of violence. So if the southern space is heavily equipped militarily, or at least in terms of weaponry to defend themselves, then it equibalances then. And in terms of cranial functioning, then they can battle it out. I'm not quite sure that any northerner can especially claim that they're smarter than any southerner. We saw that play out just as early as 2023. Abiodun replaced former Ondo State Governor, late Rotimi Akeredolu. The governor, who featured on the national television last night, said the forum deliberated on state police, the political upheaval in rivers, infrastructure, and agriculture, amongst others. He said 17 southern governors were united in their call for state police. Abiodun said, "We all spoke with one voice in support of state policing. We spoke with one voice in support of regional security outfits, which almost all regions have set up." So I'm not quite sure, like he rightly said, is already in place. We all know that we cannot have any meaningful development in the atmosphere of insecurity. We all spoke with one voice in support of state policing and regional security outfits, working hand in glove with the security outfits. So it could get to let's settle down, Jafar. Why are you always like that, Jafar? You need to settle down. You shouldn't really be calling me names. It's not you. You and I have been friends for 3 years now. I think it's time you cut me some slack, Jafar. You let me lose my train of thought then, Jafar. Where was I? Yes, we all spoke with one voice in support of state policing and regional security outfits, working hand in glove with the security outfits. So there's a sense of because it could get to the point we say we are under policed and under secured it could get to the point now that we're over secured. So the regional outfits and then the state police, there's somewhat of an overlap there. So if each individual states have their own security, policing, whatever, state policing, and then you cascade that on top of Ebebuagu and Amotekun and things like that, then there's somewhat of overlapping in functionaries. You know, so maybe that Amotekun, Ebebuagu, and all of these already set up in legal structures can be retweaked to transmute into state police. We all spoke with one voice in support of state policing and regional security outfits working hand in glove with security outfits. The governors are called state chief security officers, but we know that the commissioner of police is appointed by the inspector general of police and is only answerable to the IG. And when the governor needs to call the attention of the CP on an urgent task in his state, the governor will have to first clear with the IG. What have we discovered? In most cases, a policeman from Borno, I think the example I cited, and I didn't even read it beforehand. So yes, what have we discovered? In most cases, a policeman from Borno, Maiduguri, posted to Lagos or Ogun State, for instance, such an officer doesn't understand the terrain, he doesn't speak the language, and he does not get the level of intelligence he needs. Exactly, almost verbatim, what I said. By the time he is settling down to understand these factors, he is transferred to another state. We are calling for community police to tame insecurity in the state and in the nation. Under the state police arrangement, a policeman posted to his word won't have problems with language or intelligence. In that case, the policeman understands the community and the locals' language, the sentiments, and he knows the criminals within his terrain. It is also common knowledge that the federal police have a shortage of manpower. So there's there's still a story to be. There's still a big piece of work. So they can agree in principle and they can also agree in law. You know, what state policing is needed, and they can document that into the Constitution. But the one space of agreement that will prove the most thorny is the budgeting. Who pays for it? You know, that's the thing. Because of course, if we have state policing, then the complements of federal police has to be scaled down, and the budget of federal police has to be scaled down, and even the assets of the central policing has to be farmed out, has to be, shared out, So the police stations in Lagos, for instance, the federal ones will now cascade into the Lagos State Police formation. But then are other states disadvantaged? So there's still a whole raft of big work to be done, even if it's agreed in principle and it's agreed in law. It is also common knowledge that the federal police have a shortage of manpower. We, as governors, are not in charge or control of our state as far as security is concerned. Yet, we fund the federal police operations, yet we are not getting the best from them. They don't have enough personnel. State policing is not something new. We have several types of policing structure in other climes where we took democracy from. Speaking on local government tenure, Abiodun said it was unconstitutional for anybody to extend the tenure of constitutionally elected public officers, referring to Rivers State political quagmire, where the House of Assembly extended the tenure of local government chairmen. Abiodun said, on local government administration, it is a constitutional issue that will be put to rest at a point in time. When your tenure has expired, it stands to reason that your tenure has expired. It is not up to the governor of that state. So Fubara is just running that state like some cowboy out of the Wild West. It's just, I'm not quite sure why Tinubu has not even Tinubu, why Fagbemi has not reeled him in with the constitution. But there it is. So there it is. So yes. Referring to River State political quagmire, where the House of Assembly extended the tenure of the local government chairman, Abiodun said, on local government administration, it is a constitutional issue that will be put to rest at a point in time. When your tenure has expired, it stands to reason that your tenure has expired. It is not up to the governor of the state or anybody else to extend the tenure of the local government chairman. The collective position of the governors is that it will be a dangerous precedent, as Alexander Gomez corrected once upon a time, and an abuse of the democratic ethos for the tenure of an elected local government chairman to expire, and for anyone to imagine that their tenure can be extended by 1 day. So it goes on to speak into that. But essentially, the state policing, yes, I think the window presents, and I think it's going to be fast forwarded fairly sharply. Let me go on from there to another one. From there to another one. Hopes high. Nnamdi Kanu will regain freedom soon. And I'm only really bringing you this because I'm sure, of course, a lot of you tired of the Nnamdi Kanu narrative already. I'm only really bringing you this because of where the news is coming from. Hopes high. Nnamdi Kanu will regain freedom soon. This is the deputy speaker. So if the deputy speaker is of that view, then there must be some movement in the background. The deputy speaker of the House of Representatives, Benjamin Kalu, has assured that the detained leader of the Indigenous People of Biafra, IPOB, Nnamdi Kanu, will soon regain his freedom. The deputy speaker, who revealed that he has met with Kanu a few times in the Department of State Services detention facility, said this whilst welcoming the recent call by about 50 members of the House of Representatives, led by Honorable XYZ, for Kanu's release. It will be recalled that the lawmakers, reportedly led by the member representing Umahia South and North Federal constituency of Abia on Monday, wrote an open letter to President Bola Ahmed Tinubu appealing for the release of Kanu by invoking Section 174 of the 1999 Constitution and Section 107 of the Administration of Justice Act 2015. Hope Springs. There's almost an inevitability to it because the push is so fervent that Nnamdi Kanu should come out. But it might well even be out. But it's almost certain to be out actually before the end of this year. I think a lot of us can see that. So a lot of us can see Nnamdi Kanu being out before the end of this year. From that to this, Nigerian custom officers slumps, dies during representatives investigative meeting. A lot of people said this, and I'm not quite sure what we're meant to make of it. You know, it put me in mind of that guy from the NDDC that was being probed by the parliament, and he pretended to faint. Do you remember that? So that may this guy soul rest in peace and all that. But that was the thought that sprung to my mind when I saw this headline. Nigerian custom officer slumps, dies during representatives investigative hearing. So just 2-3 paragraphs. I'm not sure if the headline doesn't tell us what we need to know. A senior officer of the Nigerian Customs Service, name withheld, has passed on at the National Assembly Clinic, Abuja. A statement signed by the spokesman of the House, Akin Rotimi, which confirmed the death, said the deceased collapsed whilst fielding questions from members of the Public Account Committee of the House. The statement added that the deceased was subsequently rushed to the National Assembly Clinic, where he gave up the ghost. So there it is right there. I'm not sure that anything on two words is being suggested. It's just the unusualness of it, I suspect might well be where the storyline is. The unusualness of it might well be where the storyline is. Yes, let me take you to this one. Your favorite friend and mine, Peter Obi. Peter Obi reacts as NLC disrupts Abure's NWC meeting, lists 3 people to decide his fate. So let's say let's get a bit of Obi. The Labour Party LP presidential candidate in the 2023 election, Peter Obi, has called for peace following the invasion of the party headquarters by members of the National Transition Committee. Correspondents reported that members of the Nigeria Labour Congress National Transition Committee stormed the party's secretariat on Tuesday, demanding the immediate resignation of the national chairman, Julius Abure. The acting chairman of the Transition Committee, Abdulwahid Omar, led members of the labor union to the secretariat, chanting solidarity songs and calling for the resignation of Abure because his tenure as chairman of the party has expired. However, security officials immediately shut the gates when the NLC members arrived at the party's headquarters. In an attempt to prevent the protesters from forcing their way into the premises, the police fired tear gas to dispatch the protesters, who were heard shouting endlessly at the security men opened the gate. Whilst addressing the protesters after the tension was doused, Peter Obi played down the party's internal crisis, saying they were all working for a united front. The former Anambra State governor explained that he is keen on initiating a peace reconciliation process involving bringing together the party's factions. He said, "Before we learned that you people were outside." So Peter Obi actually spent time at the Labour Party HQ, maybe sipping wine with his best friend Julius Abure. He said, "Before we learned that you people were outside, I already told them, NWC, that my first 3 assignments are reconciliation, reconciliation, and reconciliation. It is what I do every day, even in our families. When we quarrel with our wives and children, we reconcile. Even today, during the meeting, I made one instance, which is that I have come to start reconciling the family. So these people here are members of the family who we must reconcile with. We will sit around a table and decide the future of our party. I am ready for a reconciliation meeting any day you choose, Mr. Chairman. I like what happened here today. It means we have just started the reconciliation process, and what we achieved today was so much." Obi also spoke on the reconciliation of Abure and the Lamidi Apapa's faction, stressing that the National Executive Council himself and the Abia State Governor Alex Otti will decide on the leadership crisis. Right. So there it is. So I suppose the union doesn't have any decision. I don't know what that means. Peter Obi also spoke on the reconciliation of Abure and the Lamidi Apapa faction, stressing that the National Executive Council himself and Abia State Governor Alex Otti will decide on the leadership crisis in the party. He added, "Let me tell you one thing, their reconciliation is all about our party, and I can assure you that everyone must reconcile with each other. When we come together, we will make decisions as a family. The party has a constitution and a National Executive Council, and everyone, including myself and Governor Otti, will be there to decide." So I hope that there's a rich mix of people making that decision, because of course, you know that Peter Obi stands accused of trying somewhat to ethnify that particular party. So let's go on from there to another one. Breaking: Nigerian Education Loan Funds postpone applications from state-owned institutions. So this is further for the howlers, isn't it? So people will feast on this, howl and screech and squeal and holler. Howl, screech, squeak, and holler. So yes, the National Education Loan XYZ announced on Tuesday a 14-day postponement of the student loan application process for state institutions. This decision was made due to insufficient data submission as stated by the agency. So what does that mean? People are not applying enough or what? Well, that is just the ambiguous terms that what does that mean? Listen to it again. The decision was made due to insufficient data submissions. What does that mean? It has no meaning. As stated by the agency in Abuja, according to the NELFUND, in a statement, the delay stems from the failure of many state-owned institutions to upload necessary students' data and fee details or onto the so it's nothing to do with the money not being available. The state institutions are not moving quick enough. So I think that settles that. So there's no screeching and squealing to be had there. No screeching and squealing to be had there, but this follows through from what we've been discussing. They are now clipping the wings of the Sultan of Sokoto, who we thought was so imperial, was almost untouchable within the Nigerian paradigm. Sokoto amends law to grant government authority to appoint district village heads. So this used to be within the purview of the Sultan, of course. So they are clipping his wings, reducing his power, and just essentially wanting, if they start to pull back powers of sighting the moon and everything like that, then it will be no better than the Oluwo of Iwo. Sokoto amends law to grant government authority to appoint district village heads. So let's get it. The Sokoto state government has given the green, and by the way, this is passing through the state legislature. But by the way, so it's not actually something being mused, even it's something being actioned. Sokoto amends law to grant government authority to appoint district village heads. The Sokoto state government has given the green light to amend Section 76 of the Local Government and Chieftaincy Law to align with prevailing practices. The Sokoto state government has given the green light to amend Section 76 of the Local Government and Chieftaincy Law to align with prevailing practices within the state. Under the current law, the authority to appoint district and village heads lies with the Sultanate Council. However, in practice, the Sultanate Council merely provides recommendation to the state government, with the governor ultimately making appointments. Nasir Binchi, the state's Attorney General and Commissioner for Justice, clarified that the proposed amendment aimed to synchronize the legal framework with the customary procedure in Sokoto State. Addressing journalists after the State Executive Council meeting, Binji explained that under the proposed amendments, the Sultanate Council will retain the power to recommend candidates, whilst the authority to appoint will be vested in the governor. It should be on the governor, by the way. This move comes in the wake of recent dismissal of certain traditional rulers in the state due to their alleged involvement in land-related issues and security concerns. Additionally, the state government has endorsed an amendment to the Sokoto State Local Government Law 2008, extending the tenure of elected chairmen. So I think similar to what's going on in so somewhat clipping the wings of the Sultan there. What we're seeing is a realignment for 2027, and the North signaling that they are looking to unseat Tinubu. I think that's a good way to read it. So that's a good way to read it. Let's go to this one. ExxonMobil clears air on alleged plan to leave Nigeria. So this is somewhat fake news being put out there by whoever the purveyors of fake news are. The managing director of ExxonMobil Nigeria, Shane Harris, has dismissed reports making the rounds that the company was planning to leave Nigeria. Correspondents report that this statement comes in response to rumors circulating about the oil major's divestment of its 100% interest in Mobile producing Nigeria Unlimited to Saplet Energy Offshore Limited. In a recent statement by Senator Heineken Lakobiri, the Minister of State for Petroleum Resources, Harris emphasized that ExxonMobil is actively engaged in new investment within the Nigerian oil and gas sector. So somewhat of a debunking then of our fake news. So debunking of fake news. Let's go on. This is probably the last readout, and then hopefully there are people in the room to kick the conversation on. Yes, that should be the all right. Let me send the link again. The room needs to be populated if you want the conversation. Let's see. Should we? Hold on. Hold on. Actually, let me take you to what's on the screen whilst I'm waiting for. All right. Let me take you to this one. Minimum wage. Labour finally mentions actual amount Tinubu should approve. So I think they are lowering their expectations, I suspect. Organized Labour has urged President Bola Tinubu to support Nigerian workers by approving their demand for a 250,000 minimum wage. So it keeps cascading down from was it 500,000 naira they were requesting earlier? But the Organized Labour Party, the organized Labour Party, it shouldn't be Labour Party, it should be Labour Union, said the president's empathy is needed following the current economic hardship pillaging the country. So I think some are still in negotiations. Was it 62,000 that the government offered? As reported by correspondents, Prince Adewale Adeyanju, a member of the Organized Labour, negotiating in the tripartite committee of the new national minimum wage, and President General of XYZ blamed state governors for hindering efforts to secure a reasonable wage for public officers. So his words, he says, at the negotiating table, we saw them haggling from 30,000 naira to 42,000 naira and then 60,000 naira, treating it like a market bargain for tomatoes and onions before finally settling on 62,000 naira. Even before reaching 62,000, Organized Labour made concessions to find common ground. Yes, the country is struggling. We all know how tough the economy is, and workers have been unlucky with the economic downturn. At the end of the negotiations, we had two proposals, one from the government and OPS recommending 62,000, and one from Labour, including TUC and NLC, proposing 250,000. So there's still big. A lot of people feel that ultimately they will land on 100,000. I'm not going to suggest that is excessive, because I have suggested that in the past, and people thought I was being somewhat mean-spirited. So I think that's sufficient enough. All right, let me send the link again. We need the room populated. So let me send the link again. I'll play the Kegite music. So hopefully by the time the Kegite is done, the room populates some more. But first, the Kegite.
Only water, where they see my water. Hapa you don't come oh. Hapa oh night oh. Oro keke elemu ye o. Ibe shodi ya keke elemu re o. Bobby master keke elemu re o. Chifu wela ti keke elemu re o. Eruku lele elemude. Eruku lele egbe elemudodo jare o. Eruku lele ga tó dùn kẹ́yẹ rẹ̀ ó dìde o.
ọmọ ẹlẹ́yẹ
ẹlẹ́kọ̀ọ́ ọ̀run mú ìní o.
ìgbàlà tí
àkùkọ ọ̀run méjìkọ. ikú kò ní ríwà gbéṣe o.
Eko Koniro Agweseme, death have nothing to do with us. So amen to that on behalf of myself and you, my friends. So we got Isaac Black logging on twice. So Isaac, say something so I can remove one. Isaac, unmute and say something. I think you're logged in twice, Isaac.
Hello, I'm here.
Oh, all right, brilliant. I'll remove this one. So thank you, Isaac. So that's Isaac Black. So thank you, Isaac. So Adale Koko in the house as well. Always a delight when he's here. Emmy joins us as well. Good to see you, Emmy. Dewale in the house as well. So good to have you, gentlemen. Right. Let's keep. Oh, did I have a clip? I thought I had a clip. Did I have a clip? Yes, I do have a clip. Let me play you this clip, and maybe we kick the conversation off from the clip.
Politics is about collaboration, right? The conversation around people teaming up is so they can unseat him. In other words, we are looking at who will come on board. We are looking at how we can bring our interests in order to unseat him. I say, why you are doing that? The man in question, why he delivers on good governance to the Nigerian people, he is also focused on correcting the wrongs in the society. So for example, there are parts of this country where they want relevance, they want their voice to be heard, they want their requests to be granted, right? Now, and for some time, they've not had that privilege. When President Bola Ahmed Tinubu extend good governance to that area, he's building bridges. There are individuals politically who are relegated, not because they were not relevant, but because they were not considered as worthy enough. When President Bola Ahmed Tinubu listens to them, President Bola Ahmed Tinubu is building bridges. So delivering on good governance is the biggest strategy for expanding your broad base and also for the purposes of attracting people against the 2027. There is no any other thing other than deliver on good governance, because the conversation will be around whether there is a good governance or not. The conversation will be around whether economically we're able to put our people through. The conversation will be around whether the security situation of the country has improved. The communication is going to be about, is Nigeria better today than it was 4 years ago? And so focusing on that, to me, is the biggest strategy for winning the 2027 presidential election. And that is what I say as President Bola Ahmed Tinubu focus on that. Politics is about collaboration.
All right. It's sounding as though Daniel Bwala is now a fully paid up member of the APC without actually being a card carrying one. So let's start it off with you, Emmanuel. What are you making of our Bwala submission?
Hey, Mr. One Man.
Okay.
Yeah, good evening, good morning, good day to everyone. Like and share and subscribe if you have not done so. I think I love what he said. I think what he said was straight to the point, emphasizing that 2027 going to be purely on what Tinubu have done, like the good governance he delivered. So you look at your life today and compare it to last 4 years. Has this man done well? So I think that point hit the nail. So if our life is better 4 years later, I think he takes the credit. But if he has taken us 300,000 or 100,000 backwardness, I think the blame goes to him. So the major point here is he has to deliver good governance to Nigerians. And from the look of things, maybe it will change tomorrow. It seems like he's just playing politics. I think he's focusing more on playing politics than delivering good governance. Looking at that 90 billion hash that he gave to the Muslim faithful, I think he just to pander to the narrative so that they will vote for him on the next election. Another thing that he's just doing just to coin favor from the Northerners. So that is not a good governance. A good governance is something that benefits A and B, regardless of region, ethnicity, and whatever. I think that is what matters. If I can go to Kaduna and come back freely without fear of bandits or kidnapping, I think that's a good governance. If I can go to market and pick one of few things with just
All right. Don't run us through a list.
no. One man,
Yeah.
one man.
No.
What?
No, I think we get the gist of what you are. So you can't say if I go to this.
No. I'm just there. I don't know why you're agitating. I'm just
I'm not
talking.
agitating, but you are going to go into a sing song now.
I'm not going anywhere. I'm just thinking of what he said.
Yeah.
Am I deviating from what Bola said?
No. You are right. If Tinubu can deliver in these 4 years, or at least show in terms of impact on the people, where the country is likely to be, then it will be unassailable. But carry on. Carry on.
But because he gave me a point to talk on, so I've not even finished. I'm aligning with him. I'm not even against what he said. After all, even though he's speaking for the APC, I'm not even against what he said. I'm just saying that what he said is he's saying the truth. That it's all about good governance. I don't know why you are. I don't know whether you are like agitating or that you are not happy what I'm saying. Because
no, it's not that I'm not happy. I just didn't want you to be doing. Oh, if you can deliver, if I can go to the market, if I can travel, but carry on.
One man, but
no, just carry on.
Okay, I'm not the type that will come here and telling you, braid this and that and all those things, because you don't even need to worry yourself, because the ordinary Nigerian knows what they are facing. So all those coming here and be saying Gary is high, this and high is unnecessary. So the only thing is that if he can deliver properly to everyone, good governance, there is no two ways about it. So, Mama, show me the topic we're talking about.
All right. Let me take you. Okay, let me take you to this one. So state policing. It looks as though there's an aggressive push by the southern state governors for this to happen. Oh no, that's not the state policing, but yes, it looks as though there's an aggressive push by the southern state governors for this to happen under the window of Tinubu's administration.
Yes, so that is another thing that I would love the Tinubu administration to actualize. You understand? If we can retrain our soldiers, our police, and decongest this whole thing that we are all this assignment they are doing here. From somebody from Kano, you send him to Enugu to go and police people. It does not make sense. Allow the locality to police themselves, because they will be the one to know the needs and cronies of all the places, and they know how to deal with themselves. So a foreigner going to another state to go and police is just, it doesn't make sense. The only thing is that seems like, does he even have the balls to actualize this thing? What is even delaying? What is the problem?
I think the parliament seems to be receptive to the idea. That's the impression that we have.
But they are not receptive to change a national anthem. They are not receptive. Yes. They are not receptive to. Yes. It took them just one day to change it. So why can't it took them
Yeah,
3
but
days to change that?
that's an easy reach now. That's not a controversial. That's not a
What is
big.
one man?
That's not a big
The
piece of legislation.
yes? What is the hegemony around the police that is hard? I'm asking you. What is the big issue in state policing? What is big there? What is the problem behind it? Oh man, I'm asking you. You say it's easy. So state police
No. In
is
terms
it
of,
not easy?
you know, it's just easier to change the national anthem, which is not really anything heavy in terms of the weight of law, but to change from a federalized policing system to a restructured form of our policing system, that's a heavier lift in terms of legislation.
No, I'm asking you now. What is that heavy
Don't
something
ask
that
me
you?
now. I'm not a legislator. It stands to
Because
reason. It
I'm
stands
not
to
seeing
reason.
I'm not even seeing anything heavy there. That I will tell my state locality that be in charge of my security. How is it heavy? Except there is an agenda these people just using to do, and this federal policing is not even actualizing our dream. That's why this security is escalating every day. So I think if they can come together and actualize this, that is a big one for this administration. And I don't see them doing it. They will just dance around it. They will not do it. That's the only thing I can say. But if he can push, because I know if Tinubu really want it, he will achieve it, regardless of those rubber stamps there. He will achieve that purpose, because I have heard in his private clip that he said if he become a president and a leader today of Nigeria, that he will change national anthem. It didn't take him 3 days; he changed it. So if that kind of balls that he was able to push for this national anthem to be changed, let him do it on this aspect too. Let him do it and increase the security personnel in Nigeria. Let our state be secure. Let every locality be secured. You will see many people will go back to farm. That is it. Oh man.
All right. Let me take it to another one. Sokoto amends law to grant governor authority to appoint district village heads. So they're somewhat pruning down the powers of the Sultan. What are you making about the headline?
The Sultan of Sokoto?
Yes.
Like, I don't understand.
All right. Let me just take you to another one. It may not be your space. Let me take you to
one man, please. One man.
Yeah.
Before you divert his attention to another topic, can I quickly ask him a question?
Hey, carry on.
My brother, if you are talking about national anthem being passed in just 1 hour, comparing it with the state police, are you going to fund the national anthem? Are you going to fund it?
Well,
are you not going to fund the,
well,
are you not going to fund excuse me, are you not going to fund the police? So if you are going to fund the police, you are going to consider the governors funding their police. Some of the governors are even saying they can't pay salary, they can't do this, they are going to fund the police. And then national anthem, are you going to fund it? So I want you to answer that. Is it a fundable decision, the national anthem and the police? Thank you.
Are you asking, is it the money they use to pass the law? Because I know they spend money passing that thing into law.
No. It's
no, passing the law. You have to fund the police. You have to fund the police, not just sending the police to the states.
My brother, I think even the congesting that federal policing will be more cheaper than the federal policing. You know why?
No, because I'm saying the national anthem. The national anthem.
I'm not answering. Listen, I'm not answering the state police. You said there is no fund for it. I'm not telling you that when you decongest the federal, policing to state policing.
It's merely explaining to you, Emmanuel, that the state policing is a more complex space than just changing a national anthem. That's what it's explaining.
Now I want him to explain, because I'm trying to explain. He's emphasizing on that the state will not provide, that they don't have money to fund the state police. You know what he's saying?
No, that is not what I'm saying. I'm not saying they don't have money. Whether they have money or they don't have money, these things, they are going to put a lot of things in place, a lot of things to be considered.
What are the things to be considered that is not considered in other law they are putting in place? Can we mention it here?
All right. I don't think he's going to get it. Let's just move him on. It's a
one man. We are here to learn. If there's no need, he said there's a lot of things to be put in place. Let him say the thing that needs to be put in. Oh yeah, let him say.
It's just cited you an example. One, they have to do legislation around the funding, which is how the federal space is
one man, don't use big English. Just explain what and what I need to put in place.
Is funding the big English?
Good. Funding, I want to understand that fund you're talking about. What do you mean by funding? How are they going to fund it?
All right. So what they have to look at is we have a centralized policy system at the moment. So what they have to look at is that if they're going to, are they going to reduce that federal policing? And if they reduce that federal policing, then the budgeting for that federal policing, how is that going to be dissipated amongst the federating states? Is it going to be dissipated along a simple division of by the amount of states, or around policing needs? So all of these things are embedded in, just signing into law that they want state that you can have state police. That's the sexy bit. But there's a lot of underbelly work.
If I give a solution to it now, will it make it simple? If I'm going to give a solution to it.
What solution? Okay, give a solution. But I don't think you understand what he's saying anyway. But
I understand. I understand. Don't worry, I understand. You're saying that if they are decongesting it to the state level, how are they? Because now federal is the one funding it. How are they going to share the money and all those things? One man, have you forgotten that we are doing sharing formula in Nigeria? So if we are going to if we are continue to do our sharing formula, the only thing is that you're passing it to the law. Add whatever money that has been on the federal level for the policing, add it to the state policing, and meanwhile, let's even cascade it down for the every zone to be also be funding themselves in one way or the other. So if they are passing it to the law, does not mean that we have to wait 100 years for them to find a way to fund it. We are not even asking the federal level to fund anything. Just give the state power to recruit policing. They will fund it. After all, states recruit state workers. They work for themselves, and the state still pay them.
Yes, and also they have to do legislation about how to synergize because there'll still be a federal police.
A federal police is only it should be only Abuja.
No. What do you mean it's only Abuja? What about what about interstate matters?
Interstate matter, the federal level will take care of it.
Yeah, so that's not only Abuja then.
But the major work is the state, is the locality, not federal. Federal is too high. The little one, it doesn't have to do it. So the major one is the locality. If we cannot give the state that power to recruit all the police around their locality, all this thing will solve. It will be solved. But they're not taking them ages to do it.
No, it's not. They've just cited some of the examples of some of the kinks in that idea.
But the issue, I'm not even seeing it as a big deal. What you cited, I'm not seeing it as a big problem.
It's not a big deal. It's a big piece of legislative work
to sign state policing into law. You see, the problem is that some quarter of Nigeria or some region of Nigeria does not want it, that's the only thing you can tell me. I say, okay, they don't want it. Not that they cannot do it or they cannot pass it. Some governors are against it because I know that all the southern governors are clamoring for it, but the northern governor are against it. That's the only thing we say. I'll believe. Okay, fine. Some quarter are not happy that this is going to happen, and I still want to find the reason why they are not happy. That's what we should be discussing. Why is the northern governors not happy to have a state police? Can somebody answer it? Because when you're talking about this money you're talking about here, it doesn't really make sense to me. Because they can do it. If it is the congested, the state can handle themselves. But why the other state governors in the northern part of Nigeria are against it? The other day, when the division, when the regional government came up, I was on Twitter. All the northerners were saying that it can never happen, because now that the north are suffering is when they want to do regional government, that when they are producing a food in quantum in Nigeria, there was not they divided Nigeria, and they dissolve regionalism. You understand? So I know they are the one that are against it. But they have to give them reason why it is very important, because if there's a state police, all this banditry would have stopped by now. They would have nailed it by now. That's why I don't want to do it so much, because it's a very easy something. But because some people
look. I did want to move you on, but it's not an easy something. It's not just a matter of signing something into law. You know, before something is signed into law, there's a lot of legislative work that is done to perfect how it should work.
Well, one man, I understand your point. But if these guys that doing this law are in one accord, one man, don't you think by now that thing would have been passed? Let me ask you first. If all of them are in one accord, do you think that there will be a longer head in that aspect?
Well, I don't know, but
no, one man, you don't know. Like,
I do know, but it's just a more complex space than if everybody was in accord, then of course it will move quicker, but it will not move. It will not move at the pace of the national anthem, for instance, which is just a single narrative of do you want it? Yes, sign it. You know.
Yes, one man.
In on it a little bit.
One man. If at all of them in one accord, it will not take them 2 weeks, because
it will not take them 2 weeks. So that's a very simplistic, you know.
One man, because the major problem of this state policing is that some people don't want it. You don't get it. Forget all these things, all these indexes you're trying to bring in. It's not a money matter problem. Nigeria will fund themselves when it comes to state policing. But the issue is that some porter don't want it. That is the problem that has been delaying till today.
No, that is very simple. I cannot allow. Well, I can. It's your thoughts, but I don't agree.
Can you guys let me chime in a little bit?
Yeah. Just settle down. You only have to ask and start. It's not aggression all the time. Let's hear from you.
Yeah, what I was saying is that he's making the case, and you're saying that it's going to be some kind of omnibus bill. That's only if you're going from regional to federal that you need a lot of bill. Right now, all they have to do is to put it in a concurrent list, right? Just like electricity. Abia is able to now generate their own electricity because they want to do so, if they can afford it. Any state that doesn't want to do state policing, they don't have to, because that's the status quo, which is the federal government will be taking care of that. But if a state finds it important and they can afford it, then they can do it. So because Nigeria is operating with a concurrent list, exclusive list, and another one that that's not mentioned, right? So my friend, you make a very salient point, but what your problem is trying to have these people know that these people who want to have exclusive when it comes to arms, when it comes to violence, they want to have exclusivity in the north. One man knows that, One man knows more than every one of
I mentioned that in the readout.
Yeah, but what I'm saying though is that when we're talking, that's the only thing that bothers me is that these things, this guy right here that's talking, I forgot his name.
Emmanuel, his
Emmanuel,
name is.
I'm driving. He's smart. He's making his point, but he wants to get along. He wants to get along with you, and then you're just dribbling him. It's something you already know, but
I'm not disagreeing with him, Pansat. I'm just saying that he was drawing the analogy between the policing bill and the change of the national anthem. And I'm saying that the policing bill carries a bit more complexity than changing the national anthem.
yeah.
Yeah, one man. And I'm telling you, the complicity is because they are not in one accord. That's just the problem.
Yeah,
because if the 36 state governors say yes, we are going for it, do you think it will take long, one man?
I know, but it does not need unanimous 10, like you're saying. That's what I'm trying to tell you. You keep trying to make that point to show that Northerners are an impediment to our progress. That is no. Now, don't stress that. They don't have to agree.
Yeah, Pansat. If the southern governor are for it and the northern governor are against it, do you think it will go on?
Yes,
Because they are more in numbers.
It will go, because when the Southwest did the Amoteku, the Northerners were against them, but they went ahead and did it anyway. So right now, what they need is to do exactly what
they didn't do it outside of law.
No, they didn't do it outside of law, but you don't need unanimity, right? They don't have to unanimous.
That's a regional matter. The state policing is a federal matter.
That is a regional matter. So that's why this one is going long. If it is only Southie that wants one thing on the other, they can achieve that. But this one is the whole federation try to decongest the policing.
We're saying the same thing. They don't need all of them to agree. If they go to the National Assembly and they want to amend that constitution, all they need is a simple majority 10. But if the constitution requires them to have a supermajority, which will be 2/3 and stuff like that, they can still do it. If it's a good thing to do, there'll be 2/3, right? 67 out of 100, whatever it is, and they get it done. Those recalcitrant, those terrorists who you have as governors in the north, they cannot stop the progress that the country is making. Just like in the power. Remember, before you couldn't generate your own power as a state. Right now you can. So and then they should be encouraged to know that they don't have to do it themselves. If you can afford it as a state, don't. Then the federal government should still be protecting them. But it's long overdue for these things to be done. Coming to, like we're here talking about it, let's encourage it, because they're listening to you here, one man for one thing. Our people are listening.
I think the window of opportunity actually opens under this space we're in now, because I don't think they will encounter much resistance from Aso Rock if they're able to perfect their position.
Exactly. Now, we knock Tinubu all the time. It doesn't mean that we're not benefiting from at least him being there instead of Buhari or something like that. So
yeah, and I think too, he's also the one pushing for the southern governor to be in one accord so that they can move on, because I'm sure he's also interested in this state, because he said it during his campaign, state policing. The only thing is that the vice president said restructuring my foot. So maybe there's a problem somewhere. So, they're always eager, they're always against something that will make Nigeria progress. I don't really know why.
This is why you get along and I don't get along. You know why you don't want to say it, but it's okay.
No, you tell us why, Pansat.
Well, I hinted at it before. They are scared. They want to have exclusivity to violence in the country. They don't want us to be the states to have arms to protect themselves, defend their farms and their lands. They know at their mission. When you look at if Ajay is here, he's going to say, I'm going to say anthropology. Anthropologically speaking, when these people came into the country, they came conquering people, for example, the Hausas. So they feel that they're going to impose things on. You cannot impose anything in an armed populace, right? It's here like in the United States, people are armed for that reason. They don't want the government doing anyhow. So people are armed.
You know what you're saying is that you perhaps missed the readout, because in the readout I was saying that the one leverage that the North seems to have over the southern space is that element of violence.
Yes.
Yeah,
Yeah.
and that's the one undercurrent that and you know the South, they are not especially, you know, they value their life a lot more.
But when it comes to majority in the house, there are more.
Who's more?
The northerners.
Yeah, yes, there are more. Yes.
Okay, but
Yes.
let me ask
So
you
that,
So
something.
are you saying they are going to stop
Can,
the?
no, no, no.
are you
Like passing
counting?
this
Are you
law,
counting
passing this
Benue
into
as
law.
north?
So
Yeah.
passing this
Are you
into law.
counting
So if
Benue
there
as
are more,
north? Yeah, yeah. You keep giving away. That's one thing with us. We keep giving away things. Who are northerners? If right now you counting Benue representatives as north, yes, or people in Taraba, or people in the southern Kaduna, are those northerners? Their representatives, their senators? No, they're not. Those people are the ones who are in the IDP camps. Those people are the ones that would help get these things passed. You don't have northerners like we talked about yesterday in that old sense. Right now, you have Hausas and Fulanis even fighting, right? So don't give away the store by giving. They're not 10 foot tall. When have you seen a 10 foot tall northerner? Now there are some of them that are very vocal and they're troublesome. Uh, but guess what
No,
brings
no.
them down?
I think it's talking about it in the legislation, in the parliament.
That's what I'm saying. In the National Assembly, when you talk about senators and you talk about House members, don't count Benue Plateau people as northerners. Don't count Southern Kaduna Christians who are there, or Christians in the north in general. They're not northerners in that sense of recalcitrant, non-progressive, and
No. Please don't.
no,
It,
no,
it,
I'm talking as passing the legislation, changing the constitution. People in Benue do not want their farms gone. They want to be able to protect themselves. They want a state police in Benue. They want state police in Benue. But if Emmanuel counts it, he's going to say there are more. They're northerners. That's the only thing I'm saying. Obviously, they rigged the constitution to where they have more states. But thank God they are not a monolith anymore. There is a divergence of interest in this case. Now, Southerners have to make their case. They have to make it so that people know they shouldn't be threatened by doing this, that everybody gains from it. That's the only thing they have to do. It's not a regional issue. It's an interest for the state. Those who don't have that interest. If you feel you rather be in the federal protection, then you do so. Here in the United States, you have sheriffs, you have police, campus police. Most universities have their own police. Some don't, and they're protected by the county or the city. It's the same thing. So what is the big deal? If people think you're going to be the only ones armed in that country, that's not going to fly anymore. It's over. Tinubu is going to dismantle all that stuff. I didn't count it as one of his virtue, but apparently he's shown that you could dismantle and nothing will happen to you. He's abandoned them from all that protection. Not even P2B can do that. The kind of nicks and cuts he puts.
are you echoing Collins' words?
Not really. He's not that sophisticated, but
Collins is not sophisticated.
remember the debate I had with Collins, right? I know he doesn't want to talk about it anymore. When he came sitting on the fence, doing what he does, which is to please you.
but Pansat, when you come and say Kitobu cannot do it, we don't even know for sure, because the man is a hard crock person. So forget that he's a very gentle in talking. If
Yeah,
according to
I
this,
agree. I
so
agree.
he's a very
I,
stubborn person when you believe on something. So you
I,
can
I
remove
agree.
him all you care.
I
So
agree. I agree. But there's no doubt that he gets along. He's some of these things. ain't gonna be done by getting along, right? The way that Tinubu is even doing the reverse of what Buhari used to do to Southerners. He just ignores them. He doesn't address it. So there are something to gain. Now he's unwittingly solved all our southeastern problem. He didn't mean to, but he has. He's got these guys to realize that they're not 10 foot tall. Tinubu looked Buhari in the eye and said, "It's my turn." Buhari
Okay.
put him there, and he muscled Buhari down to emerge as a candidate. So you gotta give him those kind of stuff, right? I normally don't, but I'm saying that there are things we're gaining from Tinubu's stubbornness. He's a stubborn kind of guy. He's not like Peter Obi, who likes to do things by the law, according to law, according to consensus, according to. If you do things by law in that country, then we're not going to have a state police because it's not.
All right.
Okay. One man.
Let me move you on to Peter Obi doing things by the law, going on within the Labour Party. So the Labour Secretariat was stormed by a faction that does not recognize. Yes, the Nigeria Labour Congress National Transition Committee. That's how they term themselves. So they've stormed the Labour Party Secretariat in Abuja, insisting that Abure is not the leader. So Peter Obi happened to be there, and then he interceded to say that. Are you following the story even?
No, one man. I didn't know. Just summarize what happened. I didn't know about that.
Well. So this particular faction, we have to call them a faction. They stormed the Labour Party Secretariat. Obi happened to be there, and he's saying then that ongoing meetings, but the decisions on the future direction of the Labour Party is going to be made by the National Executive Council himself and the Abia State Governor. So what are you making of that?
Because he's trying to insert himself as a leader, but because I listened to Arabambi yesterday and Arise TV, he was saying that there's nothing like national leader of any of Labour Party. That the leader of Labour Party is Julius Abure. That Labour Party is not like a APC and a PDP that has a national leader. So they are trying to remove him as a leader, but Obi is trying to insert himself as a leader, like as that position. So what he's trying to do is to find a way. He's trying to resolve the goings on in the Labour Party, because I'm reading it that he wants to use that party as a negotiating platform for any merger. You know, if I'm reading his body language, he's not leaving the Labour Party, but he want to settle the rift in the Labour Party and use that Labour Party as a negotiation party to merge with another party. So I don't know whether anybody is noticing that as well. So what he's trying to do is to actually take control of the Labour Party, just resolve every rift and dispute in the party and use it as a negotiation for 2027. Though he might not say in the public, but that's the body language I'm seeing. But for the fact, but the issue that he's not leaving Labour Party, because he's trying to assert himself as the leader and command what will happen in the Labour Party. That's exactly what he's trying to do. One man.
All right, brilliant. All right,
or maybe
brilliant.
You can have another, maybe reading our feed, but this is how I understand it. So if you are able to,
I just feel that it's some of these moves. There are moves that should have been made a long time ago. That's one. And I also think that the future direction of the Labour Party should not be decided by himself and Alex Otti and Julius Abure.
Why not? Why not?
Because the scope is too small. The decision making is too small and it's too regionalized. Where is the northerner in that decision making?
The northerner in this decision, okay, you're bringing regional something into it,
No,
because
there's a whole raft of so many things, but it should
no,
be a
no,
more
no, because
expansive.
I'm reading at it as okay, he is the national leader of the party. So if he's trying to that direct the pilot the affair of the party in a way they should go in a right way, and it should be under the law and follow the law. I think that is okay, because what even Abure is as corrupt as anything. So what Abure is even doing is not even, I don't know whether I don't even know why the man just changed overnight actually, because I was thinking that he's someone that is different from all these corrupt politicians, but unfortunately we believe on someone that is as worse as them, like APC and PDP. So, and somebody like Peter, it doesn't. Number one, he will not pretend. He will show. He will show you that he's not interested in what you're doing by action or by body language. He will just you will notice it already. So that's why the Abure and the Papa merged together to fight him. But what he's trying to do now is to find a way to use NLC and see how and he can take control of that party by bringing them together, talking to them, and try to resolve the rift in the party. But I'm sure he's going to achieve it because
Mr.
the way
Emmanuel,
he's good.
Mr. Emmanuel, let me correct you on a couple of things that you just said. Number one, Abure is not corrupt. I want you to know that now. It's just a lot of people talking. I'm not going to waste more time by asking you to tell me
The
what's
issue that is not corrupt because it does not allow the thing to go in the way it's supposed to go.
He's
So
not supposed.
that
Listen,
that
let me land. He's not supposed to allow things to go in the way it's supposed to go, according to somebody like yourself or me. He ran for office as a chairman of a party, and he won. Right? So
no,
he's a chairman.
that is not true.
Let me land. Let me.
Let's let
It's
let's
true.
not call the favor to any. Just
No,
state
no,
the way
please.
he
Let me correct
appointed
you.
himself.
Let me land
He
now.
because if
All right. Hold on. Let Pasat make it brief, and then you round it up, and then Emmanuel, and then we'll move it on.
Okay. Because I just beat up on somebody that's called Jonathan that comes from Niger Watch on this issue. This Abure went to war against corrupt parties, crooks from PDP and APC, and he won that election by doing whatever it takes to do so. I give an example. Let's say money comes in, and he uses that money in a way that's not probably appropriate. Maybe he used it to man a polling unit. He's not supposed to account for it unless other parties are audited in the same manner. You can't come in mixing up ethics and morals, okay? You have to know the difference between ethics and morals before you start condemning somebody. If it's moral, it's up to him to determine what is wrong or right. Now, if it's ethical in nature, then there's supposed to be an investigation, and then you're going to tell him what he did wrong, give him time to defend himself. After he's been convicted of that, beyond a reasonable doubt, the moral certainty, then you could say what you're saying. Right now, you're just spouting off what you've heard, that he's not corrupt. I've talked to the man. I've talked to him twice now. And I've talked to, the second thing I want to correct you and give you back your time is this. This guy that's saying that he's now in cahoots with Abure, he's a liar. He came to one man's show. I asked him, so are you a doctor? Because he's answering.
No. Yes, no. We were there when it happened.
Yeah. So what I'm saying is that we haven't heard from Abure saying that, hey, look, I'm in cahoots with this man now against Peter Obi. He didn't say that. It's only this particular guy that came to your show that's saying that, and he's playing a silly game, right? Peter Obi has not said, I don't want Abure anymore. Abure has not said, I don't want Peter Obi anymore. So they're letting this guy go out there running his mouth. I saw his interview at one of our stations there, and also talk to him at your station. What I'm saying to you is that you cannot destroy that party. Abure is a great guy. He's a good chairman.
All right.
Yeah. Okay.
All right. Thank you. Back to Emmanuel.
All right.
yeah, one man. I don't really have much time again left because my battle soon drop. So, Pasat, what I'm trying to say is that what I'm trying to say is that if I think when I distance myself from that convention, that is where he got it wrong, and I don't think anything can make me align with him properly again, even now, or even though Peter will be aligned. I don't think so, because if you can just do that secret convention, you said a lot about you. That was a no for me, Pansat. So one man. So just I will stay behind and listen. My battery will soon drop, so you can go to the next person.
All right, brilliant. Let's go to let's go to
Come
Ogbeni.
to me. Come to me.
No. Let's go to Ogbeni only because of this particular topic and his knowledge of the North. So Ogbeni, going on in Sokoto, it looks as though they're stripping the Sultan of Sokoto of some of his powers. The laws passing through that state that state whatever it is at rapid pace.
Good morning, good evening, Woma. Good evening to everyone from Scotland.
Good evening to you.
To all the panelists, I respect you. I love you all. I appreciate all your opinion. And to our audience, our listeners, I urge you to like, subscribe to this platform. It's a global platform. We come here to tell the truth. We allow everybody to express their opinion. Thank you, Woma. On the Sokoto issue, Woma, this is as far as I'm concerned, this is an issue that our government has let for too long. Okay. As I've said here before on this platform, I've written a paper on this issue some years ago, specifically year 2012, on why I think our traditional stool should be brought back to what they were in 1963. And until we do that, there is no way we won't continue to be having this kind of problem. You see, it didn't start just from Kano State. Nasarawa has had its own bite of this. In the southwest, we have issue with, currently there's issue with the appointment of Alaafin of Oyo, which happened to be your place. We've been having issue with Ladoja and the Ibadan Monarchs. We've been having issue in Ogun State. We've been having issue in Niger State. Recently, we have issue with Kano, which is still ongoing. And now the train has got into Sokoto. So what am I saying about what we need to amend? One man, we don't need to allow the governor of a state to have the prerogative to do what they like with the chief law of the state. That is one. Secondly, I think the chief laws of a state should be taken away from the purview of the House of Assembly of a state and take it back to the local government authority where any chieftaincy stool stands. That were the two major stands I made, or position I made in my position, in my position paper. And I use some places like South Africa, Tanzania, and Kenya as the litmus test, and then 1963 Constitution of Nigeria. So it's either we revert solely to that 1963 Constitution, whereby we have House of Assembly and House of Chiefs, where the traditional rulers, just like you have commons in the UK, and then you have House of Lords. The House of Lords in the UK, they comprise the Lord Spiritual, bishops of Church of England, and some people by inheritance that got to the position and by their nobility got to the position. And then you have your commons, which are filled with the politicians. Two major organs in the state that matters to the development of the state. They are custodian of the state treasure and heritage, running a state. That is what we should have, particularly in Africa, where all these traditional rulers still enjoying the legitimacy of their people. Until we do that, one man, forget it, we'll keep having this problem. We will just keep having this
Do
issue.
you not see politics in this though? Because there seems to be a realignment of the big palaces in the north.
I see politics in
along political lines.
One man, I see politics in everything we do in Nigeria now these days. Anything you see in Nigeria now, I see politics in it. Food scarcity, all these things you think sometimes you think it's just economic explanation, but sometimes it's beyond that. There's policies into it. Let alone a chieftaincy matter. I know. I don't know if you've watched the interview of that man that went to court in Kano. The man was on Arise TV.
Is it the one that was challenging the reappointment of Sanusi?
Yes, that man that challenged the reappointment of Sanusi. The man was actually practically challenging the dissolution of those chieftaincy, those 5 chieftaincy title stool, and also the repeal of the law. The man believed that they refused to give them fair hearing by allowing them, and then the man made a very fine point, which probably many people who are speaking on this issue are not drawing their attention to. The man said, by the laws of that House of Assembly, by their standing rules, such a law, if you're going to amend it, if there is any dissenting opinion at all, they must stand it down for 3 days for proper hearing. But they didn't do that. And he said all the APC assemblymen voted against that law, against the repeal of that law. So, which means by their own rule, they ought to have stood it down. But what did they do? In less than 24 hours, they passed it. They override those guys and then pass the law. So you won't tell me that there is no politics to that, because who are these APC guys? Those are the Ganjude guys in the House of Assembly, and who were the ones who repealed the law, the NNPP guys. So it's just clearly we're politicalizing what should ordinarily remain the best legacy our forefather, our ancestors handed over to us years ago. Although I don't rate traditional school in the northern part like that, unless they revert back to what it was before Uthman Danfodio took over that space. I've said that also here before. I don't know how that can happen. I'm not sure that can happen in any time, any short while, but we'll keep talking about it. Uthman Danfodio invaded those spaces. He chased the original occupants of those spaces away and installed the Fulani oligarchs in that space. So one man, but I've seen Shetima talking about this, and some people trying to talk about it to avert this thing happening in Sokoto. And I hope the governor will listen to them. He won't allow what is happening in Kano now. Because as it stands, one man, Kano is going to have 2 emir till Supreme Court speak on that matter. You know, I said it here, that Supreme Court will be the only person to speak on that matter eventually. Kano will continue to have 2 emirs, you know, and who knows when the Supreme Court is going to speak on that matter. To take a time. So, Omar, let me go to another topic.
Yeah, before you go to another topic, Benny, let me.
Okay, you can interject, Ansat.
Yeah, thank you very much. Yeah, what we have to put our eye on is our constitution, right? We are a secular constitutional state. It does not recognize monarchy. It's anathema to monarchy. However, there are state issues involved in that, and that's okay. What you have to understand is that the people's representatives have certain powers in our Article 2, and the executive, they have their own powers. The monarchs are ceremonial in nature for whatever region or whatever they're doing in their local government. The governor, being the head of security in a state, is sacrosanct in any form of democratic setting. Like, for example, we copied that was ipsi sima verba. from the United States. So I am with the last comment you made, which is to say that these caliphates that were instituted, you want to return whatever your cultural thing, traditional things. I'm for all that. But what I don't want is where an unelected, bloody monarchist comes out dishing out anything that has to deal with any citizen. The Constitution recognizes everybody under the law as equal. There's no monarchy thing going on anywhere. So we are at the Fourth Republic right now. We're a Republican country. We're the Fourth Republic. We have a constitution, and they should be obeyed. Whatever they do, the quarrels they're having, where politics comes in, like one man said, everything has to do with politics. If they invoke the federal government to come in there and start making laws for them and picking and choosing the winners, then that opens them up. They're going to be out from that traditional role that they're playing. Eventually, I want them gone. Monarchy, we're not a monarchy. Monarchy is one of the worst things in this world. It's bloody. In essence, you inherit it by blood, right? It's nothing that somebody could go and run and get the best to represent them, like what they're doing over there in Britain. But we have a nascent democracy, and as it's progressing, eventually all these things are going to be swept off and thrown out to the local, whatever your village or whatever your city wants. But nothing they're going to be imposing on anybody or choosing anything for anybody or placing themselves above an ordinary citizen. They are not above any citizen. They have to obey the laws. If they don't obey the laws, they should be dragged to the courts and punished for whatever they do. And they are within the control of a governor. So all that, everything in a democratic mores, I'm for. Period. Anything that would return power to the citizens, I'm also for that. So that's why I do agree with you in the sense that if the villages, regions want to go back to whatever they had before somebody came in there and conquered them and did anything, I'm for that as well. So thank you very much for letting me interject. Thank you.
Was that a civilized conversation between Ogwende and Pansat that we just witnessed there? There is God, though. No. So, Ogwende, let me take you then to state policing. Why we insist on state police, southern governors. So this is the full complement of the governors from the south are insisting now. The window of opportunity opens. But in the opening conversation, Emmanuel was saying that the political will might not be there because if they really wanted it, they should have done it at the same speed as changing the national anthem. So what are you then making then of this line as tried presentation by the southern governors? And Tinubu, of course, being the president, does that window really does open?
Oma, I don't really see what the southern governor can do on their own if their counterpart in the north are not ready for the state police. In the northern part of Nigeria, you have 19 states, and you have FCT, and the rest states you have from the southern part of Nigeria. Now, if the south is saying that we want a state police, then you will need to talk to your senators and your rep to sponsor a bill before the National Assembly to have this passed. Now, how many senators and rep do you have? So, and don't forget that, the issue of state policing also still goes to the provision of your constitution, but it has a lot to do with the internal security of the state. So, is a major institution in the country you're going to alter. You want to rigid a major institution in the country. You want to restructure your police system, your police service system in the country. So it's not something that the government will just wake up and talk. Yeah, it's good to be making all these statements, bold statements, and let their counterpart in the north know the direction they are going. But it will be better also for them to be able in their volume, because I know they have all their volume, now governor volume and those volume. Instead of them to only be talking about we cannot pay 62,000 naira, we cannot give local government autonomy, We cannot allow judicial autonomy and all those parochial nonsense things they always discuss, and dragging Nigerian behind all this while. They could as well try to find a way.
Is it something that they can do by presidential executive order?
I don't think so. It has to do with the police system. If you go to the constitution, you see something on the young police, a whole section dedicated to it. Don't forget, internal security is one of the, how do I put it, major state architecture that is as good as you want to is as good as you want to slit the Nigerian military into 4. There are 3 now, right? The Nigerian armed forces, sorry, army, navy, and air force. Let's say somebody is now suggesting that, oh, instead of having this, let's split it into 4. It's a major security architecture in the country that a particular part of the country cannot just decide. And that was the reason why Buhari didn't allow the one we had in the south, what is it even called? That our vigilante police system in the south, to really function or take the place which they should really be within the system. Late Akeredolu, God bless his soul, tried his best to ensure that that particular military outfit survived. But they couldn't really get where exactly that should be their place in terms of state policing system. So what I'm saying in essence is this: it is not just to make a bold statement like this. It is also for them to be able to set some machineries, in motion. For instance, get to talk with your senators from your area, then let them make a bold step and take the issue to the National Assembly. And while they are at the National Assembly, let them try to convince their fellow brother, particularly in the North Central. Because you see, this state policing system, and I keep saying it, the North Central needs it more. In fact, that's the part of Nigeria that need this thing most. Because when you look at the insecurity you will have in Nigeria, the major insecurity issue is coming from the Sahel, right? And it's coming down to the rainforest. That's the major issue. And now when you are traveling down from the Sahel and you are coming down to the southern part of Nigeria, there is a middle line where these conflicts always happen. And that is the middle, and that is the what you can call middle belt. Your Nasarawa, your Kwara, your Kogi, your Niger, Plateau, and then to the belt, to this side, to the east side, Benue, then to the other side, Niger, like that. Kaduna. That's the middle where you've been having all these major problems because of conflict of them traveling, all these marauders, trying to come down and then giving them a pushback along that line. If you read books on or research that people have made on this Boko Haram thing and all the kidnap and everything we'll be having in Nigeria, it's just exactly like that. After Libya, many of them entered. During the election in 2015, some politicians imported some of them inside, and a lot of things happened along that line. They refused to go back. Our border is so porous along that line. They enter our space, and then they are traveling down, and then they are getting, resistance along the middle area. So then if I ask the question, so what is Niger governor saying? What is Nasarawa governor saying? Kogi governor, Kwara governor, Plateau governor, Benue governor? These are the governors that should be doing meeting with the southern governor to make all these bold steps and then ensure that they galvanize, they sensitize their senators to go to the National Assembly and do this thing. It's not only for the president. The president is just sitting in Abuja, and when he retires, he go back to Lagos, which is relatively safe, or safest in the country, safe. So that's my take on this. One man, yeah, it's a political statement they are making, but I don't really see when they are really ready. We all know. So, and they should allow low government autonomy. Most of all these governors are just, in quote, idiots. They're just there. They are the one dragging Nigerian behind. I keep saying it. Many of these governors, they are dragging Nigerian behind. They are not. Where exactly was their? Well, how can you imagine that governor is saying they can't pay 62,000 when your allocation has almost doubled in the past 365 days? Yeah.
All right. It sounds as though you've already taken yourself to the next topic. So it's still ongoing, that negotiation for what constitutes a minimum wage. The Labour finally mentions actual amounts Tinubu should approve. So the Labour space, the Labour Union, they are now at the 250,000 naira mark, but the government still not moving. But what are you then making of that back and forth? The chasm between what the government says is a final stance and where the Labour wants to be is just so wide. It's almost 3 times, if not more.
One man. For people who are familiar with negotiation or mediation, you will know that all these things are normal. Labour started with 400 and something thousand naira. Government started with something on, I think, 30,000 plus 15 or 30 or something, or 15,000 naira. And they kept dragging it up and down, up and down. Now, we are gradually moving to a point. For me, the point I guess before that we will eventually get to is 100,000 to like maybe 120,000. But the drawback that I sense at a point in time is the state governors. Not even the private, but what I think they can do for the private sector is that eventually they allow private sector, they allow the disparity between private sector, minimum wage in the private sector and the public sector. That's what I suspect that could happen. Since the private sector say, okay, we can pay 62,000, we're ready.
Because a lot of people, of course, they don't know that it was actually Soludo that opened up that space. A lot of people don't know that the minimum wage also binds the private sector. So you'll be paying your driver 250,000 naira, so you have to go and work harder.
Yeah, it binds them, but it has never been so in Nigeria. This is, I guess, the first time that it's going to have a law that will bind private sectors too. And don't forget, when they say private sector, it will be those ones that involve in all this negotiation. No, because I don't believe what Soludo said that, oh, your driver, you must be paying your driver. If I employ my own driver, my own personal driver, and then I was not part of their negotiation, there's freedom of contract. I can decide to negotiate. I can say it's 200,000 and I want to be paying my driver. I can say I want to pay less than that, the minimum wage. And so it depends. But by the way, the larger part of the private sector is part of this negotiation. It's a good news for Nigerians because eventually there will be competition. That's what I see. So if Access Bank is not paying let's say minimum wage eventually is 100,000 naira, and I know that Zenith Bank is paying 150, and I know Access Bank is not paying, it's just paying that 120. While I'm in Access Bank, I'll be high Zenith Bank. And it means Zenith Bank will be raking the best brain in the industry to themselves. So there will be competition. But what matters is there's a benchmark that is under which you can go. So it's a good thing for me. But this is not a problem as far as I'm concerned. Yeah, there will be pushback. Everybody will come to the table and push up and down, push up and down. My only hope, there is no any other motive underneath all these things. But if eventually they are able, as it is now, is a winning thing for the labor. For the fact that the labor has even been able to push this thing to 62,000 naira, one man, we just like probably demonizing our own thing. We've been on what minimum wage for the past almost 20 years. And now we have an administration that is giving this thing about almost 200% increase. Because that's what I'm seeing here. This is almost 200% increase. So if you are doing almost 200% increase, I know that the situation of things in the country is not good economically for now. But like the argument Soludo canvassed, so if economy stabilizes tomorrow, then I think Prince Wole Adebayo also canvassed that argument that it's an Indomie mentality approach. So if tomorrow they stabilize the economy and things, food price and everything comes down, are you saying you will renegotiate to reduce your salary again? The answer is no. So we hope that by what Tinubu is putting in place, that we will be able to get our price down, stabilize inflation, and all these things. So if we are able to get all those things done, and then we still have this minimum wage that has been increased by almost 200%, I think it's an achievement for the government, an achievement for NLC, and a win-win thing for Nigerian workers. That's for that one man. What other topic do you want me to go to?
Let me take to one last space. It's the Nnamdi Kanu narrative, but there's a push by the Deputy Speaker of the House of Assembly for its release.
I didn't listen to this one. Can you probably read fast to me and let me just comment?
Yes, yes. It's really the it says hope high Nnamdi Kanu will regain freedom soon. So it's only really news because it's the Deputy Speaker. Deputy Speaker of the House of Representatives, Benjamin Kalu, has assured that the detained leader of the indigenous people of Biafra, IPOB Nnamdi Kanu, will regain his freedom soon. The Deputy Speaker, who revealed that he met with Kanu a couple of times at the Department of State Services detention facility, said this was welcoming the recent call by 50 members of the House of Representatives, led by Honorable Obi Aguacha, for Kanu's release. So it's really coming off the back of a couple of days ago. There was an open letter sent out signed by 50 parliamentarians, House of Representatives, all calling for the release now of Nnamdi Kanu. But the interesting part of it is that a good complement of those legislators that signed that bill were Northerners. So there's almost like a nationwide clamor now for the release of the guy.
Well, good luck to Nnamdi Kanu. I'm not his fans. I'm not one of those who want him to leave that prison on time. And I have no apology to say that. Why? Because I used to listen to Nnamdi Kanu, Radio Biafra, almost every morning some years back. And one of the major things I realized at a point in time, he started well. He started well by canvassing only for the freedom of his people, by exposing how the Eastern part has been marginalized. Some not true, some true. Concocting some stories, just like what Samuel Ekpaso is doing. Then some stories that are true. Just a freedom fighter whom anybody with legal training would like a freedom fighter, because no society from west to east in this world has ever been built without freedom fighters around. They are the people who always put governments on their toes to ensure that they deliver governance, good governance to the people. But what is the problem I have personally with Nnamdi Kanu before I go to the legal intricacies surrounding his case? Tribalism. Nnamdi Kanu is a tribal bigot that, for me, I cannot stand his tribalism. You know, tribalism is a cancer that eats away, at the unity, the peace, and progress of a nation. I know at the heart of this issue, we often find individuals whose bigoted views, perpetuate divisions and hatred. So it is this tribal bigot that I see in him that doesn't make me to, I don't resonate with whatever it now stands for. You pick my tribe and tell us we are the Efulefu, we are the coward, we are the all sort of names. You won't even stop there. You will tell the Igbo guys that whoever is attending a church that is founded by Yoruba man is an idiot. You pick the Fulanis, you call them all sort of names. You can fight for your freedom without attacking people's tribes, attacking people's race. So you can't deserve my sympathy if you attack my race and you still want me to sympathize with you. So whatever Nnamdi Kanu is having with the government is not my business. I don't even, in fact, this day I don't even like making any comment about him. Whatever is fighting the government, he should continue doing his own. If they release him, good luck to Tinubu.
You know, they're aligning his narrative with people like Sunday Igboho and maybe to a lesser extent Omoyele Sowore, who stand accused of within the same parameters of infractions, but they seem to be walking the streets free.
Well, one man, there was a time I did an analysis of how they don't have the same case here. So I won't like to go to that again. I will only employ our audience to look for that recording or that date if they have interest in this issue, to see my analysis on why Nnamdi Kanu case is quite different from maybe Sunday Igboho or all other guys' case. The only man I don't think Tinubu should release that they've released, whose case is also close to Nnamdi Kanu, is Bodejo, that Mieti Allah guy.
I thought they didn't grant him bail. Did they grant him bail? I thought they refused
They said they
him bail.
granted him bail. I thought they said they granted him bail, that they have exercised prerogative or something like that for the guy. That's the only guy. If they had actually granted that guy bail or they have allowed that guy to go, then they should allow Nnamdi Kanu if he can break his case. But to compare your case with Igboho or compare your case with Sowore is just not it. It's just nonsense. Whoever is doing that is just talking about. I used to see his lawyers, all those guys, they just come to TV and just make noise. No legal issues. You don't even look at the nitty-gritty or what your matter is about. Just come to TV station, make noise, and you go. That you practice your law.
But is that not part of it though? Moving public sentiments to favor your client.
Not. If you understand the legal profession, you understand that lawyers that win cases don't win it on surface of TV. That's not where they win their cases. How many times do you see Wole Olanipekun on TV? Do you know how many cases that guy win per year, per legal year? Those ones you see on the TV, that's where they get their clients. And they don't even win cases. How many cases? I won't like to mention name. Many of the activists they have in Nigeria, when they make noise, at the end of the day, go and check their judgment. Go and check the briefs, the process they even file. You see there is nothing, no substance in it. But they are very good in coming to do media advocacy. But tell them to go to court where they have their right of audience and then advocate their case and argue their case. Many of them can't. You see, that's the point. But that's not even my point. The point me personally, as Ogbeni personally have with Nnamdi Kanu, where I will never sympathize, is his narrow-minded allegiance to his tribe at the expense of others. It's not a sign of strength.
Yeah, could I question you on that then? Is it possible?
Let me land on it. It's a profound weakness. Do you understand? It reflects a fear of diversity and inability to embrace the richness, that different cultures and backgrounds bring a collective experience together. You need to listen to Nnamdi Kanu during NSAS. You just took advantage of NSAS and start mobilizing and talking nonsense against a tribe. For what? So it doesn't deserve my sympathy, except he has changed there. I've not seen anything changing in him. I still saw him recently talking in court and still spewing his nonsense. So that's for me. One my Pansat can interject, please.
Okay. I was going to force use some analogy when it comes to tribalism, but what you're saying applies in today's, maybe in sports, right? Let's say, I don't know who is your favorite football team. Maybe it's one that's in your state or in your city, and you like them to win. That's tribalism, right? If Nnamdi Kanu is bigotry, sectarianism, partisanship, as dogmatic as it may be, it's geared towards his tribe doing very well. I don't think anybody's accusing him of tribal supremacy, or he wants the Yorubas gone or the Fulanis gone, unless they did something to him. we express those views in many ways. Now, I'll be interested to know in what is it that you saw during NSAS. Maybe you should submit it to one man, and then we could actually treat it, not just your interpretation of it as to why he did it. But now, as a lawyer, though, you say you're a lawyer?
No, let's not do that.
No.
He is a lawyer.
Yeah. But what I'm saying is, what I'm saying is that I don't know how familiar you are with his activities in our courts. He's been charged with horrendous crimes. He went to court, and he's won at every juncture. Some of them awarded him billions of naira. Even up to our Supreme Court, the law of the land. First of all, let me ask you, did you read that opinion by a justice of our Supreme Court, particularly ruling with prejudice, not without prejudice, but with prejudice, that the Nigerian state erred? As a matter of fact, he was harsher by going to apprehending Nnamdi Kanu from another country, that they disgraced our country by doing that. So therefore, that is illegal to do that. He ruled on that. He ruled that he did not jump bail. This is the Supreme Court, the apex court. There's nothing horizontally above it. So, and you knowing that we normally live 99% of, even here in the United States, we live by common law, not laws made by national assemblies, but by stare decisis. In this case, horizontally, the apex court ruled that he did not jump bail, that the country did the wrong thing by going there to apprehend him and killing so many people over there. So he's already won. Now, there was a procedural issue where this judge, I believe that he erred by saying that he didn't want to cut off the knees of the trial court, that he's going to send it back to them to correct some of those things. And that's why they came back to this court. Now, this judge has said to both parties, the government and the defendant, you guys go and work this thing out, politically solve this issue. So now, how come somebody who has been acquitted of all those heinous crimes, somebody's more innocent than you and I, because we haven't been tried. He's been tried. So now the state is disobeying our own constitution, our own laws, our own court rulings by holding this man. There's no habeas corpus. Why do you always, you kind of...
No, I'm trying to move it on because...
it's my turn next anyway, so...
Let him have the right to... I think he gets the strokes of where you are.
So that's what I'm saying, Winnie. I would also want you to reconsider, as somebody who is from Nigeria, you know that tribalism is a feeling of identity and loyalty to one's tribe. It's common. We all have that disease. It's an allegiance. It's chauvinism in a way. A spirit, the core.
Thank you.
It goes as far as regionalism. So it's nothing for you to hate one of your fellow.
Let me try to answer you.
Yeah.
Okay, first, I didn't only talk about tribalism. I don't know if you understand the difference between tribal bigotry and tribalism. I talk about tribal bigot. I say Nnamdi Kanu is a tribal bigot. So I wouldn't buy that your reductionist approach to reduce my conversation to tribalism. Then you analog the two. And tribal bigot is nothing positive. It's always negative, except you want to see positivism in it, which I don't see. And I don't think any reasonable person should see anything positive in tribal bigotry. Secondly,
I do say.
No, let him respond.
Secondly, you talk about Supreme Court. We'll go back to read that judgment which I've read. That Supreme Court judgment castigated. We analyze it here too, so there's no need to talk too much on it. The Supreme Court castigated the federal government of Nigeria on how they were able to get Nnamdi Kanu back to the country, and his first escape also out of the country. They said there was no fact at all to show that he jumped bail and all those things. But at the same time, the Supreme Court said he should go back to that court to go and face his trial. But the way Nigeria, or some people in Nigeria have this way of, you choose a part that favors you in a judgment,
They did not say go and face your trial. Don't say that unless you show it now. Show that. That's not true.
The judgment does not free Nnamdi Kanu. The Supreme Court judgment asked.
They did say go back and face your trial. We saw it here.
So
I will show it when it's my turn. They didn't say that, but go ahead.
They asked Nnamdi Kanu to go back and face his trial. They did not strike out his charge, all right? But they castigated the government for bringing him into the country in an illegal matter. And my simple knowledge of law tells me that whichever way you are able to bring an accused to the court does not taint the substance of the matter. It's a case on its own. It's a procedural case that Nnamdi Kanu can even take them to court on its own and get compensation, which he has done on the fact that you get me illegally to the country. But it doesn't stop you the crime that they allege you to have committed. You still go and face your trial. And that's why I love that judgment. That we
okay, could you hold on the one you agreed? Just hold on 1 minute on the. You made a stipulation already, and this is what I don't like about you. Hold on, we're doing fine, right?
No,
you can't. Hold on. It's a small area. One man.
Don't make it rowdy. Just don't make it rowdy.
No. Listen, he and I.
Okay, he wants to land, so let him land. And others are still waiting to speak as well.
I gave you permission to interject. But let me land on the issues that you have raised. Let me join you on it. It's tidier that way. That's why I'm trained as a lawyer.
That's why I'm trained as a lawyer too. That's why I teach law.
Okay.
So you what I'm saying to you is that if you stipulate, just hold on. Why you evading?
Wait for him to land.
Oh man!
Just let him land now. He wants to land, then you can push him back.
Thank you.
Anthropological law, right?
No, you can't
you want to teach anthropological law today.
And I play guitar too. So
no, Baba Daiko, you won't.
Professor Tomako ti wà níbí o.
Only more, but he would not. I won't allow him to dictate the way the points to join issue with. You made some point. Let me join issue with you. That's how it's done. So Supreme Court said, go back. Now, lastly, on the point you have raised here is, don't forget I said don't mix tribalism with tribal bigotry. Now, the point I want to raise here is this: what is Nnamdi Kanu's tribal bigotry? Because you asked me, why do you say it's tribal bigot and everything? Now, Nnamdi Kanu will call all Yorubas cowards. Nnamdi Kanu will tell you about a dirty tribe. Nnamdi Kanu will tell you, but I don't know how much you listen to the guy. I listen to him so much. Nnamdi Kanu will tell you that Yoruba are the jihadist trade slaves. Every time we call her Efulefu. I know you know that in your language, and you know that it's not something pleasant in your language. That's what he will call us all the time. That's the eaters of oil or something like that. He will call Yoruba idiot and so many unprintable names. Now, when Adeyemi grandson, I just want to compare it so that you understand that my Southeastern brothers sometimes, when they are supporting, and by the way, whoever is supporting Nnamdi Kanu, don't hear my respect. Why? Because if you are supporting Nnamdi Kanu, then you are supporting whatever I have said about my tribe. So if Nnamdi Kanu call me idiot or call my race, my entire tribe, idiots, then you are supporting the man that called it, then you are as well calling me an idiot. You have, after all, you have said this severally on this platform about the Southwestern and anyway, so that's not strange to anybody here. So my point is, if somebody is a tribal bigot and he makes all these unprintable names about a particular tribe, in that same tribe, you have people that are supporting you. People like Fayodele Fayoshe will support Nnamdi Kanu tomorrow. FFK, Femi Fani-Kayode will support Nnamdi Kanu same tomorrow. But as so ingrate that he is, you just still in one brush the people, that same people that are supporting you, their entire race, and you call them unprintable name. Why? Because you want to gain freedom for your own people. Is it that you can't gain freedom for your own people without attacking other tribes that don't have any problem with you? So that is my major issue. And now, lastly, you asked me what happened during NSAS. I don't know if you listen to all those things. I listened during NSAS to Nnamdi Kanu too. And that thing, I think everywhere, everybody listening to it on media. When Nnamdi Kanu was talking of how they should go to some critical some major places in Lagos to burn them down. How he believes that the Igbos were the one who built Lagos, and then let them find any time if you want to burn it, they should burn it down because they are the slaves to the jihadists. And then how they should bring down Tinubu in Lagos. And lastly, that every churches in the southern part of Nigeria that are funded and being led by the Yorubas, that if the Igbos are still going there, they are all idiots, and that they should live there, and they should not only live there. I'll look for all those videos, all those clips, if we can play it, but not to the public. Maybe when we go, is it off record, where he said they should not only live there, but they should burn the place down before leaving the place. These are, as far as I'm concerned, this is a man that is trained in the western part of Nigeria, where you are staying in your USA. Can you be making all this kind of? And I like comparing that guy to Adeyemi's grandson. When Adeyemi's grandson started his Chalaniga and his nonsense in UK, everybody, including Yorubas, everybody, they spoke against, they rose against the guy. That no, you can't be telling us that people in Lagos should go and kill the Igbos. You can't be telling us this. And there was a petition against him with the UK Metro police, and they picked the guy and they jailed the guy, Adeyemi grandson. So if his own tribal men can say, don't say this, you can't be a tribal bigot to this extent. What is wrong with my Eastern brothers that you can't speak out the truth about the tribal bigotry that Nnamdi Kanu has slided into? And that is
okay.
Hold
on now.
I don't have any other problem with it.
Yeah, hold on. You've gone away from what we're talking about. I believe that when you say you read that Supreme Court opinion very well, and then you stipulated to the fact that it came back saying that Nnamdi Kanu did not jump bail, which literally means that his bail then should stand. That's what that really means. Not just technically. It's saying the bail, he did not jump bail from the apex court, Supreme Court, back to that court. So the minimum, Nnamdi Kanu should be released on bail because he didn't jump his bail. Like you said, the judge was quite clear in denouncing the state, and it was decision made with prejudice. He judged that stuff. This case should not be going any further because every underlying condition for those charges, in order for you to proffer such charges, those things cannot be there while you're doing that. It's like fruit of a poisonous tree going on there. You cannot go there, do those kind of violations. Everything you got from that, even here in the United States, if somebody goes and search your property, say your car, with an illegal search warrant, then when you get to court, all those things are going to be thrown away because they're described as fruits of a poisonous tree. But now, I just want you to understand that point because you've already stipulated to it. Now, on your prejudice, on your say you hate Nnamdi Kanu, as a trained lawyer, you should abstain from talking about it. I did not say I hate Nnamdi Kanu. Hold on. You said that.
I said no. I said I don't sympathize with Nnamdi Kanu. There are two different things.
Okay. Well, let me. What I'm saying, and I'll be done in a minute. You should excuse yourself from discussing anything about somebody because your mind is tainted. You, in essence, we call it recuse. You should recuse yourself.
Why should he recuse himself when he's not an active participant in the case?
Yeah, I know, because you have a court of a public opinion, you have the court of one man, right? Some of these doctrines of, let's say, a court, once somebody is prejudiced in their mind, they have hatred in their mind, right? And you cannot make any comment that's going to be valid, right? Rational, because you have hate in your heart. And it shows in most of the things you say, because I could hate somebody and they're innocent, right? But once you come out and you make such a statement, right, you're done. You have to recuse yourself from further. In essence, it's all actually up to you, one man. You're supposed to say to Obeni, for your hatred, you are out of here.
All right.
Hold on now. Hold on now.
No. Hold on. No, you were having
you are the one to determine. No. Determine what I'm having.
Can you hold on?
Yeah.
No. It sounded like an intellectual discussion, but now you just want to be launching at the guy. Which is your.
I'm not. I am not. That's
don't worry about. It's entitled. He doesn't have to recuse himself because he's not a participant in the lawsuit.
No. He said
and he's entitled. And it's entitled to his personal opinions on matters that he feels strongly about.
Hold on, but once you make a statement, like I gave you an example before, somebody says, "Look, 10 is greater than 9."
You don't have to attack people.
I'm not attacking him. Did you hear what he said? Hold on.
Forward.
Maybe it's your maternal instinct to protect people. I don't know what it is. He's a big boy. He's here talking, insulting Nnamdi Kanu, insulting the Igbos, right?
Talking insulting the Igbos.
I don't want to go there because hold on. I don't want to deviate into all that kind of. You listen to him very well, right? You listen to him. Not only that, he has a reputation on this platform, right? So just hold your horses. We're having a good conversation.
You were until you started going after his personality.
I am not. I'm saying that when somebody, it applies to me, it applies to you. Once you're prejudiced, you cannot make a rational, what do you call it? Conclusion, right? Everything you're gonna be painted and tainted based on that stuff. You say, okay, he's accusing Yorubas. That's what one of the things he's saying. That's a prejudicial statement to make. Nnamdi Kanu can.
It's a statement of
hold on. Not only Nnamdi Kanu can, he should lambast the Yorubas, right? Your behavior, you see, that's the point. Let me
don't degenerate. You are going to degenerate the conversation as you often do.
This is you cannot bury smoke. Let it all out.
I can't let you degenerate the conversation.
I don't want to do that. I'm the light on this conversation. I am the lightened one here. So, but I understand what you're saying. They make it like that. He wouldn't take interjections. I've corrected what I want to correct on that. He's coming to me next. He could interject me. But if you come and you say Nnamdi Kanu did XYZ, therefore, if the courts find him innocent, that he should be held there. What kind of jurist are you? It doesn't matter. Nnamdi Kanu can make mistakes. Nnamdi Kanu could say things that are wrong. Nnamdi Kanu can sin. The point, though, is with our constitution, you have to prove somebody innocent. I mean, prove somebody guilty beyond a reasonable doubt to a moral certainty before you could hold them. So when we're talking about this case, you heard what he said. He perambulates about the law, but he's never said.
All right, no. You know what? It's getting wearing, man. It's getting wearing.
I'm gone. I'm gone from this platform from today. I'm never coming back here.
All right.
I'm out of this platform from today.
All right, thank you.
All right.
Back to your Benny.
Mama, but I said it initially. I don't like talking about Nnamdi Kanu. Is not an issue for me. Let people like Pansatanis, people that wants to talk about, or people supporting him like Bode Road Driver and others, let them be talking about him. I met an issue, I think here initially today when somebody was talking about I think Obi's stance. I love anything.
Yes, they were. Obi is trying to realign the Labour Party. Just to make it a more united front.
I love
exactly. When is it going to be my turn? This guy's been talking forever. It's my turn. I want to talk about stuff like that.
Pansat, leave that to the person anchoring the program. You don't dictate that here.
No, what I'm saying is,
I don't know. You don't have to disrupt the session every time. I don't want to. It's very predictable and it should be. It's very passe.
No, but one man.
It's like tantrums all the time.
What I'm saying is this. Listen to me. If we come here, I thought it's turn by turn. You have panel. Am I wrong about that? It's supposed to be fair now.
The first thing was Isaac Black, and then followed by Ajanle Koko, Dewale, etc. So, but they understand that I try to curate it so to keep the conversation at its highest point. But Ogbeni, carry on. Please, Pansat, let's Let the session breathe. Let the session breathe. Let the poor breathe. Hello,
But you know,
yes.
Azad is one of the maybe recently one of the reasons why I recommend this platform to people to come and listen to serious. I don't just know why. I love hearing this.
It's like it's a PD time at the zoo, abi.
I don't understand. See, the way he talks on that, maybe we should be doing this program around somewhere in the afternoon when things will be not when eyes are cloudy. Apology,
Yeah,
You mean
just saying that.
when Pastor has taken his medicine?
Yeah. When the medication has not worn off yet.
I believe Pastor takes a red wine. I so much believe that.
Yes, I suspect it's more gogoro than red wine anyway. But
Yesterday, I think he was saying somebody should not call him dude. I don't know. Dude, I think dude is complimentary now. I don't know. I have to go back to my dictionary to go and check meaning of dude again. How you objecting to somebody calling you dude? But anyway, one man, let me speak on this Obi thing. And then I would take my seat for the day. Now, a lot. I don't know. So now, if Obi is trying to unify the party, first question I ask is this: all those allegations that Arabambi, Papa, and others made against Obi, have they addressed those things? I keep asking it. Arabambi and his own part, who are trying to unite now with Abure, they accused Obi as invading Labour Party with his people. The first accusation they had against Obi, if you watch many of Arabambi's video and all these things, first sectionalization of Labour Party. They said you are sectionalizing Labour Party. In fact, they said you are Igbonizing Labour Party. That was what Araba put it at the point in time. And he put figures and facts to establish that. One of the ones he put, I think, was that out of 21 or 22 members of trustee or something like that, that about 19 or so from them are from the southeastern part of Nigeria. And then that during the election, their officials in the northern part are mostly people from southern part of southeastern part of Nigeria. So he practically accused Obi of doing that. But what was the response the Kenneth Okonkwo and others will always give you? They are sponsored by Tinubu. Oh, it's Tinubu that sponsored them. Okay, another allegation they always attack Obi about is that he's undermining the leadership of the party. And they also said they has come to hijack their party. They also talk about the obedient guys that he's not able to tame. And they also talk about, a lot they talk about, all right? At a point in time, they narrow it to Abure's corruption again and him backing Abure in terms of acquiring some wealth to himself, buying some properties to himself, forging check and forging some document and all sort of. So the question I keep asking that bothers me, okay, well, now, all these allegations and everything, because politicians are very funny. Where are they today? Is it that they've just frizzled away? Is it that Arabambi was just talking rubbish? Or what exactly? And then another question I asked some of my obedient guys is that Uptown is not here. If he's here, he would have answered this for me too. When Abure EU was raised by that woman, I think Shoma or something like that their treasurer, Obi came to address the press. Why? Because they talk about the money that they raised, that they did not give account. Till 2 days ago, Arabambi was still talking about that money, that today they've not given them account of the money that was contributed for Labour Party. That's for Obi's campaign anyway, but he believes it's for their party first because you're a member of the party. Now, don't forget that Obi said there will be forensic auditing. That's how many months ago now? We have not seen any forensic auditing. But the same people that you've been accusing each other, oh, no forensic auditing, oh, maybe this person, you're coming out to realign yourself together. I wish them well. But when some of us come out to tell them that, look, there's no difference between all these politicians, and they want to paint a kind of sainthood for us about Obi, or I don't get it. And I think somebody who has that discerning, what do you call it now, should be able to start seeing, except those ones that have been blinded already by this headless mob thing without thinking well, should be able to see. That's the last topic I wish to take today, Wama. Thank you.
All right, brilliant, excellent. So brilliant, excellent. Let's go from you to Isaac Black. See if he's ready. Isaac, you're up next. Isaac.
Yeah, one man. Good evening. Good evening. Good evening.
Good evening to you.
Can you just lead me through maybe two?
Yes, I'll run you through the headlines and you can speak to them as you will. Well, you can also speak to whatever it is that you feel like you would like to speak to. Why we insist on state police, these are the southern governors seeing really a window of opportunity under the Tinubu administration to foster through. Hopes high, Nnamdi Kanu will regain freedom soon. This is the deputy speaker, so it's coming from high up. So this next one made a lot of splash in the news cycle. It says Nigerian custom officer slums dies during reps investigative hearing. I think it's just the unusualness of it that makes the news rather than anything else. Peter Obi reacts as NLC disrupts Abure's NWC meeting, lists 3 people to decide his fate. So those 3 people are the NWC, the National Working Committee of the Labour Union, of the Labour Party himself, and Alex Otti. So that felt a bit too narrow. And yes, going on in Sokoto State as well, laws been amended to clip the wings somewhat of the Sultan of Sokoto, and the back and forth on the minimum wage still not showing any landing port.
Yeah, a lot of issues. Like Kenneth said, was it yesterday? You called him and he said he's tired, that he can't say anything. I think this is what I normally say here, that when we begin to, there are some kind of certain noise we make that are not relevant. We just stress ourselves, when we make such noise. There are few people in our platform here normally that do speak directly to the points that will be necessary for us to push our nation to the right direction. I will always say this often, that coming here to, like you always say, blah, 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 I don't know how you say it, it's uncalled for. So I will, the way I put my own is I don't actually go deep, but I listen very well to people that make sense. And the area I would like to say maybe 1 or 2 things is this aspect of the northerners trying to gang up to maybe remove Tinubu maybe in the next coming election. Like so many people said, I think you played a video of, I forgot his name. He told us some things about the plot against Tinubu by the Northerners to push him out of government. And some people also came in to say, I think it was our brother, Pansat, he also came in to say, why should we be saying 2000 and that is in the next election? Maybe their plan might even be taking him out even tomorrow. So, on that aspect, I want to say that I want to put everything together. What I draw out of that of this thing that is happening right now is that once a government is doing fine, the North will always have tension. As far as the North is already having tension right now, it means the government is doing very well. Anything that makes the Northerners in our country, Nigeria, any government that made the Northerners to feel relaxed, just like the Buhari's administration, they were so relaxed, so organized. There was no tension. Just know that that government is not doing the right thing. As far as it's just the beginning, I believe in 2-3 years of this administration, you are going to see a lot of commotion, a lot of chaos. Not really. I don't pray that people will, the way, their lifestyle. I don't pray that people will buy themselves and all that. I just believe there's going to be a lot of commotion, a lot of division in the North. And those of us saying that the government is doing nothing, by the time you begin to see that in the North, just know that this government is doing a lot. Even if we are not seeing it right now, he's building foundation. We all know that Nigeria already, the state that it is, it's like our brothers from the East will say, they will use a lot of adjective or whatever. They will say Somalia. They will say zoo. They will say that state, or that points to the it points to the state of the nation, how damaged it is. Even the people in office, the people in government, their comments, past leaders. There was a leader when he was about to, I think he won election. When he was about to be sworn in, or after the swearing in, there was, I don't know if it was Buhari, no, maybe one of the military ruler. What he said was that Nigeria is like a battered vehicle set for a long journey. I hope we know what that means. A battered vehicle set for a long journey. It will go nowhere. This Nigeria has been in a state of collapse. It has collapsed. So any government coming right now, like this present government, he will need to start from the foundation. And whenever you are digging that foundation, you are setting those, pouring those concretes, putting the right rods. The beauty is not always in sight. It's not always in the view. It will be hidden. So that is what is actually confusing a lot of Nigerians right now, for them to think that this government is doing nothing. I was one of the people who wanted Buhari at that time, when Jonathan's the PDP era was becoming unbearing to Nigerians. I was one of the people who wanted a change. And when Buhari came, I was so happy. But when he started, from the start to the middle to the end, that was when I knew that he's not going to build any foundation for us. Although, like some of us also said, is it the yesterday or the after the discussion that we discussed here about Buhari, we all said that when we are going to condemn any of our leader, we shouldn't just condemn him wholly, totally. We should also give him the credit that he deserves. That is on infrastructure and some other issues. And some people also gave us his bad side, that northern attitude of not caring, not minding, especially he tried in the Boko Haram issue. Security wise, generally, he failed, not minding what was happening in the country, and all that. So that plot against Tinubu right now, if it's true, we'll all see it coming to play. And by the time we begin to see it like that, we should know that this government is doing something rational and something good for the country.
Yeah,
That's on that.
All right. I was actually going to ask him to bring it home, and then we come to you.
Yeah.
Okay.
Thank you.
You want me to interject you now, or you want to wait?
No. So did you want to bring it home, and then we go to Pansat?
Maybe let him just throw whatever I want to throw. Then let me see.
All right, Pansat.
Okay. Thank you very much. So you know that we're not supposed to be historians trying to document what Tinubu does or what Buhari does. There are people who are analysts. They look at it in the front before somebody come in. They assess their policy, their capability, and then they're going to tell their fellow countrymen. See, the Igbos do that a lot. They did it during the war, before the war, and they ended up being right. So they did it with Buhari when he came into politics. They voted against him. And they said, look, this man is no good. This is what he's going to do when he comes in. He used to be a military dictator, and he was jailing, especially Yorubas, put a lot of Yorubas in jail and doing things like that. Therefore, here's the reason why we're against him, and they voted against him twice. They didn't vote for him the first time. They didn't vote for him for the second time. And they did the same thing with Tinubu. So now, what I'm asking you to do, instead of saying, just let bad leaders come in, and when they're done, you're going to look at it forensically. You should listen to people who are smart enough to measure before they come in. It's been a year now. What do you think you're going to get? You have to listen. You should, if you don't do that one time, just calm down. Say, you know what? I've been wrong. Buhari fooled me. I thought he's going to do well, but he didn't do well. So let me go and see what these people who got him right are doing. Do you understand what I'm saying? Not everybody comes out criticizing these leaders because of their tribe. No, you wouldn't have that many Igbos do that. There are some. I'm one of those who believe that if you did something wrong to me, I had to get back even with you on it. But a lot of Igbos are not like that. They're actually looking and seeing.
All right, Pansat, let him address what you're saying, and then bring it home, and then we move the conversation around.
Okay, Pansat, thank you very much.
And also, sorry, the interjection should only be like it doesn't have to be a long essay, but yeah, back to Isaac.
Okay, Pansat, thank you very much. I heard you. That's the very attitude I've been preaching on this platform. Just the way you interjected me right now. There was no quarrel between me and you. Like I said, that's my own way of seeing things. When he at the end, if he fails, then we try someone else, maybe Atiku, maybe Obi, maybe Sowore, until we get it right. There's nothing we can do about it. That's what I'm saying. As long as you are not in government, I'm not in government, there is actually nothing we can do about it. All we have to do is bring down our voices, bring down our grievances, our boss, or boss, whatever you call it, Yoruba to Hausa to Igbo. Let's bring it down, let's tone it down, and then begin to say things that will motivate people to do the right thing, like Showore and others. They are definitely listening to us, and one day we'll get it right. Thank you very much, Wama.
All right, brilliant, excellent. So up next, Pansat, you know the talking point. But don't try and ethnicize. You said you wanted to show off your meal. No doubt bought. So show us what you are eating then.
I'll show you and why some of us feel really bad that we are eating very well. Our people cannot eat. I don't know if you see this nicely fried plantain here, right? See that?
Yes.
I'm all done with my lunch now. Now this I'm gonna throw away. Kulota could use this, but especially people. Look at this. This fish. I'm already done eating. Look at this. I wish there's a way to ship it back home. Okay, look at rice.
You shouldn't be bragging about throwing away food, by the way.
What I'm saying is that it's really sad that we're in a country where our people cannot eat. Right? I'm already done eating. Look at all this stuff. It's probably $1 million naira to get a meal like this back home now with the price.
What are you talking about, man?
For plantain.
Do you know how much this fish? You know what kind of
fish?
Look at this fish. All right. But anyway, so the point I'm making is that
you eat $1 million naira meal in the morning. So you eat 3 million naira meal every day.
Let me tell you.
Look, guys, it's run away. Look at this guy. You see,
I'm done eating, so I was gonna just show you some of those. But what I'm saying is that
that looks like a what's that? Is that on bed seat? Are you in a bed seat?
What is that?
I can see your bed, and then they tell you on top. Do you live in a bed seat?
I call you from all angles of this house. You've seen it's a big mansion. But let me tell you,
it's a big mansion. It doesn't look like a big bar. It looks like a bed seat. It looks like a bed seat.
Not only that.
All right, pan the camera around. Pan the camera around.
To where? I'm in the area where I'm eating, play my guitar. You see my guitar behind me on this side? See that? This is just where I play my guitar. But listen to what I'm saying. What the last gentleman said when I interjected him, what I'm trying to say to him, it's what I'm trying to say to all Nigerians. These Igbos, there's something that we know. I use an analogy.
Sorry, Pazal, you can carry on, but can you do me a favor? Can you not make it an Igbo session?
It's not an Igbo session.
I don't want us to get heavy ethnic, but carry on. But if you can do me that favor, not turn it into
You have to understand the way I use my own tribal stuff, right? It's not just naked tribalism. If the Fulanese herdsmen go out there killing people in the forest, I'm going to tell you about that, right? But it has nothing to do with any other thing. If they're not doing it, I will say they're not doing it, right? But what I'm saying is that if you employ what you just said, now, by the way, if you do that with Enigmatic, with so many people who come here, like this Obeni, so many of them, now they've moderated a little bit because I'm around. But it's the Yorubas who do tribalism more than anybody else. Just foolish tribalism. But the tribalism I want to do now is to say, look, the Igbos have a voting pattern. Go and look at the way they vote. They do it based on true or false. If you have two Northerners running for office, they will choose the better one. They've done it in the past. They voted for Yaradua, for example. You have two Yorubas running, they will vote for the better one. They voted for Basanjo over the other guy, who the Yorubas chose. So it's not tribalism naked, they hate a tribe. No. When they vote for Yaradua, a lot of them are going to vote for Yaradua. If they choose parties, they're going to be okay. It's going to be between PDP and some other party. They may choose PDP. You cannot say, oh, the Igbos chose PDP. They're tribal bigots. That's a reason why they do it. Time and time again. Now, there are some people who've already caught up with it. For example, Gowon. He was the protagonist of the war against the Igbos. His people are in the IDP camps. only me talk about it. Am I talking about it because of tribalism? No, it's true. These people that the Igbos say, hey, these guys want to dominate us, they want to kill us, they want to do genocide on us. The rest of Nigeria say, no, that's not true. These Fulanis, they're honest people. A lot of people still hold that view today. They're honest people. I'd rather deal with them. They will not cheat you. They will tell you the truth. They will not cheat you. Yeah, they won't cheat you, but when you sleep at night, they're going to come and kill your villages, everybody in your village. I'd rather you cheat me than to come and massacre my village, right? So it's not tribalism. I'm trying to caution the last speaker, who's a very, very peaceful guy. He makes his point and he's got a good heart, but he's wrong though. How do you correct that kind of thing? You want to be able to be analytical rather than be a historian. You want to be able to listen why people are doing something. And then say, oh, these are my brothers, they are beholding the truth. Because it's very easy. If you're against the Igbos, there's something wrong with you. You got something wrong. These are hardworking people. I'm not saying that because I'm Igbo now. That's a lot of mistakes people make. This is not an Igbo session thing. And I want to go to the headlines. I'm just trying to say, as a rule of thumb, if you're against the Igbos, there's something wrong with you. Are there some bad Igbos? Yes. Crooked Igbos? Yes. Violent Igbos? Yes. Just like any tribe.
But we're not talking about the Igbos, though, Pansat.
No, we're not talking about the Igbos right now, but spiritually, we're talking about the Igbos. Almost, if anybody embraces a Northerner here, they're doing it because they think a Northern Igbo combination is not good, right? Anything any Nigerian does on this platform, indirectly is doing it because of the Igbos.
Let's
go
not.
Check it. No, go and check it. I'm telling you, but go to the.
All right. Yeah, go to the headlines, please. Please, but let's not do Igbo or every single. Yeah, okay. Carry on. Yeah.
Look who's saying let's not do Igbo. That's you, right? One man. Anybody who hears you say that is just gonna laugh. That's all you do. But it's okay.
One man is a tribalist.
Not only is he's not a tribalist, he's just against the Igbos. One man is not against the Hausas, he's not against the
no, he's against the Isokos too. If you're not Yoruba from Oyo, one man, he's a part of that Yoruba Illuminati faction.
That's okay though, but that's benign. If every one of us will have that. That's a toxic one, which is to yesterday I'm watching only one Igbo guy on this platform. That's what's his name now? I can't remember his name. It escapes me. He was the only one. And you have Ajan Lekoko, you have all 8 Yorubas, and they were just on him, and I was watching.
Pansat, please.
All right, should I just go to another contributor? If you don't have anything to say,
I will refer to the guy that don't rush me. Okay, let's go. What is it?
Give me a headache, man. The state police. Start off from state police.
Yeah, state police. I said earlier when I was driving that it's a good thing it should be brought into the concurrent list. What that means is the feds can do it, the states can do it, right? We could have both. Any state that doesn't want to or can't afford it, they don't have to. Just like we have energy in our power in that concurrent list. We should do the same thing with state police. Not only state police, we should have county police. We should have all kinds of police of any community that applies to the federal government, and they can get the permission to do that. They should do that now. What is underneath that though, right? There is something that we're saying. Like I said, there's no topic here that has nothing to do with Igbos. Would an Igbo state that has the ability to be armed then go out there and get tanks and get manufacture, if they want to, all kinds of ammunition to overwhelm the federal government and succeed? That is those who are objecting to it. That is what's in their mind, right? So the way to guarantee that doesn't happen is to make Nigeria so attractive that they don't want to do that. Nobody will rationally want to do that. So if they're armed, especially in the case of the Igbos, they have the ability to manufacture weapons. We did Obunigwe during the Biafran War. We manufactured Obunigwe that was wiping the Nigerian soldiers in the droves.
That's what it means. Ogbuni with kills in crowd. It's a terrorist weapon. So, try to make
all right.
yeah.
Take us to the minimum wage. There's no ego in the minimum wage, yeah.
Minimum level finally mentions actual amount we should approve. Well, I haven't read this. I see a figure there, 250,000. I think that's woeful. It's woeful. It's a minimum wage. What if you translate that to dollars? It's not a lot of money, right? So what I think is that if the government is going to leave this small amount of monies as minimum wage, then they should do price control. Now you can't have you're going to have this or you're going to have that. You cannot have a bag of Gary to
firstly, where are you setting it comfortably? And don't say some ludicrous 10 million something. Where are you setting it comfortably, the minimum wage?
490,000 right now, given the condition.
Was that the breakdown from the labor union?
Yes.
Okay.
Yeah, I believe that they are reasonable. It should be higher. But there are so many other conditions that's beyond their control in order to bring it to par. Americans are not better than us. There's nobody better than Nigerians. We have everything. We have the resources. We have the manpower. So if they have to tinker with the monetary policy, if they have to do some things by fiat, then they should do so. If they need to nationalize all our assets, including the oil, then they should do so. But there is no reason why in the 21st century, people are not being paid decent wages to be able to live with family, be able to send their kids to school, feed very well. It's just minimum wage.
And throw away $1 million worth of food.
You know, that's what I'm saying. I feel guilty. See, I lost my appetite. I all this, you know, I cannot be eating very well when my people are not eating that well, right? But I gotta be honest with you. Sometimes people misunderstand people like me who care about our country, the true patriots, right? So a lot of us, I'm not gonna use my tribe. I'm just gonna say a lot of us, including Namdekano, we just want to write off Nigeria as a nuisance. That's all it is. It's our country. It's like me. I have a lot of cars here. I could give them away. I say, no, I just don't want to deal with this here. I want a simpler life. What we're trying to do is to say we open the country, it belongs to us, from north to south. That's why we're all over the place. Our founding fathers, Nnamdi Azikiwe, got the country. But we're saying, you know what? These people have no class, man. They don't want to move on. They don't want to go to school. They don't want to launch satellites into space, build supercomputers. So what we're gonna do is just let them have this until they grow up. We're gonna exit and try to advance. Maybe we'll help them later. We're not saying we're gonna be enemies. Now I believe that's wrong-headed. I disagree with Nnamdi Kanu and Samanep and things like that. I'm not giving it an inch of that country to anybody. We're gonna have to fix it. We're gonna take it over. If logic doesn't work, we're gonna have to take it over because we can. So what I'm saying to you, basically, minimum wage, to answer your questions. Now, remember, you make me do it when you ask those kind of poignant questions, right? I have to tell you the truth. I believe that 490,000 for right now is good. But if the government doesn't want that kind of structure, then what they should do is to nationalize our assets. Like, for example, the oil fields, petroleum. Arrest Dangote, let him pay back all the monies he's taken from the country, including the last one, 5.5. I know you don't like it. You don't want to hear it.
No. Finish and then we move on. Yes.
Yeah. So all I'm saying is that collect the money. 5.5 billion would do a lot. Trust me, that's a lot of money. 5.5 billion, and so many other areas. Open the borders, nationalize, and then set prices from how many things are being made in Nigeria. Set prices for yam. Set prices for Gary. You cannot sell it more than that if you don't look. I'm a capitalist, right? I like market. Who is doing that?
I think it's Patoski. Did you want to interject, Patoski?
I want to ask a question.
Okay, go ahead, Patoski.
One man, Tanzan,
Yes,
what
sir.
drink are you taking with your food?
I have not taken it, but I do have a nice food bottle of wine. I'm not going.
Brandy. Because the way you did talk.
You are drinking wine from the bottle. Look at this guy, man.
One man.
Because as you are talking, I'm just wondering.
One man.
Maybe you are already high.
I don't have elegant conversation. I'm a man. I'm a superman, right?
Okay, I thought you are high.
I've been able to open a grenade with my teeth and toss it, right? So that would tell you something. I'm not
Is that not how it's traditionally done?
Okay, well, I didn't know you.
Or do you use it with a corkscrew? You open the grenade, you unpin it with your teeth, don't you?
By the way, I want to know what other people think about that. If Nigeria is not going to practice democracy, then just go all the way and go to military, right? If you're not going to do market economy, if you're going to do this autocratic system whereby it's the government driving everything, then you're going to have price control, because there's no way somebody's going to buy a bag of garri for 80,000 naira. And then you're paying them.
I don't think certain members of our country will be happy with the military, especially the last Abacha regime, because Abacha showed a lot of people shaggy. So I don't think they'd be happy to welcome a military regime.
It's true. And remember, the way I'm putting it means either you're going to do the right thing. You don't want to go to a restaurant, you order beef and it tastes like chicken, right? Either you're going to do democracy, whereby, by the way, here is the shortest way for us to take care of our country. Number one is to divide these branches of government to do exactly what the Constitution says. Let it be equal and adversarial. The executive should be equal to the Congress.
You know that's the first thing you've said that I think I somewhat agree with. For it to be adversarial, I somewhat agree with it, because the relationship between what is meant to be checks and balance spaces within, it's too cushy. It's too
Yeah, so that once they do that, that will solve our problem, all of them, right? A governor cannot do whatever you want because you can be removed from office.
The parliament barely interrogates anything said by the executive, and that's been the traditional backdrop.
Right, that's the whole problem we have.
But Pansa, we have to acknowledge why that is the case, and the reason why is, in my own opinion, is because the ability to generate commercial activity on the local levels is often hampered and non-existent. So if you will see that our local governments, our counties, if you want to use US or boroughs or whatever you want to use to as an example, they are reliant upon the federal for their existence. It's only like Lagos, maybe a few other states, Port Harcourt, that where they are not really reliant upon the federal for their financial existence. Until they're able to create real commercial activities in their localities and in their states, then they can say, I can be antagonistic towards federal departure points or directives. But until then, they're always going to be reliant. So Abuja will just tell them, you don't want to play ball? No problem, we'll show you. But
no,
it's going to be hard.
I don't think that's where Pansat is gas them up. I think where hold on. It's talking about at the federal level, the relationship between the judiciary, the parliament, and the presidency. Is saying that should be adversarial.
Yeah, I know that. I am telling him that the reason, and again, it's like it goes over your own. You are not comprehending what I'm saying.
Right.
The parliament, the judiciary, whatever you want to call it, because you're a UK guy. The problem is still commercial activity. For example, a small claims court in Queens, New York, the magistrate's jurisdiction, he doesn't care what a federal judge says because his court generates enough revenue. So he doesn't have to really necessarily be corrupt. I'm not saying that there isn't corruption, but he doesn't have to go along with it. And Pansat, if I'm not mistaken, Pansat resides in the US or Canada. He understands that. So I wanted to hear his response. How can we generate that type of commercial activity in Nigeria on a local level? And what are the things stopping that type of commercial activity being generated?
All right, Pansat, use that response to bring it home so we can hear from DOG, who we've not heard from in a good while. All right, very well. That's a very brilliant question. But you know, I'm gonna the answer I'm gonna give you is probably gonna bring some objection from one man and some other yam heads in the comment section. That what we need is, first of all, we have to start with integrity. People who are honest, principled, has probity, rectitude, sincerity, and virtue. Now, who am I talking about? Talking about Peter Obi and Baba Ahmed, right? Once those two begin, they're not a panacea. We don't need a panacea. We need some people who are gonna come and say, Jonathan made a mistake. He's not quite like, he didn't study overseas. I think he just went locally back home, went to school in Nigeria. You know, that is one dangerous group of people who are smart and they went to school in Nigeria. They never went outside the country. They're a problem in the country, and Jonathan is one of those. He didn't put in place the things that he should have put in. If Peter Obi goes through with Baba Ahmed, who is also another formidable person who doesn't get as much mention as he should, he's a good guy, brave, smart, and has those other virtues I was listing before. If they come in, there are things they're going to put in place that's not going to be dependent on man or strong man. It's going to be dependent upon the law. There are a lot of things they're going to undo, and there are things they're going to put in place. One of those is what I'm just telling you about. There needs to be a separation and a government that's based on the Constitution. As shambolic as that Constitution is, it has enough to have this thing go into play, having good people come into office. So within a period of 4 years, 8 years, they could then start us off. The country itself is yearning to join nations that are civilized in that sense. Unification, bring peace, make the country where everybody feels proud of the country. Now, some others.
Okay, but Pastor, outside of Peter Obi and that other guy, let's say that doesn't happen. How can we bring about the local commercial activity outside of them? What's your own suggestions?
Got them up. I'm keen to move the conversation to other voices, but give a very brief response to that, and then we will move it on. Yeah.
Okay. By the way, do we have another thing for me to comment on aside from?
Yes, we have a whole raft of things, but we have a whole raft of people waiting.
Okay, let me take Gasamop's thing last. Show another thing. I think I'm there with the minimum wage.
You have to be extremely brief on the next one because people are waiting. You know,
I have a feeling you're backloaded. You have a bunch of good stuff. You don't want me to get to it. Go ahead.
No. It's you. I think you've heard a lot of the headlines. So the Sokoto space and moves to clip the wings of the Sultan. We were seeing it playing out in real time. And a lot of people feel that it's a calibration towards our 2027.
Yes, it should have done a long time ago. It should have been done. We shouldn't have anything like this monarchs, right? Should have done a long time ago. What I would try to do in light of some of this you talk, is there something else? I spoke about this when I intervened with
no, Pansat. Let me go on to DOG. I think you've heard this before.
I heard this for so long. Okay, now, but hold on. Let me say to my friend Gasamop, you know where we are, right? So I will communicate with you some other time about your question. It's a very important question about the local drive on the economy and all that stuff. But we have a problem in the country. We have a problem. You see it on this platform. You see it in country at large. There's nothing good that you're going to suggest that anybody's going to do anything about. There is nothing. Now, I've moderated before. I used to come on this platform. I had insisted war is the path. Nothing else but war, right? But obviously, I was very upset at the time. I still believe that's the case, but you cannot I have to open my own platform to suggest those things. So I will talk to you about that at a different time in another platform or whatever. They don't want me to talk about it. I never got anything about Peter Obi. That's a thing about Peter Obi somewhere in there, but I never got a chance to.
Yes, no, we'll still go around.
Check the back chat. We could talk in the back.
Okay.
All right. Do that.
Okay.
All right, we'll do 7 minutes monologues. We'll kick it off from DOJ. Only really to get to other voices are quicker. DOJ, hopefully you're still there. D, it's been a moment.
Yeah, oh man.
Well,
not bad though.
Oh God.
Not bad.
It's an assault to the senses sometimes, Pansat. Your temple, your temple starts to pulsate.
We are all used to Pansat now.
Yes, it's like a million miles an hour.
You just think, oh, what's Pansat doing again? You know that because now I think Pansat should be used to the platform, not to really gas people up again. Because Pansat has a way of doing that, maybe directly or indirectly sometimes. But we love him. I like to hear his voice most of the time. But he needs to take some chill pills sometimes.
It's just not knowing when to pick the moment or read the room is what I don't understand. So you read the room and then you pick the moment. That's just how it's done. So we have talking points, or you can just speak freely. A whole raft of things going on in Nigeria. So the floor is yours. You've heard the conversation.
I was thinking. I didn't know. I was not here yesterday. I didn't know that you talked about the ammunitions that was discovered. Did you see that?
Oh, is it the one they said was headed to River State or something like that?
Yeah.
A huge cachet, yes.
That's about 8 billion naira, one man. At the rate of even, let's say, 600 to 700,000 naira each, because those are sophisticated ammunitions, pump action, AK-47. So my thing is, because I really want to talk about that. That was, I think, a couple of years ago, there was a container as well at Tinkan that was discovered of weapons and cutlass and all those stuffs. But my thing is there not a name put to all these things when they are being shipped or being cargoed? You get my point? Because this is all we hear about in such news. You don't hear, oh, they've arrested the guys that own the container, or who is shipping it, or the company. You never get to hear anything. It just goes and dies down like that. Because I think we could solve our insecurity problem by apprehending such people investing and bringing such ammunition into the country without being involved in government or military at all. So that should be looked into. I don't know what Tinubu government is doing about that, but I really think they should actually get to the root of this, know who has shipped this in, what name, what country is it
there was a time we even had a bigger cachet that was headed towards somewhere in the north. I think that was under Buhari, and as you said, we heard the headline, but and then nothing else.
So to me, it's quite. I think this is a part of the way, because if you are bringing that loads of ammunition in, what, 8 billion naira, and you are not part of the government, you are not part of the military, you are not supplying the military. So what are you bringing it in for? For a country that is suffering and people are scared to even go back home because of this insecurity, I think these are the things government should actually be really looking at, the people involved. What name is on the whale bill, whatever cargo company has shipped it in. They need to do all this research to apprehend these people, because this is a way. So let's say they've caught that. Let's say they've imported 3 times this year. That means they've only caught 1. So look at that ammunition times 2. That is a big issue, because whoever is investing that kind of money has a lot in plan for whatever they are doing. So I don't know what the government is doing. And I think these are the things we should be really talking about now. Because if the ammunition is not going to the government, definitely it's going for private or for some organization, for some court, whatever activity they want to use them for. But those guns, those ammunitions, they are not cheap ammunitions, and they are very sophisticated. Even some of our police force don't have those guns. So I don't know what they are doing about it, and I don't know what anybody else is thinking about that for now. Then,
yes, I thought that they look Chinese. Are they Chinese? They were black, just a whole floor full of
pump action, AK-47, double barrels. I don't know. Those guns are just too sophisticated for, and the numbers as well. That's a lot. And if you look, and they are new, they look new. So if you look at that, so who is investing 8 billion to bring ammunition into the country? For what purpose? If they really want to tackle, and if there is nobody in the government that has hand in this, I think this is a starting point as well for the government to tackle the insecurity. Because whoever has brought that in for their own use, they need to say why they've imported all that loads of ammunition into the country. For what purpose? Do you have license to even bring these things into the country? Then you can start investigating, and these things link to different stuff, and you can just figure out some of this insecurity come from the people bringing these things into the country. That's my take on that. For the Shokoto amendment of the law, I think all these things are just political, especially when it comes to chieftaincy, all these village head, the royal families, and everybody in Nigeria now is just involved in politics. The Obas have a way, they have a role they play. So I think politics has actually infiltrated that area as well. Because if you have the backing of, like, let's say, Olubadan of Ibadan, obviously he will make sure most of his followers and his citizen indigents vote for you. So politics has actually taken over tribe, religion, all these positions in the country. So with no doubt, it's all politically motivated to change all these laws to suit whatever the plan they have in that area.
Those are the guns, by the way,
Yeah,
DOG.
yeah,
It's not a joke. It's almost like a declaration of war, isn't it?
exactly. You know, this is I saw it and I'm like, so how many have the custom missed? How many has the police force missed that has been delivered to its destination? So let's say this is 1 out of 5 in the last 2 years. So imagine this times 4.
Although there was a time when they caught a cache, they said the destination was not actually Nigeria; it was meant for the Middle East because of the porosity of the Nigerian borders. They enter into the continent via there and then move it to where it's intended for.
And you believe those stories, oh man? I just believe that
Well,
powerful.
I believe it somewhat. I believe it somewhat.
I just believe that
Because
powerful
who
people.
would need this level of guns in Nigeria for what purpose? The
We
Fulani,
have
they are already fully armed. Everybody is already fully armed. I don't think
we
this is for the
we
Nigerian
have
market.
a lot of people. IPOB is one. Boko Haram is one. A lot of insecurity going on. Politics. We don't know whatever. That there is nothing guaranteed, and it's just, to me, I just find it crazy that these loads of ammunition, for the thought of, let's even say it's not coming to Nigeria. Let's say it's going to, for the thought of Nigeria is a route you can take this through is even a problem. If our border is that porous that people can think of bringing these loads of ammunition and thinking it won't be discovered, this is too much. This is too much. So yeah. And on Indamdi Kanu, if I may go to that one, man.
You can go to it or just go to any topic that you feel, anything else that
Let's
caught
gonna
your
brush
attention.
through.
Yeah,
Yeah,
yeah, go on.
with Nnamdi Kanu, to be honest, I think a lot of people, even people that are saying, oh, they don't want him released, I think a lot of people will want him released. But I just think there must be an agreement. He must agree to some things before he's being released. I don't think Tinubu government actually even have problem releasing him. Aside, probably, if we release this
It's
guy.
not even a Tinubu prisoner; it's a Buhari
Yeah,
prisoner.
exactly. So what I'm thinking, I think Tinubu government would have thought, okay, we can release this guy, but they will be looking what could happen if we release this guy, and it could go two ways. It could come out and be useful for the government if they want to make him useful. It could come out and go back to his IPOB and start another trouble. But they need to make him at least sign some and agree on some things before they release. I want him released because freedom, to be honest, this guy has been there for a while. And for the people trying to compare Nnamdi Kanu situation to the likes of what's his name again? Sunday Igboho and co.
Yeah.
It's different. It's not on the same. They are far apart. They are far apart. We all know how Sunday Igboho started. Sunday Igboho was never anywhere clamoring for Yoruba nation until the Fulani started killing. And when they killed one of his relatives that came from the US, some professor that invested in farming and employed a lot of people, they kidnapped the man, took the ransom, and still killed the man. And that was when he went mad to say, for you to kill this man, we are not going to watch you guys take over our land. That's why he came up with the Yoruba nation.
Okay, but DOG, remember, that's what Nnamdi Kanu was saying. That was coming. Nnamdi Kanu was the John the Baptist, right? That's out there shouting, hey, the Fulanis are coming, they're going to come take your land. That's what he was saying. So, and then Sunday Igboho has the empathy to do something about it. Who's going to see that they don't do anything about it? But let me just say, finally, right? I don't know if any of you get a chance to see Nnamdi Kanu when he's in the courts. When you see him in court, you don't see a man sweating, do you? Do you see somebody that's stressing? The Nigerian government, the Nigerian state, like you rightfully said, it's not Tinubu's prisoner. Tinubu's been the leader of APC for a long time. If anything happens to Nnamdi Kanu, right, all of you, you're done. You know that. So it's not, there should be reconciliation, have him released from there, because if anything touch his head.
All right.
No, you could say all right if you want, but I'm trying to tell you, Nnamdi Kanu is doing the Nigerian government a favor, but it's not going to sign anything like you're thinking. It's not that kind of a party. He's not stressing, right? But there are also people like me. I'm here. Remember that. Don't forget I'm here. There are a lot of us, millions of us, right? The population of the Igbos is like double what you have the rest of Nigeria combined. So sometimes we don't try to tell you guys these things because we just ignore you talking. Oh, the Igbos are the smallest tribe, okay? I know that one man, you say it all the time, but we ignore you though. But when you hear the truth
I never said the Igbos are this. When did I say the Igbos are the smallest tribe?
A lot. But what you do sometimes, you do come in when you have the most ridiculous ones make the statement. They say, oh, no, the Igbos are important too. You cannot write off the Igbos. You're just talking nonsense because let me tell you.
The Igbos are an integral part of Nigeria. Nobody has ever.
Not only that, our population is double of, if you add the Fulanis, the Hausas, the Igbos, the Yorubas together, and the other minorities. The Igbos are like double your population. I just want you to know. I happen to know that.
It doesn't reflect in the election, though.
Well, what I'm saying, if you rig an election, it's not going to reflect. When's the last time you saw a Hausa or a Fulani guy in a restaurant, or even a Yoruba guy? The point I'm making to you is that when you see him in court, he's not like a prisoner, or he's telling the judge and the courtroom what to do. He's a British prisoner. The British hands are in it. And that also goes to the Brits.
How is he a British prisoner?
Well, you don't think the dunces in the Buhari administration is able to go to Kenya and go bring in the can? He was over there criticizing your queen. Don't say all right. You ask me a question, they say all right.
What I'm saying, you take us to ludicrous levels. You diminish the quality of the conversation with all these ludicrous things.
That's bull. That's bull. You see a guy coming in the courtroom, he's not swearing. Right, it looks better than you on Sunday when you dress up to go to church. He's wearing one clothes for 2 years, and he still looks better than you. You're sweating, you're suffering. So when you see somebody that say he has to sign this to be released, he's won in every court, including our United Nations. He's won money, right? Do you think it's Tinubu that's going to be holding him?
All right. It's too much.
It is too much.
You are too much because you're not getting it. No. There's nothing you are. No, just wait. There's nothing you are saying that nobody can handle, but you just want to overwhelm the conversation, and I cannot let you do that. But back to you, DOG.
Yeah.
Sorry, please.
So my thing is, they will want. I believe Tinubu government wants to release Nnamdi Kanu, and I believe they would have actually loved to even do it at the early stage after the
Do you think they should just release him and get him out of the way as a narrative? It's just occupying unnecessary conversational.
we can bend on that side, but you can't trust what will happen with IPOB, because this Samuel Ekpa guy as well needs to be, I don't know. They need to probably arrest that guy as well.
I think Nnamdi Kanu is spent as far as IPOB is concerned. I think he'll probably just go and take care of his health. You know?
Yeah, we'll take care of himself, but people like that, they are radical. You can never tell. He might take care of himself for 3 months, then the next few months, you see him back on Radio Biafra saying all this nonsense, then he's back somewhere in abroad, then it's causing calamity for the government. That's why I'm thinking the government might want to release him, but they'll be looking for some incentives to go in.
Talk to us about Davido. Is it Davido day to day?
It's Davido day to day all this week, man.
My God, I saw him doing some with Dobale. It was asking they should go and get him Igbo and whatnot, you know.
And this is what we are saying. That's a Yoruba guy getting married to an Igbo girl. My dad is Yoruba, got married to an Akwa Ibom woman. So I don't think we Yorubas hate the Igbos the way some Igbos see it. We actually love them. And if you look at even the Yoruba land, we live with the Igbos, because I remember majority of my neighbors, they were Igbo back in the days when I was growing up. So I don't really have a problem with Igbo, aside the way they play their politics and they still try to put the blame of their setbacks on other tribes. But with the look of things, I think the government of the day would have loved to release Nnamdi Kanu, even just immediately after the inauguration, the presidential inauguration then. But you can't just, this guy is too radical for you to think, oh, you just release him like that to go. You have to look for a way to at least make him either work for the government or be sure he's not going back to the problem at ground before he got arrested. Because IPOB is still doing sit at home, still doing all this thing. And on the other hand, Samuel Ekpa is on the other side of the whole thing now. We don't even think Nnamdi Kanu has control of Samuel Ekpa anymore. So these are the things, and these are the problems I think is actually keeping Nnamdi Kanu there, which the Igbos are not looking at that. Like, okay, what is Samuel Ekpa saying of today about IPOB, about Biafra? Things like all those statements, all these things are the things that is still keeping Nnamdi Kanu there, not the government, not the case that he has that got him there. But I think whatever is going on with IPOB right now, with the way Samuel Ekpa is acting,
it's very much a catch-22 situation. Nnamdi Kanu cannot denounce IPOB, and the government cannot release him without him denouncing IPOB.
Exactly. So that's what I'm saying. So the government wants some assurance. They won't just be, because the problem he has created is still there. And there is the bigger problem if you look at the picture, which is Samuel Ekpa now, which I don't think listen to Nnamdi Kanu anymore. I think he's just on his own journey now about the IPOB thing. He's just tapping into Nnamdi Kanu to get to where he is today. And now he's taking over, and I don't think he's ready to lean back or keep quiet about IPOB and Biafra, which is part of what is affecting Nnamdi Kanu till today, with the situation of IPOB even in some of the states in the East. So the Igbos need to really be realistic, and let's face it, no government of the day, if any one of them is in power, be it a Yoruba man or a Igbo man, is causing trouble like Nnamdi Kanu, you will want to keep him there, because you just don't want that distraction. There is too many things going on in that country that the last thing you want to deal with is somebody like Nnamdi Kanu and IPOB situation. There are things to look at. Economy is there. How do we see food security, job creation? How do we get around all these things? But how do you do that with having IPOB in the Southeast, putting people to stay at home against their will? So I don't get what they are doing with the IPOB, to be honest. And I think the Igbos need to come out now and be true to themselves. What good has this thing done to us? It has only probably marginalized us the more away from our
you know, I'm not sure I see a way out of the likelihood of any Biafran nation ever coming to birth is very remote.
It's impossible. It's
you know,
can I comment?
No, please, Pansat. So the likelihood of any, because we don't want it to turn into a shouting party. And the likelihood of any Biafran, I think everybody knows that is very remote. But they've been down that journey for so long that there has to be a landing point. So where does it land is the thing. It can only land really if they give them the presidency, which is highly unlikely. So the country just has to contend and contain it in perpetuity.
Can I comment a little bit?
No, Pansat, please now. What's all
what
this
you
now?
say?
No, please. That was to DOJ. Just let it lie.
The way I say it, to be honest, even if we have an Igbo president, I don't think it will stop IPOB or Biafra clamoring. It won't stop it. It will probably maybe aggravate it.
But it will take one of the key components of their argument away, which is a narrative of marginalization.
Exactly. But honestly, I thought, looking at it before even the election, when we talked about this, and you've said it even on the platform that the way Samuel Ekpa is going about these things, he's not going to listen to Nnamdi Kanu anymore. It's more like he's now in charge. If you look at the way he talks now, it doesn't look like Nnamdi Kanu. And I feel Tinubu could actually tackle it, but there is too much now going on that the list of his problem is thinking of how to tackle the IPOP situation. But I think they can tackle it through sitting down with Nnamdi Kanu, reaching like a kind of deal with him. We will release you, but this and this and this and this and what we want us to do together as people to get the Igbo people moving forward, to not make the Igbo people look as if they've been marginalized. And, they need to come to like a table to discuss with him, even though they have him in custody. We will release you, but this is our fear. What do you think we can do? About Samuel Ekpa, how can we tackle Samuel Ekpa? How can you talk to your people? How can people go back to work? If you can do all these things, we will release you. Then they'll probably work in hand with him to get back to the East, to get out to the IPOP people. Because believe me or not, even if an Igbo president comes in today, even if he's not in support of IPOB or Biafra, there are still loads and thousands of Igbos that are in support of Biafra, regardless of whether they have the presidency or they have the Igbo in Aso Rock. That won't change their mind of wanting to have their own Biafra state or to go on their separate ways. So that will never stop. So they need people like Nnamdi Kanu to at least, because if you free Nnamdi Kanu, there is still a lot going on about IPOB in the East. And Samuel Ekpa is another problem in another corner there. So they need Nnamdi Kanu to tackle it. So I don't know whether they've thought this far, but I'm sure the government of the day, Tinubu government, will be looking to release him.
D, if I was Tinubu, I would not release Nnamdi Kanu. I would not. I would keep him till round about the last quarter of 2026, and then I'll release him into the politics. That's what I would do.
Towards the next election,
yeah, I'll release him into the politics. Yes.
If they did the same, if the Nigerian establishment had taken, let me put it like this: was this not the same approach that was done with MKO? And as a Yoruba man, your people were very and are still very hurt by the treatment that he received. So I would be very, very careful when we talk about political prisoners in Nigeria.
But it's not a political prisoner, though. It's a criminal.
The chickens.
So that's the distinction. That's the distinction right there.
MKO's hands were not clean either. Right. So the point
did they order for the killing of people? Hold on, not one voice at a time. Did they order for the killing of people, MKO?
his actions led to the corruption, which led to the death of many people. But
His
listen, I
actions
don't want
led to the corruption.
I
What does that
listen.
mean?
I don't want to point fingers back and forth because this
No,
you'll
no,
make it.
no, 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 no.
What
You
I
made a statement.
wait,
No,
don't draw
hold
me down
on.
that rabbit hole.
No,
Oh,
no,
why
hold on. You
listen,
made
let me
a
say my point
statement
and
now.
go.
It's
I
not a
don't want to touch it
political.
because I only made the statement because you like to do this. Let me just push in a direction to say, listen, one man, look, you're not a baby. You do what you want to do. You're a man. But at the end of the day, have empathy when you're speaking about other people's political prisoners. That's all.
No,
As
no.
your brother,
What
you
about
gotta
the
have
family
that's it.
of
No,
those
no.
people that have lost their lives?
Can you hold on? What I'm saying to you, gas them up, is that Nnamdi Kanu is not a political prisoner. It's a criminal. So that's the distinction. That's the distinction. And he stands accused of quite egregious criminal crimes. So that's the distinction. And you like to draw the parallel between Abiola, who I don't really care for, but he was a political prisoner. So that's
So
the
he wasn't a
distinction.
criminal? Are you saying that Abiola, if you look at his actions with ITT, are you saying that we can't say
He
Abiola
wasn't
was
a
not also? So he wasn't a criminal. He
well,
wasn't into financial
he
crime.
didn't order for the killing of people.
No. We said criminal. We didn't say specifically killing.
Did he order for
He's
the killing
not.
of people?
He was not a criminal.
And they can
Oh
order for the
man.
killing of people.
You know,
Did he
one
not?
man, it's not good to be disingenuous when you have
No,
conversation.
we are
You
having the
stated.
conversation. Yeah,
Oh, okay.
yeah.
So good. You stated at first. You said a criminal. And so I'm not now going to make a distinction between one who steals a loaf of bread and one who shoots.
And
Let
one
me
what
finish
kills
now.
people.
You see what you're doing is not right. Listen, you don't want to be
Go on.
disingenuous. You stated specifically criminal. So at the end of the day, a criminal, right? If I'm going to use that word that you use specifically, MKO's hands are not clean. A lot of his actions can be seen as criminal. So my point is, again, whether you agree with the Nnamdi Kanu, I'm not absolving him of whatever. If he's guilty, then he should face the full extent of the law. But my point is, again, empathy and sensitivity. Have that as a man. Maybe you weren't taught that growing up. That's all I have to say.
No. You
But
shouldn't make
the law.
you shouldn't make comments like that. By the way, don't make personal comments. We're having what sort of comment is that? But back to you, DOJ.
Yeah, for me, if you call people criminal, when it comes to law, the law give them judgment depending on how grievous or whatever they've committed. That is what will state what kind of criminal you are. You can't compare a pickpocket to somebody that has made people lose their life, lose family in a particular area in a country. What Nnamdi Kanu is as a criminal is beyond what you want to compare. Because I think the previous show, they were talking about the same thing, and I can hear somebody comparing MKO and Sunday Igboho to why Nnamdi Kanu is there. It's two different things. And that's what I'm saying. As Igbos, people need to come to realization and be truthful to each other. Okay, this guy, a lot of family has lost their son, lost their wife, lost their father in this IPOB and the state of emergency in the East, where people are asked to sit at home, where you can hear sporadic shooting anytime. People are being shot, straight bullet, soldiers are being killed, citizens are being killed. You can't look at all that and expect Nnamdi Kanu to just be released and be working freely like that. And it doesn't look like somebody that is renouncing IPOB till date, even since it's been there for a while. So if we want to look at it, you might say, oh, freedom is good. Yeah, it needs its freedom, but the atrocities and the seed he has planted, which is still more a major problem, even while he is away now, he's probably lost control of some things. For me,
When you say he planted, did he create the conditions that are causing the people in the East to feel that they have to identify with IPOB? You see, look, this is what I'm saying, my brother. I really find it sad that we come on this platform, and this is why I know Nigeria is finished and doomed. There's no empathy. I'm not excusing people killing people. I have never come on here and said that's a good thing. I'm saying, my brother, Learn. You just said, oh, you like, I don't know if it was you, but you said you like Davido, the wedding is close. Please have empathy. The fact is, the
That's what I'm saying
condition
to you,
of,
my brother.
let me
Listen,
finish
man.
now. Let me just
Listen,
tell you.
listen,
Let me
listen. I
finish.
want
Let
you
me
to get
finish.
my
You see,
point.
I listen to you. Hold on now. I listen to you so you can respond. Listen, at the end of the day, when we are discussing these things about our different ethnic groups, there's guilt on all sides. So we have to be very, very deliberate in our speech and the way we speak about things. The people that identify with Nnamdi Kanu do it for a reason. So you need to address those reasons. If you like, jail him under the jail. There will be 10 more that will spring up. Address the reasons that's causing him and people like that.
Hold on. Those are two different spaces. Gas them up.
Exactly.
Address the reasons, yes, but address his actions too, yes. So what's going on now are his actions being addressed. So the Biafran narrative is a wider. It's actually wider, bigger than the Kanu as an
Exactly.
entity.
That's what
Yeah,
I'm
but
saying.
his actions is what has had him incarcerated.
You know, Biafra has been, even before anybody here knows about Nnamdi Kanu, it's been an issue in the country. So for me, if you talk about empathy, yeah, we have empathy, and that's what I'm saying. A lot of people, I'm sure, that's why I said I'm even sure the government of the day will be thinking of releasing the guy. But there is a lot attached to this guy that needs to be figured out before he's being released. You can't just release such people. They're not in a country like Nigeria where there is no security even already. Then it looks like he has lost control of the IPOB situation himself since he's been there for a while. It looks like Simon Ekpa has taken over. Him too doesn't look like as if he wants to renounce IPOB. He's still based, and the way he talks arrogantly at court sometimes doesn't help his situation. So that's why I'm saying if a lot of Igbos and the elders in the Igbo land want to help this guy, they need to caution Samuel Ekpa. He needs to look for people to talk to the government of the day that, okay, I will sit down. Let's see what offers you have for me. How can you come in to help us with this IPOB and this whole thing going on? So everybody work hand in hand. Then you can say, okay, maybe this man, he has gone ever since he's been in custody, is now realizing, okay, his mistake, and this is the way forward. This is the way to go to tackle this IPOB thing. But there is too many problems that the government of the day is facing right now for them to now be really thinking of somebody like Nnamdi Kanu or how he wants to be released. So that's what I'm saying. If we are not lying to each other, what Nnamdi Kanu as the seed he has planted, I don't even think him himself has control over it anymore, which is part of where the problem lies of releasing him. If you release him now, I don't doubt it. They might release the guy and he might be assassinated as well. Because I just think there are other powers and other people somewhere with this IPOB thing in support of what IPOB, they want Biafra. So they are never going to back down on it. There are some people like that. They are obstinate and they fix their mind. They fix their mind on getting Biafra. So it's hard to see the way out for him right now. But
So the fact that Sunday Uboho was released, right? Now, mind you, Sunday was championing for a Yoruba separatist nation. Recently, I forgot which state, you saw them try to storm the state house. I don't know if it was Osun State or whatever state they
it
tried
was
to do.
Oyo State, and that was
Oyo State. So wait, no,
just
hold on. You see. Don't do this. Don't do this. I let you speak, right?
no. I told you
Now,
the
my
state. You
point.
are saying Osun State. I told you it's Oyo
I
State.
said I didn't remember the state. Now I said thank you.
Just
So your
carry
state.
on.
Great.
You
So my
sweat the
point
small
is
stuff too often. Yeah, carry on.
Exactly. Come on. Carry on.
okay. My point is this: is that once again we are seeing, even in terms of the judicial system in Nigeria, it's the way it's handed out and the way it's being dished out is uneven. But I know you guys will say, no, that's not the case, blah, blah, blah. My point is, I'm going to go back to my original point. Please, sir, when you are discussing people who are what some might consider, even if you consider them to be a criminal, what some might consider a prisoner of war, right? If we're all saying that we need to engage as Nigerians for that country to work, then I would suggest it's best we move on as men and discuss these things as men, to not antagonize, because there's no way you will tell me that an Igbo man will sit down there and see the way he is being put in prison, but Iboho, through his connections, was released from DSS and he went to Benin Republic.
Sorry.
Okay.
Hold on. Can you hold on 1 second? The Prime. Igboho was actually incarcerated in Benin Republic, not Nigeria. So it's never been incarcerated in Nigeria. So your gripe
under whose authority was he told to be incarcerated in Benin Republic?
I don't mean it's a sovereign state. It's a sovereign state. What do you mean?
No, sir. You see, this I didn't say you be MI6. Henry Oka, that's in prison right now in South Africa, was he not with Niger Delta men?
No. You are theorizing now, but what I'm saying, we are saying to the fact. You are theorizing. You are conspiratorially. You are conspiracy theorying.
You see. This is why.
The Prime. There are two people talking now.
Please,
so
let me just give a sentence before I probably just drop out.
You guys cut me off. You see, one man. You see what this is why? It's difficult to deal with you guys. One man. You see, this is why you say I smut the small stuff. Let me finish my statement, and then right away you say something. You go down a rabbit hole. Right, and then the other guy wants to talk, but go ahead, talk. You gotta let me.
Hold on,
and finish their statement. But because sometimes you don't comprehend what I'm saying,
just slow it down. Gas them up. Just slow it down. Everybody, slow it down. So, gas them up. Don't talk at pace. We're not in a hurry. Just chill out. It's conversational. So, if you say something that people feel is a factual inexactitude, then they can pause you and interrogate that or insert the fact in. So, and that's what Sunday Igboho was not incarcerated in Nigeria. It was incarcerated. He has never been incarcerated in Nigeria. I'm not sure about his criminal past, but in the cusp of the Yoruba nationhood agitation, he was never incarcerated in Nigeria. So it's just a factual inexactitude to say that he was released by the Nigerian state when he wasn't never even imprisoned by the Nigerian state. So what you're saying is factually not the case. So yeah. Yes. Come in the Prime, and then after that, give a short summary DOG, and then we go to Patoski if it's ready for us. If not, we go to gas them up.
Okay. Woman, good evening.
Yeah. Good evening.
I'm a bit crossed with you because you've built up a platform that people listen to, and you often allow, in the name of probably diversity, too many fringe opinions that that is not really founded in reality. Example, Pansat. 2, gas them up, you're going in the same way of Pansat. I would like this platform as it used to be, where people share ideas on facts. We don't necessarily have to see things in the same way, but when you're seeing it differently, you have to come with facts. All this why you peddling the narrative that Sunday Igboho was incarcerated in Nigeria, trying to draw a parallel between MKO and someone that has committed a serious crime. If what Nnamdi Kanu has done, if he had done it in the United States, it will be in Guantanamo Bay. It's going to be locked up. There's no two ways about it. There is no Western country what Nnamdi Kanu has done that nobody will be discussing this issue. But, well, we try to say, okay, let's be civilized. Let's bring empathy. If we want to bring empathy, we should open our prisons up. If empathy is the standard, we should just open the prisons up and let's see how how conducive the environment is going to look like. Some people are meant to be locked up until they show signs of repentance. Even in Bible, it said, without repentance, there shall be no forgiveness of sins. As Nnamdi Kanu repented of his ways, as he seen the flaws in his ideas, we have a nation. Just today, two of our children got married in a very big way, meaning that is who we are. A lot of us are intermarried, interbreed over a century. And secondly, the responsibility of healing after a war is something that you have to do. Look at European countries, most of them fought wars and they healed themselves and they moved on. But people are always shouting about this war that has happened close to 60 years ago. When are we going to heal up to build our lands? So, woman, I think you should do better. When you find people that are not, if you want to be a socialist, the likes of Papa Jan Lekoko is a socialist, but at least he has a constructive way to his own idea. And we have people like Kolata that are almost conservatives. They have logic to their own ideas. But when people are just going tangentially, it brings down the quality of this product or of this platform. That's why I mostly don't come online. I just listen. And when it gets to this section where people start saying what is not, I just like, okay, it's enough for the night. So, woman, I just came to just address this issue.
You see what you just did. You see what you just did. I was in the middle of making my statement, right? Now, if I wasn't clear, I could have been asked for clarification. But I won't even launch it. I'll wait till my turn. But what you just did, you just allowed a guy to come on here and spew just what I would consider the extreme of horse manure, right? Extreme horse manure. And you allow him. Now, if gas them up with a come on and say the same thing about another panelist, you would interrupt me, you would say something, but you let them say nonsense and it's okay. I'm just showing you this mentality is why our country is doomed, because people like you, when you have a platform, should be impartial, but you're not. You play favorites.
Hold on 1 second. Just hold on 1 second. I didn't even understand anything that Gastem just said. But the prime, you say the thing is, Pansat one is somewhat people see him comedically. They digest him somewhat comedically. So that's one. And then the second thing is whether he's trolling or he actually means. I feel because you can almost hear somewhat humor even when he's doing his indignation and his blowharding. You can hear an undertone that is just that trolling. But whether it's trolling or not, these opinions exist. So whether you give them air or you don't give them air, those opinions exist. So better you give those opinions air so that people can see the ludicrousness of it, than and sometimes even challenge it sometimes if they are willing to take on the weight of having a ludicrous conversation. So it's better to do that than to shut it off, cage it off, but then it continues to fester in some conspiratorial wherever it is that you know. So people have to be able to say what they like. So that's just it. Apologies if you offend you, but you know that those are his thoughts. What can I say?
You know, I don't.
Yeah, but when you say this, are you also telling him to apologize to me, because I have not said anything related to what Pansat says? So to compare, and shout out to Pansat, he is his own man, but to conflate me with Pansat, it just shows the level of intellect and how low that person is as a thinker. I don't come on here, like I told you before, I don't come on here and brag about any. You don't call me because you got, listen, homeboy, listen. You don't know, listen, homie, you don't know me from a hole in the wall. And you don't know what my academic, exactly. I don't care to know you, but you know, my man, listen, you don't know my academic background. Don't tell me to hold on. You don't know my academic background. So since you don't know, So
I've
listen,
been there
since you
and done
don't,
that
since
at your
you
highest
think you've been
qualification.
there,
I'm
you
giving it
think
straight
you've
to
been,
you.
you don't have any
Wherever I
qualifications.
studied,
You're just a
just please,
rambling,
just
loudmouth
hold
Nigerian.
on and
You
calm
calm
down.
down, buddy.
Whatever you
You
have,
calm
Okay,
down.
okay, guys,
I've
You
guys,
been
calm
there.
guys,
down.
guys. Thank
I've
you,
been there.
thank you, thank you, guys. Gassed up.
Been there when you were wearing fine.
Guys, up.
I've
I
been there.
see.
Yeah. Tell that
Hold
to
on.
you. Listen, don't let me start talking reckless to you, because when you
You
run your
can go
mouth,
reckless. If you go
when you
low,
run
I
your
go
mouth,
low.
you don't know
I
who
can
you
tell you
speak
the
to.
truth.
You sound
You don't
silly.
know
No, you don't
anything.
know. You would.
Can you
You
guys
don't
hold
know
on,
anything.
please?
You don't know anything. You're not matured to have national discussion. You're not matured yet to have national discussion.
The
It's
prime
not about
dots.
making noise.
The prime
Yeah,
dots.
sure,
Yeah.
whatever.
Yeah, gassed up. The prime dot. Guys, relax, relax. Don't let us get over the board here. You see, the prime. I see. If you
Sorry, Jill. I'm going to let them vent. Are you done, or I was going to put you in the boxing ring, but I think you're done. So there it is. So there it is. So yeah. Wrap it up, DOG,
Yeah,
and
let
then
me
we'll
wrap
move
it
on.
up.
Yeah.
Yeah. Just before I wrap it up, I just want people to know that we need to. Sometimes people come here and blame one man. We need to give one man the credit and the flower he deserves. He is trying a lot, and where you have people with different opinions, he can't shut one up for one. We have to all listen. Then he has a way of trying to correct people, which some people find insulting sometimes. So when you see things like it's just like giving people chance to hear their view, you know. So if we want to restrict what we hear here, we won't be hearing some people. Even somebody like Pansat won't be back here on this platform again. If you have been following this platform for a while. So and gassed up. I don't know how you got that name, but
It's
you are
gas them
gassed
up. It's gas
every
them up.
minute. you know,
Yeah, it's gas them up.
brother. You know what? I get your view as well, but it's never like that. The platform is not biased. One man just is anchoring this program, so he has a way of fine tuning things. Maybe by the time you start coming often, you will get more understanding of how the platform works. You see, so don't be annoyed, and we want everybody on this platform. Everybody's opinion or view is
No,
welcome. You
listen,
know?
sir, I'm not even annoyed. I'm just pointing out that the behavior, and one man is guilty of it, right? This is
Yeah,
what he
but
does,
sometimes you know
right?
what happens. Sometimes it's
Yeah.
like in between, like when you said, "Oh, in Osun
Oh,
State,"
oh.
I was trying to correct you to say, "Oh, that incident was in Oyo State," but you're like, "Yo, let me talk, let me talk." I'm not
No,
interrupting you. I was
I
just,
said I wasn't
but
sure.
if sometimes
All
when you
right.
keep talking, sorry, woman, when you keep
Yeah.
talking, you don't hear what other people are trying to tell you. They are trying to interrupt you. They're probably trying to buttress your point. So sometimes you have to slow down. I was like this when I started too. I always
No,
quarrel
what
with a
I
lot of
said,
people, even
sir.
with Abajale Koko.
No. Just let him land gas them up, and then we move the. I don't want to get
Even
locked
with
into
Abajale Koko, I used
some.
to quarrel with him a lot, and it was the one that actually made me come onto this program because I like his view, always like his view. I've listened to the program for like almost a year or 8 months before I started joining the coming into the stream room as well. So I think the platform welcomes everybody, and immediately you tell one man
But
what your
sir,
view of.
can I quickly
No,
respond to
don't
you?
quickly
Let me
anything.
land.
We just have to move on from this space now. You
Yeah,
go,
no.
and then they'll
So
correct
anyway,
you,
let
and
me
then
just round
we'll
up.
yeah. Yeah.
One man. I want you. You are doing a lot and you are trying a lot, and it's not easy what you are doing. Keep doing what you are doing. The way you anchor your platform is good. We all enjoy it, and you can't do more than what you are doing. And if people have suggestion on how to do stuff, you can message one man directly, not when the section is going on. It tends to be like you are trying to insult some people indirectly. So let me round up. I will just leave it at here and I'll keep interjecting if I have anything to say so we can move on because of time. Thank you, woman.
All right, brilliant, excellent. So I was going to go to Patoski. He's not here, so gas them up. You're up next. So do you want to free flow? Just you can have esoteric conversations, nuanced understandings, Nigerian politics, however you feel. Gas them up. Floor is yours.
So listen, I don't flow free flow. I go by the topics one and I address them. But just 1 minute response to everything that was said. To the gentleman who just spoke, no, I was listening to you. I said, see, I think part of the problem is maybe because I'm not speaking with my Nigerian accent. I said I believe it was Osun State or one of those states. I can't remember. So then you came in and said it was Oyo State, and I was like, oh yeah, that's true, Oyo State. I wasn't specific. I didn't remember the exact state. I said I can't remember. And everything I say can be played back on the back channel, right? Everybody can watch it. Now, the other gentleman that was conflating me with Pansat, again, shout out to Pansat. I wouldn't throw him under the bus because I don't know him to throw him under the bus. But Pansat says what he says. Now, when I was accused of saying something incorrect, what I stated, and I definitely didn't say it clearly. I said when Iboho was arrested by DSS, right? And then I did conflate the fact that his house was raided by DSS, but he was arrested in Cotonou. And that's when I now said, well, under whose authority? And I now was trying to show a parallel to say, well, isn't it ironic that he was jailed in Cotonou for 2 years, then released, and Henry Oka from the Niger Delta was also jailed in South Africa for a criminal event that happened in Nigeria, but South Africa doesn't have jurisdiction over activities that happen in Nigeria. So that doesn't add up. And that's all I was pointing out. And that's the larger point of that when they are talking, and this channel does it consistently, when they're talking about Nnamdi Kanu or IPOB, they never address the conditions that create those people. As if in their own regions, things are rosy because some billionaire and his son had a wedding with an Igbo girl. Now Nigeria is this unified place. Come on, let's not BS ourselves. But with that said, can we start from the top of the points, and I'll address them one by one.
All right, the topic is still where you were. So the contention still, the release of Nnamdi Kanu, a lot of pressure on the government to do exactly that. Hope high, Nnamdi Kanu will regain freedom soon. So we're only, because really, I'm trying to make it a point not to bring Nnamdi Kanu or even Peter Obi as headlines anymore because of the way it spirals. But I brought this really because of where this particular news is coming from. It's coming from the Deputy Speaker of the House of Representatives. So it looks as though the drumbeat from for the release of Nnamdi Kanu has reached its crescendo and probably likely to be released soon. What's your take then on the House of Rep Deputy Leaders commentary?
Well, it's all politics. You know, I'm pretty sure people are calling in favors for favors, and he might get released, he might not get released. You know, it all depends on who his rabbi in America, right? You say you have to have a rabbi. So whoever the rabbi is that's going to bless the sanction his being released, that's what's going to happen. You know, and if he gets released, he gets released. Hopefully, he's released and he's able to be absorbed by the political machinery in Nigeria to, move Igbo people towards, their call to glory. I think they definitely want a presidency, and I think we as Nigerians should give them that. I think we should all concede at least, the next election, if the APC is serious about a united Nigeria, pick an Igbo candidate. Tinubu's an old man; he's 70 something. His track record right now isn't looking too great. So run your one term and just keep it APC, but get an Igbo guy to go in there and run it. Like let's make it happen like that. But I know Nigeria will not do that. I know Nigerians will not do that because we're not a serious people. So I'll go on to the next topic.
Do you think the climate is ready for in fact, maybe that's even the wrong question. Do you think they should give it to the Southeast, or do you think the Southeast should politic its way into it?
I think it should be given to them the same way Danjuma was given oil fields in the Niger Delta, and he didn't politic for it either. I think it should be given to them the way. Hold on. You asked the question.
Yeah. No,
right? I think it should be given to them the same way many elites were given access to power in Nigeria that they didn't necessarily have to politic for either. Right. So my point is this:
where have you ever seen power given to people just like giving bread and butter to somebody to eat? Where have you ever seen power given to people?
Well, to answer your question, in the West, there's something called the Manchurian candidate, and that would be a candidate of Igbo origin. I'm giving them the blueprint. You just get an Igbo candidate that you can
I'm saying, where
control.
have you ever seen where that is done? Just give power to people easily and let them just take power. Where has that been done in any part of the world?
Well, I didn't say give them power.
That
I
is
never
what
said.
you say it should be given to Igbo.
I did.
How?
Okay.
How?
Once again, sir. Once again, I
Yeah.
didn't say give power to anybody. I said the presidency of Nigeria, because every other region has been able to have that seat and taste that seat, right? The rabbis and the political leaders in office, particularly APC right now, if they really, in terms of the optics, in terms of how it looks, if they really are serious about presenting themselves as the party for Nigeria, I would, if I was them, get a Manchurian Igbo candidate that we control and surround him by the people that we also control and give the Igbo people the image of an Igbo presidency, and that will cool down the flames. It's not going to solve the conditions that create an IPOB and an Nnamdi Kanu, a Sunday Igboho, a Henry Oka. It's not going to stop those conditions, but at least the people on the ground can say, well, we had one. Right now, they can't even point to one that they've had. And, let's be realistic. The way it looks in Nigeria, I don't think they'll be able to get the power on their own. So that's why I said the key word is empathy. But I want to go on to the next
let me
topic.
tell you this. Let me tell you
Okay,
this.
go ahead, sir. Because I don't want my time to be missed. But go ahead, sir.
I'm expecting you. Yeah, just hold on. You see, the point you just made now that you don't think Igbo can get power on their own. Nobody, no part of Nigeria can get power on their own. They negotiate, they align, they, play a politics of integration with other parts of Nigeria, and that is how they get there. You see, this issue of Igbos, this Igbo being marginalized, it could be sickening sometimes. Igbos was part of the 16 years of PDP rule. All right? They were part of it. They play a prominent role. Yoruba was opposition for 16 years. So, but in PDP, where they play that prominent role, they fail to play their politics well to get the ticket. You understand what I'm saying? And you see, because of the fact that no part of the country can get to power without aligning or, with other part of Nigeria, Soludo recommended before the election that Obi should stay in PDP and be vice to Atiku, and that will take them to the corridor of power. If Obi had been number 2, they will have won the election. If
So,
Obi has,
sir,
hold on 1 minute. If Obi have not left PDP, if they have aligned, if they have negotiated well with Atiku, fought hard, you understand what I'm saying? They would have got the second position and they will have been in power now, waiting for
sir,
the next term, next 8
sir,
years
sir,
to their
sir.
turn.
Once again, I respect your position. I definitely respect what you're saying. However, I just don't agree. I'm not a 48 laws of power type of person. I know that's the Nigerian mentality. We are backstabbers to each other. We do all these scheming Game of Thrones way of life. But I think we can conduct ourselves as men, and we can be more empathetic in terms of how we conduct ourselves and how we treat ourselves. But you won't agree to that, and that's okay. So, as I said, I appreciate you telling me that, and I respect it. But I
Yeah,
wanted to talk about the next
there's no
topic, if that's okay.
politics to
Sir?
get to the position of power. There's no empathy in it.
Oh,
You
okay,
have
I
to
agree.
negotiate,
So,
you have to
listen,
dialogue, you have to play your politics well, you have to
and I'm
align right play to the right group,
sir.
right people to get to the position of power. It is not empathy.
Sir. I already told you about a Manchurian candidate. I've said on this channel before, one can argue people like Zelensky and Macron are Manchurian candidates, but maybe you're not understanding or comprehending what I'm saying. I want to really talk about this minimum wage and move on to the next topic. I get what you're saying. We just don't agree. Is that okay, sir?
No, you can have the conversation. Because
I don't want my time to cut off because then somebody else is going to
No. That's fine. We've got as long as you are willing to grace us with your presence. But what Ajani Koko is putting across to you, which I think you probably know well enough, is that power is never gifted to anybody. You have to power was not gifted to Tinubu now. He fought like a mad dog to get himself into that seat. Yeah, so that's how it's done. But Buhari fought like a mad dog to. How many times was he fighting? So nobody's going to gift it out of empathy or or there. Don't. Yeah, I mean, and know full well that that's how it works.
Once again, you see, I think you guys are conflating two things. I have never said you're conflating the optics of a presidency with controlling power. And if you're conflating that, then that tells me you've never really studied power brokers. So once again, there's the old saying that says the power behind the throne. I'm using code words such as in the United States, they say you must be blessed by a rabbi. You have to have a rabbi. That is someone who puts you in. I am saying that if the APC is presenting themselves as the political campaign for Nigeria and the way to move forward, common sense would say, sure, we have a Tinubu, we have, whoever, we just had Buhari. As we're moving forward, because they still have the power, the PDP seems to be losing power, right? They have some strongholds, but as they're moving forward, it would make common sense for the optics to always have that goodwill. Can you imagine the political goodwill that it would generate on the eastern side to put an Igbo face in the presidency that once again the APC controls? Hold on. Wait, don't cut me off because I didn't cut you guys off. Wait, please don't do this. I didn't cut you off. I'm saying, again, all of us here play chess. All of us here see, I'm sure we've read the 48 Laws of Power. They call it the eminent gris, right? Google that word, eminent, and GRISE, I believe. You guys can Google that word. So again, it's the power behind the power. If the APC, the real power, we know who they are, picks an Igbo candidate from the APC that they control, what that will do is that will pacify.
What's the incentive?
The incentive is, again, the problems on the ground in the East have made it uninhabitable for even Eastern people to live. You got to sit at home, all this other stuff. It's ridiculous. So what I'm saying is that, look, you put an Igbo guy there, even if you give him 4 years, you say, hey, listen, we gave you the 4 years. We controlled everything. Now it's your time. Igbo people, you shout Igbo Queen. And I'm down with everybody, right? But I'm just saying, if the power brokers were thinking about this, they could control the whole narrative.
Sorry, Gastem, there's no incentive for the power brokers to think like that. Let me say this.
You see one. Okay, go ahead.
You see, power is a very potent. Firstly, they say the Nigerian president is the most powerful presidency on the planet, and they say that really only because of the powers vested in that one office, one person. Almost celestial powers they have. So there is that. And there's a lot of people jostling for it, and a lot of sacrifices being made to do that. What is in the interest of somebody from Yobe, somebody from Borno, to hand the presidency to somebody in the southeast, so that they can have the restlessness contained there? They'll just take the power and send troops in. So the argument,
Yeah, I don't agree with the notion that the Nigerian presidency is the most powerful presidency in the world. but I perhaps maybe in Africa, maybe, but here's what I'll say: developed and sophisticated nation states and economies think along the ways that I'm saying. Now, you may say there's no incentive, but they understand. When you look at a country, just a tiny country like a Belgium, with their power rotation, even in China, China is a country of, I believe, is it 30 or 40 something different ethnic groups? They're not all Mandarin and Cantonese, right? There's different ethnic groups. You have the Mosul, for example. So I'm just saying they understand the idea of, hey, listen, the optics. So even if we don't necessarily, because I think you're conflating presidency and power. Now, maybe you're telling me, and what you're saying is gas them up. There's no separation between power and presidency in Nigeria. But I'm willing to say that even the presidents in Nigeria have powers that they answer to. And I'm saying that for the sophistication and the movement of our country to really develop into a sophisticated country and a nation state, let's get past this old slave trading chief of chief, big man, big belly mentality, and let's be if we're going to copy Oyibo like you love to eloquently tell us to do, let's copy let's go all the way. Let's be sophisticated like the Oyibo.
Can
Let's
I
do what they
interject in 1 minute?
That's all I'm saying.
Yeah, no, yeah, they're coming at Jale Koko, but I don't
You,
think
you see,
I think he either gets it or he doesn't. But I suspect he gets
you
it.
see what you are proposing is not logical at all. Number one, Tinubu as the president today is, I mean, he is there today, uh, representing the power rotation to the south. All right, and if you are saying, oh, APC is the most powerful, this thing, let them give it to the south. I mean, to the Igbo after Tinubu. So, are you saying after the 8 years of Tinubu, the power should remain in the south? So, the north that have been waiting for their own turn, we just give it up like that. Oh, we want peace in Nigeria. Just give it to empathy. Let's show empathy. Just give it. It is not done like that. It's not done. Do you know how the southern governors fought for power rotation to the south? Do you remember how when the entire southern governors held a meeting in Delta State? What is this Asaba? Yes. And Lagos, irrespective of their political party, APC, PDP, came up together saying power must shift to the south when Buhari was there, when it was looking like Buhari was trying to play a game within APC to retain that power in the north and use the presidential power, the federal might, to push for that. Do you see how the entire southern governor, irrespective of the party, came up together and said, no, the power must shift to the south? So what you are proposing is not done anywhere. It's never going to happen. And do you see the way Tinubu fought? Do you know why Tinubu said Emilokan? What do you think the meaning of Emilokan? Why did he say Emilokan? Emilokan is that if the power should come down to the south, it's our own turn in Yoruba land. And when it comes to Yoruba land, it is my turn. And it make a very, very, how do I describe it? I won't say it's derogatory, but a very, very a vicious attack on Buhari. We all had it. That is how people fight for power. He fought for it. It took a big risk. If Buhari had wanted,
back then decided that let's pick this guy up, let's finish it. He would have finished him, but he didn't care for what is going to happen. He said, I'm going to fight for it. It's my turn. Because there was agreement between two of them that, okay, after the North, it will come down to the South. So what you are proposing is just illogical. It cannot happen. You are thinking it's like family affairs thing, or family chieftaincy title, that when you do your own, you do your own. They fight. So get it right, man. It's
So
never
yeah,
done.
yeah. Listen, once again, like I said, you both of you have your opinion and your position. Now, I get it. That's your opinion and your position. Now, the gentleman who you see, and this is why when I say one man is, this is what he does. Whoever this Olale Konsariki champion is, whoever this cat is, um, you see, when people say these things, I live in Belgium. No, you don't. And if you do, then obviously you must be living in, let me not insult you, whatever. The point is this.
In the ghetto.
I'm not even, you said he lives in the ghetto. I don't care where he
No,
lives.
that's what you inferred it. I said it, yeah.
I definitely didn't infer it. I wanted to say he lives, it was a much more worse insult than the ghetto. But I'm not going to do that. The point is that anyone who has studied the Belgian political system knows that Belgium, right, has a federal state and different layers of government, and there's a lot of complexities. So they have a system that was designed because there's great differences within the country. Just Google how politics and people vote in Belgium. They have, for example, what do they have in Belgium? They have the Dutch-speaking Flanders. They have the Wallonia. They have the German-speaking minority. They have different communities. So listen, anybody who has studied Belgium will know that they share power amongst themselves. And when I said rotation, I'm saying that the way they organize their power in Belgium, because they don't all seem and they don't all think alike, they don't all agree to the same thing. But that's neither here nor there. So when that guy posted that and you highlighted it as if it was fact, that's why I say you're biased a lot of times. But I want to talk about the minimum wage. I get it, Mr. Johnny Coco. I'm, a political noob, and power will never be given to the East unless they take it. So, sure, Igbo people take the power, as Johnny Coco was telling you. I want to talk about this minimum wage thing, if that's okay.
Yeah, go to it.
So listen, look.
Do you know the backdrop, or do you want me to?
No, enlighten me.
So there's a back and forth going on between the Nigerian state and the labor union space. The labor union wants about 500,000 minimum wage. The government offering them about 62,000. So the labor union slowly reducing. So they are now at 250,000. But given the economic climate of the country, there might be somewhat of an argument for a steep rise in minimum wage. But if you consider that the economic hardship in the country might be temporal, then that spike in that steep hike, if the government accedes to it, might well prove to be counterintuitive if and when the economy recovers. So that's where that narrative is somewhat.
So once again, the reality on the ground is this: even if they gave the Nigerian and they gave the Nigerian population or the workers the minimum wage that they're looking for, that money is pretty much going to be inflation. And all that's going to happen is they're just going to raise prices to match that inflation. We've talked about this. I've mentioned it many times. Nigeria is running a budget deficit. They've been running a budget deficit for the past 3 years. They owe $103 billion. As a matter of fact, I just read a report, saw a video, and looked it up, that Nigeria is actually pledging oil for World Bank loans. They just pledged oil for Afrim Exim Import Bank $1 billion loan, right? And so you're saying to yourself, well, okay, if they're running a budget deficit, and according to their budget, which I stated before the last time, the largest expenditure in that budget that Nigeria has is capital expenditure.
Sorry, guys. Sorry, guys. You said that as though it was a bad thing for them to pledge oil for a loan. Yes. How is that a bad thing?
I never said it was a bad or a good thing. I'm just saying that once again, when you look at the conditions on the ground, the hidden secret that no one wants to acknowledge or admit is that Nigeria as an entity is broke. Nigeria as an entity is completely broke. Now, we don't like to admit it. We like to be proud Nigerians and go to weddings and throw money all around the place and drive our fancy Bugattis and our Bentleys and, abuse each other and stun on each other and be big men. I mean, big man, who's your father? That's the mentality we have for sick people. But the truth of the matter is the nation state, the entity called Nigeria, is broke. And I'm giving the reasons to say, once again, we're pledging our oil years in advance. So we have oil that's for, I believe, 2026 that's completely pledged up already for money that we took this year, last year. We've already pledged it, right? So that oil, we're not even going to see the revenue on it, or we'll see a paltry sum. Once again, according to their budget estimates, the largest, they're already running a budget deficit. Tinubu just came back and said, hey, I need more money. You have to readjust. Then the largest expense is capital expenditures. Number 2, right below it, a few 100 million naira short of this, trillion naira expense, is debt servicing. And then number 3 is salaries. So if you now add a 400,000 naira minimum wage salary, which I think they should be paid a livable wage to be able to feed and take care of themselves. But the truth of the matter is, let's say it's given to them.
Do you have a figure for that livable wage?
What's a livable? I think, once again, it's going to be very, very tricky in Nigeria because of the inflation. So let's say, like I said, you said, okay, 300,000. You all know and I know the first thing that the vendors in Lagos Island, in Onitsha, in the markets in Kano, and the markets in Abuja, the first thing they're going to do, they're just going to raise up their prices for everything. And they'll tell you dollar don't cost, or this one, things don't increase. Even if it hasn't, we know this is what they'll do. And once they do that, inflation is the hidden tax, right? The tax that we all don't realize. It's just going to eat away whatever momentary gains that they get. So I think the real dual attack has to be, okay, you raise the wages, but you got to find a way to bring inflation down, especially food inflation. And the way to do that, that's just going to take effort. That's going to mean that some of that 6 trillion capital expenditures, which they're using to build, bridges to nowhere, but hey, I don't, whatever. I think that can be done on state levels to create better farming systems and techniques on local levels, so that and probably just spending more on security and making sure that the local farmers can grow more produce, and perhaps giving them some sort of program where they can get access to heavier machinery, so they can grow more and get a larger yield, so that the local farmers can bring those goods to market, and that can create a better that can stop food inflation. Because if you raise the minimum wage without checking the inflation that's going to come, you haven't done anything. You're just wasting your time. It's a drop in the bucket.
Yeah, that's the realization I think the government is. I'm not even sure why the labor union are pushing for that. The minimum wage stands about 30,000 now, which a lot of people. I mean, that doesn't even feed you for a day. So everybody is all in agreement that it should go up, but just this eye-popping, sums of money, like you rightly said, the Gari seller, that cup of Gari, it goes up by, commensurately the same. It's just a ludicrous commerce. 62,000 is sufficient. we've had this conversation severally, and I've always even said that they shouldn't really increase the minimum wage outside of just a marginal increase. What they should try and strive to do is to improve the purchasing power of that naira, because the minimum wage doesn't really matter if the currency is not strong. But if the currency is strong, then the minimum wage does not even matter too. So it's really just about the purchasing power of that currency, and that is where the fight is. But what do I know? What did you say
No,
about low
you're
IQ
right.
African? Yeah.
No, you guys said that, and I agree with you. You said we're low IQ. But my point is that I think there should be a standard minimum wage, and I think I'll be honest, it should be on a state by state basis. So you have a federal minimum wage, and then the states kind of can play or interplay within that to say, hey, listen, our state, the cost of living in, let's say, a Taraba state or something like that, you don't necessarily need that much to live. It's not that expensive, right? As opposed to Lagos or Port Harcourt, where you need a lot more money to live. So the states can kind of demand a little bit more from employers, and the federal government say, look, this region, it's just a higher cost of living. So and you see that in like you compare that to states in like the US. So the wage you'll get in New York or Texas or California or Florida is not going to be the same that you'll get in Idaho or Montana. It's just not, or even Alaska, somewhere far away as Alaska, right? You're going to get a higher wage because the cost of living is higher. So employers are going to pay more, but you still have a federal level that you can't go below. And then you have some states go a little bit above it, and some states can say, hey, look, we need a little bit of leeway. But my point is that whether you raise the rate up or not, I think two things: the optics of, good leaders lead from the front. So we can't have governors at Davido's wedding all eating big pieces of meat, all eating fat. They can't see their kneecaps because their bellies are so big, and people can't buy a tin can of, a dairy can of Gary. That's ridiculous. But the Nigerian mentality, the big man mentality, which all of us strive to be, we all want to be rich. We all want to be, the alternate power. So we're like, well, who cares? It sucks to be poor. That's the mentality we have. So it's going to be hard to tell people in the country, well, don't raise your rate from 30,000, just manage 65,000, when the governor's at a, wedding where they spent probably close to $1 billion naira. It's going to be impossible. You got to lead from the front. And then also the central bank and the Treasury of Nigeria have to find a way to tackle inflation. And if they can't do that, raising the minimum wage will be pointless. And I think that's you see, this is why I said empathy and dialogue. Why is the central bank not having that conversation with the labor leaders in Nigeria? Because that's who the conversation should be also included. They should also be included in those conversations, not just, the politicians. The Central Bank of Nigeria has to be at the table to say, look, if we're going to raise these rates, hey, Treasury, if we're going to print out more money or credit more people more money in terms of salaries, it's going to create inflation. How are we going to curb this? State governments, how are we going to stop the vendors from jacking up their prices overnight? If you jack up your prices more than 7%, straight to jail. Are we going to enforce it? Or is one big man going to say, well, I can raise my rates, nobody's going to touch me? So if these things aren't put in place, tough luck.
That was actually part of Tinubu's campaign promises. He promised a commodities board, which is some form of a price control mechanism.
Yeah. Okay, so the comments are hilarious. But look, listen. It's something, like I said, that has to be done. It has to be done deliberately, and all the stakeholders have to sit at the table. There can't be any big man, because let me tell you, look at what's happening in Kenya. Those kids just stormed the parliament building in Kenya. All those MPs, big men, they were jumping in their cars, running for their life. Men, Nigerian big men, not deceive themselves. Tomorrow, Fela said it, you know, he said, one day go be, one day is coming. It's coming. There's that UK, that US that everybody's running to hide to, hiding your children there so they can go to fancy universities. That's the only place you'll be able to live. You won't be able to come back to that Nigeria. And let's be very careful because they're planting the seeds of their own destruction. But I want a Nigeria to work. I don't want a Nigeria to end up like, you know, these other countries that are facing severe internal crisis. So hopefully they listen and they get their acts together. What's the next one? Why we insist on state police? Yeah, go
no,
ahead.
before I take you to that, well, what's the situation in Kenya? Our friend Kaiser, of course, what's going on there? What are they? I know they are protesting in some against government, but just in a minute or so, just to give us a précis, a synopsis of what's going on there.
In my limited opinion, I'm not a Kenyan. I just watch the news like everybody else. My limited opinion, I think Ruto has reached his limits. I think the people are pissed. They're asking for him to step down.
Why? Why?
Well, he has embarked on a taxation policy that's just extremely unpopular with the people. Not only is it extremely unpopular with the people, they haven't seen any benefits of his taxation. So, you know, this is why I tell African leaders, look, be very careful when you listen to these Milton Friedman free market economists, because the things they'll tell you to do in your country, they don't do in their own country. And one thing about Oyibo is do as I say, not as I do. The Oyibo will make sure that their industries, for example, their power industries, are state-run municipalities, right? Like in the US, you have Georgia Power, right? And those people get electricity from Atlanta. You have Con Edison in New York. But in Nigeria, because of purposely done sabotage, by agents, right? They sabotaged our NEPA. We were told the solution is privatization. Well, privatization hasn't gotten us, you know, the benefits. And when you put your you know your
Sorry, before you go there, let's stay with that Kenya still.
Yeah, so my point is that he a lot of yeah.
No, how? What's the what level of progression is taking place? Are the students? Is a largely youth-led something? Are they looking like successful, or have they been dispersed and sent home?
I will tell you this. I will tell you this. You see, the one thing I respect about
and have you heard from Kaiser as well? I phoned him earlier. He phoned me, and I tried to call him back, but I couldn't get him.
I sent him emails from time to time. Kaiser's kind of been off the radar ever since he got hitched. So
no, you know, I think you know when I noticed he went off the radar when he got that hefty super chat from Ike. That was when they disappeared.
Oh yeah, when Ike I think gave him a couple of, you know, whatever, but hey, you know, he's enjoying life out there in Kenya. But no, I think listen, one thing about the Kenyan people, particularly the Kikuyu, we have to understand. When I was on this platform and with two Niger, and I told them about the Nigerian independence document and, you know, the Ghanaian independence document. Interestingly enough, the only country in Africa that I had seen that didn't have those words, continuing the Queen's Dominion, was Kenya. And I believe it's because of the fight that the Mau Mau put the British through. And that energy is alive in Kenya. They just know how to keep things under wraps. I have a couple of Kenyan friends, and they tell me a lot of things about Kenyans. And those Kikuyu, that Mau Mau energy ended up in what was a movement called the Mungiki. And they fought their government as well. And I think now that same energy is coming up. And if Ruto is not careful, those people in the West that he thinks are backing him will abandon him when those Kenyans start their trouble. So I think you know, he should be very careful. And I it doesn't have to be like this, man. It doesn't have to. This, you know, and that's why I respect you, Elder Johnny Coco, but this thing about power doesn't work like that. Let's stop living life like that, man. You know, one person says it's a Disney movie in the chats and all that stuff. Look, listen, I didn't say you should just be kumbaya. I'm saying feed your people, enjoy your money, but goddamn, do the right thing. Feed your people. You don't have to be so abusive. You know, when Ruto's raising these taxes on women who are selling tomatoes on the street.
Was it not the price of bread that triggered it also? Was it the
Of
price of
course.
bread? Yeah.
Of course. So when you're raising taxes on bread and staple people are going to lose. They're barely surviving. With Kenya suffered a massive drought. They have terrorism problems that they have to deal with. So they're not living a great, comfortable life. Of course, the elites are great, but the average Kenyan on the ground is not. And so now you come with your, Milton Friedman Chicago school style nonsense that's backed by the IMF and World Bank, telling you, yeah, just raise taxes on bread. They're okay. It's economic externalities. They start using big words on you, and I always suspect that African elites don't know what they're hearing in these meetings. They just nod their head and say, "Yes, sir." The white man. I don't think they know what the hell they're hearing, and they just sign and they pledge their oil, they pledge their minerals, they start growing cash crops. Now Nigeria has gone along with Bill Gates to produce, GMO corn. Let's keep going. Let's eat it. We'll be fine. Life is good. So it's hard to deal with an elite that doesn't think. So I hope the Ruto wakes up, and I pray that the Nigerian elite don't end up with a situation like that on their hands, because it's going to be a lot worse if the Nigerian people and the Nigerian youth, like what we saw in NSARS, if that takes hold nationwide, Nigeria is going to collapse. I just told you that Nigeria is broke. They're running a budget deficit. They owe $103 billion. If Nigeria was a human being, would you lend them money? One man? A person whose household is at a budget deficit and they owe 103 billion.
People are lending them money because every country owes, as I'm sure you know. But being able to service and manage that loan is really what the space looks at. Nigeria's credit rating continues to improve and go up so they are now able to loan at the top tier of finance now.
Okay.
All right. Take us to the headline on the screen.
Listen, it says why we insist on state police. I think that's something that should have been the norm. But you see, I think, referring to that power that you and Ajani Coco were talking about, I believe that there was the conspiracy behind the scenes after, the tenure of like an Abacha, especially, that the armed forces in Nigeria were definitely reduced in their capacity, because it was always and only the armed forces who had the ability to curtail the excess of our elites. So they knew that, and they said, well, going forward, we're going to make sure that our armed forces are underfunded. Now, with this state police, as I was asking Pansat, if you create a state police force, you have to pay them. You're going to have to pay them salaries. They're going to have to get pensions. So that's an expense. Where are you going to get the funds for this? Are you going to borrow? Are the Nigerian states going to start, raising money in the Eurobond market or the Eurodollar market, pardon, whatever you call that, the whatever they call those bonds that they have to raise? Are they going to, borrow locally? Are you willing to buy bonds from Gombe State for their police department? Are you one man willing to invest to do that? I don't know. Maybe, maybe not. Right. So I agree with the state police, but I think it's more than just saying we need a state police. I think before you create a state police apparatus, make sure your local police, that's the federal police in your local state, are doing their jobs to keep the people secure. Make sure you're recruiting, you're properly and actively recruiting, and you're paying them a salary. God damn it. All you governors that there, stop living so big. You don't have to all eat goat meat and kwabi and pepper soup and freaking have diabetes, bro. Pay your freaking police. Look at our Nigerian police. These guys are tattered, messed up uniforms. They got freaking AKs from the, from the World War II. It's just despicable. Our soldiers and our police don't look like, man, look at a police force. They look shoddy. So of course they're gonna beg for money on the street. No, pay them a great wage. Make sure that law enforcement is taken care of in your state, and then when you start creating a state police, now the recruiting is going to be exceptional. But don't say you want to create a state police and you're not going to pay them. You're going to hire your former gate man. He says, "Hey, hands up, bill up. We'll move you there. You move there, I got you." You know, come on, man. You got to train them. They got to be able to disarm bombs. They got to be able to stop Boko Haram, stop herdsmen. They have to be able to solve and settle disputes. They have to be able to handle mental health, because it's not just beating people on the road. I'm talking to you. How dare you? I used to be, you slap somebody. Back, I'll show you. Who are you? We can't. No, you got to train them to be real police officers. But when you talk like this, you know what Nigerians do? It glazes over their head.
We don't actually need policing. We don't need policing to that level. Because our needs are rudimentary, and the policing that we need, we don't need American style, whatever it is. You know, we need people that just to slap the miscreants around slap them around the base. That's
you see what I'm saying? Why don't you see? You see, this is one thing about I don't understand about Nigerians. I'm the one Nigerian that says I don't want anything Oyibo. I like my village lifestyle. I love it, right? Give me my 2 wives in my village. I'm good with my palm wine. I'm fine. But you guys will come and tell me, no, in the modern world, people are going to space. How dare you? You're trying to stop us from progressing. Okay, so yeah, let's progress. If we're going to progress, let's do it 100%. Don't half-ass progress. Don't say, we don't need that kind of progress. We just need them to slap some Yahoo boys so we can be safe to walk the streets. So all those boys that put color in the air, they can beat them and clear the road for us. Any conductor that looks at me, Fela Sanasa on Power Show, so we can jam people on the road and call. I will call the state police officer on you. I will show you shake it. That kind of mentality. No, let's have a legit police force. So that way, we know, like, hey, it can be 2 o'clock in the morning, 3 o'clock in the morning with the lights on. If something happens to me as I'm walking in Abeokuta, I know I can safely dial 941 or whatever the number is, and I'll hear, hello, what is your emergency? Please, I'm at such and such drive. There are some boys, they are doing this. I need you to say, and within 2 minutes, hey, please, what's the issue? And I point them out and say, these guys were doing this, or this woman was doing this, and they settle it and they arrest it. And maybe, again, if those guys have mental health issues, okay, they seem to be having a mental health issue, take them to the mental health place and you can help them, right? If these are miscreants that are breaking the law, arrest them and put them so they can get rehabilitated through the prison system. This can be done. When all these governors go to America, don't they see the same thing? Why don't they want to bring it to Nigeria?
BT, you couldn't bear the blowharding of this guy anymore, could you, BT?
Well, go ahead, BT. Go ahead, BT. I know you guys don't like it.
Well, once again, as a Superman on the platform, I have to fly in to save the day again.
Yes. What are you making of this character that is just huffing and puffing?
I mean, let's just move on. I mean, at some point, you just have to. But
so what's the last topic?
It made some good points.
Attacks me.
Yeah.
No, hold on. Let me say.
Well, man, give him time to finish. I'll chime in a second.
All right. Carry on.
BT is the type of Nigerian that can't stand me. Fela always said, "Yeah, you can do the same category."
You don't even know the guy. You've already concluded.
Yeah,
I definitely the same way I concluded with you, one man. When we know the same category, I'm not one of those Africans.
Well, this is it. So who is the higher specification then? If we are not on the same categorization, who is the highest?
I told you I'm the low IQ African. You guys are the ones. You guys are the high IQ ones. You guys are good. We're the low IQ dusty ones. But gas
them up. You have an expansive personality, but it's just the speed at which you talk. It's like an AK-47. Yeah,
it's very hard to decipher if he's been sarcastic or he's been serious sometimes. Like when I listen to him talk on the show, I'm not sure if he's kidding around or he's been serious. So that's just my thing.
I'm being no. I think there's narcissism there. I think it's somewhat somebody drew the parallel with Pansat. I think that's where the equation is. Somebody that's educated has a bit of brain function, but then subsumed by sense of anyway. That's my assessment too. You assess me, I assess you, but still love you anyway. BT, what's your?
I'm the low IQ African, so I embrace being the low IQ African.
No, one man actually. I was actually talking to some friends of mine. You remember the other day when we were addressing the cholera thing and the issue of local government councils came up, and I saw this wonderful model that was developed and implemented by Portugal. I will send you the link. It's amazing for local government council. It's if you were to adopt any system to address all these issues we've been talking about, healthcare, even the traditional. I'm going to send you a link of that Portuguese, the way they design their local government councils. And I think when we're going through the whole thing, I mean, it was geared towards healthcare when we're looking at it. But the other aspect of it, I'm like, my God, this is just perfect. So I'll send you that link, one man. You go through it. You tell me what you think. You don't have to talk about it.
Just give us a flavor of the highlights that especially impressed you.
So, you know how there's the one we practice right now is where you have a pool. So let's say the local government councils even have the ability to collect taxes and funds. It comes into a pool first before it goes back out. The way they design it is, for instance, school boards now, if they're taxing let's say the markets or let's say the motor parks, that funds just directly is supervised by the local government councils, of course, but it never gets to them. But they watch the money move from the market to where it's supposed to go. So it never really comes to that. So it's a way of just making sure that we don't have the people, too many hands in government. So they will supervise the funds moving. So if they say, okay, money from the market is for these clinics, once the money is collected from that place, it just goes to the clinics and somebody is there to supervise it. It never goes to the local government first, then to the clinics. So you are cutting the middleman off in every aspect. So I like the way they structured it. The money just moves from where it comes from where it's supposed to be, goes where it's supposed to go. The job of the local government council is just to monitor the movement of that fund. That's what they do. They don't really, try to manage and control. Okay, this is A, B, C, and D. Now they can increase the amount, decrease the amount, but they can't hold the cash. Nobody's in one office sitting down talking about, we don't have funds yet, because we can all see it. Your job is just to manage.
But that's a technology-based system, though. We are in somewhat of a deficit in that space, are we not?
And we can all watch in real time. So they can every week you can watch how much was collected from the motor parks and where it's going. You can literally watch the movement of the funds, how much it is, how much they're using, how much they have in savings, their deficit, where it's spent. You can question it if you want, and they have to reply you, I think, within 72 hours or something. I mean, it's fantastic. I'm like, this is it.
One minute. If we have 6 point something trillion being spent on capital expenditures and capital expenses, and you just acknowledge that we are in a technological, desert or deficit, where is this 6 trillion going? What is it? Is it not supposed to be spent to shore up this technological, depletion that you're describing that we have in Nigeria? Shouldn't it be? I mean, like I said, just looking at the Nigerian budget, and this is part of these state police, and that's why I said, where's the funding? Where's the training? If the Nigerian government is broke, how are they going to get this technological, advancements that this gentleman so eloquently told us that we need? And I agree with him. And then also, how are we going to get the funds to get this state police, on and running?
So Gassama, can I ask him some questions then? Or?
Of course, it's conversational now.
Before you ask the question, one minute, is there any other topic? Because I want to wrap up and let him go. But is there any other topic that you had?
Yes, there are other topics, but
We'll move on to other people. Okay.
No. Go ahead. Let him finish. I
want you to ask the questions. I just wanted to know how many other topics are there.
And by the way, the topics are just space fillers to open up conversation. So if anything more engaging is but you've already somewhat given us your flavor of Nnamdi Kanu. You've not really given us the if you're in favor of the state policing or not, but I suspect you may well be.
I am in support of it. I've just said that it has to be done in a way. But I wanted to hear what the gentleman's questions were. So here's what I'll do. He can ask me the questions. I'll wrap up, answer it, wrap up in 1 minute, and go on to the next person. I don't want to hog the mic. Is that okay with you?
Brilliant. Let's do that.
So go ahead. So I'm listening to the questions.
His name is BT. Call him BT.
Okay, BT. I'm listening, sir. BT, you there?
I will be right back. Sorry, one man. Sorry, I apologize.
Yes, BT is multitasking. Is at work and also sparing us his time. So bring it home and then we move the conversation around. Yeah.
So the thing is, again, back to the state police. I think this actually, if it's done properly, can be a model for how to have an effective police force in Africa, West Africa, period. If the state police are properly funded, if you give them the right weapons, how come in the UK and the US, the armed police, well, UK, you guys have armed police and regular police, but how come the police are able to have handguns? I mean, I know in Lagos, I've seen some of the police have handguns and things like that. Why the constant use of AK-47s, right? Like that's such a heavy militarized presence. I think that should only be done for like SWAT or MOPO or, elite policing, like just regular community level policing. I don't think they need to be walking around with excessive AK-47s, right? But I think give them the right type of handguns, give them the right type of gun safety training, give them de-escalation tactics. So they shouldn't feel offended when a citizen questions why they're being, detained by the police, right? Hey, officer, why are you detaining me? You pulled me over. Here's my license. Here's my stuff. You're getting paid, as one man says, right? I think you said 60,000 naira a month, a good wage, if we can bring down inflation. So if you're being paid a base salary of 60,000 or above that, I've given you my credentials. You don't need to take a bribe from me, right? Make sure they have physical training, feed them well. So our police don't look skinny and dry. They're well fed and built. They look like a police force. I think it can really be a great thing for policing in Nigeria, effective community policing if done properly. But if it's only done so that you can fight, herdsmen, and so you can use it to harass, the political enemies in your state, it's never going to change anything. But I don't know. BT, are you back?
Gas him up.
BT is not back, but it's a double gang. It's double gang guys here.
Who's this double gang guy? Who is that?
Is a guy called Aizo. He probably match you in terms of whatever it is.
Aizo? Aizo came with me.
Yeah, Emio. But it's Soko boy now. I know your side.
No, I'm Isoko on one side. I'm Joe on the other side.
Ibizo, it's okay with me.
Igbesu breaking me.
Do. I knew it. You had it in you. I knew it, man. I knew it. I was listening to him. I was like, "Well, man, he's a real one, man. No wonder he has his own blood. That explains a lot." Gas him up. I just came here to give you, not that you need it, but I came to give you some backing against one man and his acolytes.
Yeah, thank you, brother.
I don't know. You should be ashamed of yourself. You're supposed to be on our side. So I'm surprised. Why? What happened? Are you playing tribal game net now? Is that what you're doing?
I did, but I didn't even know. I didn't even know he was his own till he just said so. But the thing is, the guy is making sense now. I don't know why they're jumping him on this platform. The guy is making a lot of sense. I mean, if we look at the mirror, look at ourselves in the mirror, he's just pretty much saying, "Hey, this is your reflection."
Right.
He's making a lot.
No, brother, can I say something? I want to ask one thing for those of us that are discussing state police. State police is something that looks good, but I believe is a two-edged sword in which you have to be very careful with it. And one of the major problems, fault lines to me, is our culture really compatible as a people with state policing? The culture of favoritism and this culture of wanting to commit a crime and don't want to do the time. Do you think that can really work with state policing?
Can you explain the question a little bit further? Can you just flesh it out a little bit more, if you don't mind, sir?
Okay, what I'm saying is this. If you look at state policing from the angle of the problems we have at hand right now, the insecurity in the country, it sounds like the silver bullet that is going to make the whole thing disappear. However, there is this problem we have as a people, which is our culture, the culture of favoritism and that of wanting to commit a crime and don't want to be punished. For example, you're driving on the road, a police stops you, like, hey, you've committed this crime. Rather than you going along to the station to go sort yourself, you try to create a scene. That is our culture. It's a kind of cultural thing among our people. Also, that of favoritism. Oh, I'm the son of the king of this community. Do you think with those basic flaws, do you think state police can work, or are we going to get back to the same problem?
Sorry, how is that an impediment to state policing?
Okay,
Prime,
this is how
Prime, hold on, Prime. Because you said you give another going to the station. No, the system that you should have, if I'm stopped, right? If you have a system that they can pull up my records, some of these cases that you go to the station, you can pay a fine or ticket if they have your records. You don't need to follow anybody. They can tow your vehicle. Then you go to court. Okay. Oh, excuse me. I'm kind of busy. Shit. Go ahead.
You have a call?
Yeah, he has a call, I think. I think he has a call. I'll just say this.
Sorry. Did you understand the fullness of what the prime meant? Because I don't get it.
I think what the prime, correct me if I'm wrong, the prime, I think what he was saying is that the history of policing in Nigeria leads us to believe that favoritism, tribalism, and just overall nepotism and all kind of isms that we see with federal police in Nigeria are going to just simply replay and rehash themselves on a state level. And it can actually muddy the waters. So what happens when one person says, and if you arrest me because federal police are Ghana, my brother, so you just be state police.
No. Sorry.
Go ahead.
You almost know what I was saying, but this is where I'm saying, okay, now, let's say Lagos State has its own state police. Obviously, it's going to branch down into community. Someone commits a crime. Mamini, Eminemo Chairman, Alimosho local government. Do you think that culture would not collapse the state police back to what we are running away from? That is the culture of the people.
No, but you can.
Will, 100%. I just want to wrap up. If you don't mind, I'll wrap so you guys can go. So I'll move on from me. I'll my last point is this. I think it will, but the solution, as Brother T, I forget. I'm not trying to. I didn't catch your name. I'm not trying to.
It's actually after Boston Tea Party. So Baba T.
Okay, Boston Tea. Okay, Baba T. So Baba T. I think he eloquently said, in terms of automation, I think the solution is back to the training. And I think that if the state governors are serious, which I'll be honest, I don't think they are, but if they're serious, they can actually make this state police so well functioned that it will actually put the federal police to shame. That it will be so impartial that, listen, whether you're from Ali Moshe local government, whether you're from Jeremy Felodun, whether you're from this local government, Ikeja GRA, whatever local, if you commit a crime, if the traffic is facing one way and your car's in the other way, straight to psychiatric center, 3 months, because you have to explain to us why you're driving against the traffic. If that can be done in Nigeria, where not only are they enforcing the laws, they're not, beating people on the streets because a citizen questioned why they're being harassed. If you're helping people, maybe someone, like I said, is having a mental health crisis, you can take them to the right social services that they need. If people start to see this, to say, wait, you know what? This state police is actually functioning. And the way you do that is the training, and you pay them. You have to pay them a salary that they're above corruption. So now there's still going to be some corruption, I'm sure, on the very high levels, but at least from, the mid-level down, people don't feel that it's business as usual. So I think it's training and salary that will make sure that doesn't happen.
Hold on, the Prime. Thank you. Thank you, Gas Them Up. So that's Gas Them Up, the elegant man himself. So Gas Them Up. We'll go on to Ajande Koko next. You get to say what you want to say. Ajande Koko takes the floor next. Thomas is here to guide you through. Ajande Koko will be the host for the session. Thomas will show him the levers.
It's a full of a upgrade,
look at that.
I can't be tonight. I'm so busy.
All right. I think Thomas is there anyway. So Thomas, acknowledge you're there. Well, Thomas is there somewhat, but all right. All right. Do you want to take the floor now, Janle Koko?
Let me yield to Prime. I think Prime, we have not heard from him for several months now. So let's speak.
I've been listening. I've been listening all this while, but
yeah, let's Prime speak.
All right, Prime, brother. The floor is yours. You've listened to the conversation, so just let's hear the elegance of your thoughts.
This is what I was saying earlier, like our culture as a people, let me put it like this. In America, it's easy to have this thing called, where someone is being stopped and is running all around the states and they're chasing him with the helicopter. Those things are possible in America. Let me give you the model you find in Scandinavia. Just a phone call by the police, like, hey, we need your presence in the police station. The people gently go there. So that is what I'm trying to say. Like our culture as a people, don't we think we should first of all look more inward at our culture before all these beautiful ideas? We have these ideas that we don't like to obey the laws. That is a typical Nigerian. That is the way I see things. What do you have to say about that concerning state policing?
Is that a question? Are you asking the panelist that question, or?
No, I was asking,
Prime, you have the floor. You just, it's your time. Just
you want me to? Okay, you want me to
talk? Hey, let's engage him now. Become engage him. He wants us to engage him in the conversation. So the Prime. So this is the point I'm trying to make. So you know how somebody, I think it was Gazimo was talking about people not following somebody to the station. Here sometimes if you commit a crime, let's say you hit a car or you overspeed or whatever, once they capture your numbers, they know who you are. They don't have to chase you. They don't have to impound your car necessarily. As a matter of fact, you'll be the one looking for them to pay that fine because they know who you are. They probably have you on tape. They have body cams. So does that, if you have that system, it eliminates, to some degree, the exploitation of whatever system you have on both sides, from the big man side and from the police side.
Okay,
If
I
you
think
have that,
I think we conveniently forget this part, that these systems we see that is really admirable to us is being funded heavily, and we are not in the same class as these people. At best, we can do semi-automatic automation kind of thing, in which, like, okay, you have in here, you have every police vehicle has an internet, has a computer. Do you really think we can afford those things? Because most times when we share brilliant ideas in Europe or America, we always forget that part of funding. Nigeria is a poor country.
so we can't so we cannot even do something as basic as to know who the driver is.
We still use
That's just
I
basic.
think
It's not expensive to fund. I'm sorry. That one is maybe different things. I agree.
you
But when
really
it
think
comes
it's not expensive?
to
Okay,
for you
to
to
create
have an
database,
ID,
is not that expensive. I get what you are saying, but the
yeah.
problem I think we have at hand is like when Gastop was talking about Nnamdi Kanu, and we were talking about empathy. These are the things I think he was trying to point out when it comes to state policing. Because now we need to think about empathy. You need to think, oh, this guy is connected to the Oba of Ibadan. If police arrest him, all he needs to do is call the Oba. The Oba will just call the DPO and release the guy. This is what he is talking about when it comes to state policing. Because now, even now that we don't have state policing, if we are still connected, there are things you will still get away with in Nigeria, which is the point he's making. So if it now comes to take policing, won't it be worse? Is the question. Won't it be worse than what we have now? Because
Okay,
state
so
policing
how
now
many DOG? How
yeah.
many states can I? Okay, let's even say the basic now. Don't forget America, the UK, whatever for a second. Even the basic that we're both talking about right now. How many states can actually fund that? If you one or two right now, if you had to guess.
Yeah, 100%. Yeah, like
I
about
think
1
I
or 2.
bet.
Yeah.
So that should be an option there, not mandatory. So I don't think everybody should go that route, in my opinion. If you can afford to run a police system, go ahead. But if you want to stay with the current federal police system, stick to it, because if you don't have the funds.
So you are saying it shouldn't be forced. You should
No, it
choose
should not. No,
state.
it should not be. No.
If you can fund it yourself as a state, then go ahead.
Then go for it. Because Ekiti cannot run. I'm sorry, Ekiti cannot run any state police right now. They don't have that.
They can't.
So
yeah, BT, aren't you? I mean, obviously, for everything that's implemented, we always have pros and cons. But aren't we all a little suspicious that these governors, who are pretty much like mini kings within our space, are the biggest advocates for state policing?
Why? Why do you think they are?
That's what I'm saying. I think you and I both know why. Because
I don't know. No. I don't know. You tell me. I don't know.
BT, come on, man. but the thing is, they already have power. The one, right, is the control of force within their space. They have to rely on federal. And now these cases of insecurity have given them the platform to make a case for them to fully control that aspect, right? And I think that is one of the biggest disadvantages of this, in the sense that, we look at River State, for instance. Imagine if there was a state police entrenched and you had this feud. Just think about what the fallout would have been. So that is.
But hold on a minute. Sorry.
Just a second. Let me just
ask a question before you go.
Sure.
If they create state policing, are there not meant to be some amendment made in the law that will restrict such situation you are trying to point out now? Like if the governors have the full power of policing, won't it affect won't they abuse the power? So is that not meant to be like when you decide to go with state policing, are there not meant to be amendment in the law?
You mean their jurisdiction, like
yeah, exactly.
Yeah, but we all know, right? The law in Nigeria is not the issue. We have laws by the quadrillion. It's the enforcement of the law, the oversight, right? Governors already don't have oversight. They already have immunity, right? So if I'm a governor and there's some political opponents from another party in my state, and I've won through rigging, and they're making noise that this guy, and I just go ahead and find trump up charges, arrest a few of them, lock them up. Who's going to say I did the wrong thing? Who's going to challenge me? Who's going to hold me account? Who's going to prosecute me? No one, right? So we will take them from pretty much kings to godlike status. That is my fear. I think it can be a good thing, but like everything, right? Power that's wielded by a person, it all comes down to who's wielding the power. If you have an average guy who's responsible, humble, or a system that has institutions with checks and balances, 100%, we have nothing to worry about. But if you have some Yahoo governor who was a local councilman, former motor parked out, and now becomes governor through rigging, and then he has the full authority of police in his state. It's scary, right? We all know Nigeria, we know ourselves. So it's scary to think about what could come out of that. And that is my fear. Some governors might be perfect. Some governors.
Aizon, how do you fix that trust deficit then? If that's at the heart of the problem, not because
Correct.
you're the system, but that the thing you were alluding to. So how do you fix that trust deficit?
You create a federal oversight, right? And you make it clear that there are going to be certain penalties on the control or the ability to use police force if it is abused. We have to. Our history has taught us, right, that these things can happen. And that's the thing. Like when you know something can happen, then you have the ability to mitigate against it, right? So we know this is something that can happen. So they have to put checks.
Like a FBI kind of thing that we have in America.
Correct. The FBI does oversee police misconduct, right?
Sorry, so let me bail out. Thomas is in the background to let people in and out. You have to organize the conversation amongst yourself because he's not able to engage verbally. Super Tatas are your. I've left some of the talking points in the private chat if you need them, or just free flow as you will. So that's Ayo severally, and Isaac Ojo. That's Isaac Ojo right there severally as well. So that's Isaac Ojo still, and that's still Isaac Ojo. So thank you, Isaac, and that is still Isaac Ojo. So thank you, Isaac. And still Isaac Ojo, still thank you, Isaac. So a different name in interstar space. That's Audi right there. That's Tim Ajeka saying something or the other. Audi comes back to poke at somebody. That's Audi right there. Tim Ajek again. So that's Tim Ajek right there, and Tim Ajek the last entrance so far. So thank you to all those. Let me bail out, gentlemen. I'll see you tomorrow. Thomas,
one before you go.
Yeah.
K was was serious. Is it true that they turned Onion Fife into an usher at the Davido's wedding? I've not seen it. I've not really followed that space. Is it true?
You know, I've been desperately trying to avoid that video.
No. Sure, Tonya, one man.
Real, but I can look for the clip. I saw the
K was proud or sad because I didn't really know where he was trying to get at. So maybe he's from his state, so I wasn't sure where he was really. I'm not in the video.
I saw.
Oh, he was an usher apparently. Is that possible?
No, I wasn't an usher. One man, don't put Maggie.
No, this is what Kulata. It's not me, it's Kulata.
No, it's Kulata. Okay, I mean Kulata or somebody will bring this issue up. You see, I think the king is struggling too much to get acceptance. I don't understand why.
From who?
Because
that
is the problem.
From the Instagram generation, he wants to be.
But they loved him from day one. He didn't have to do that. They already did.
That is the issue. Like, Kabiesi, you represent an institution, and either we like it or not, culturally, we are your subjects. We are bound to like and be loyal to you. So struggling for acceptance like a commoner, it doesn't add up. If a 10-year-old is having birthday with some connection, my dear king can be there. I don't understand why.
But sorry, what do you mean by is looking for acceptance? What are the things that you can point to show to that
Okay,
I
this
don't
is what I mean.
okay.
Yoruba say ibigbereje lambagba, meaning like you don't meet elders in every occasions. Some occasions they willingly, too much of familiarity brings content. That's the English, appropriate word for what I'm trying to say. Like you bring some level of scarcity that brings the aura of royalty. It keeps it on. Just like the way when you have too much money in the economy, it becomes inflation. Now, the event he went to, yeah, because of the status of the Adeleke's in Osun State, he should be there. But I think, in my humble opinion, I don't think I'm up to advise the royalty, but at least I think he should have sat down and allow people come pay homage to the throne at that point.
Deeper, he stood up. He stood up. Hold on, I saw a video. He stood up to greet Elegushi. You are in no class. It's not in your class for you to stand up for him.
Who is
Elegushi
I see
compared
what
to
you're
Oni
trying
of
to say with the Obelegusi and all those stuff.
Who is he?
But
He's not even.
I think the problem here.
Sorry, D, about the moderate. Do you still remember how to, or would you like to?
One man, I'm at work.
Okay. Maori Thomas Wanve. So sorry, carry on. Let me see if I can find a clip of him as you're talking.
Don't play.
Babati, I'm thinking, is it not that the king himself is too down to heart? Then all the drama of the wives, he has some. When he just came in and he was getting married to different kind of women,
right.
And I think the guy is just over down to heart for a king. And that is his personality. He just needs to find a way of trying to adjust.
No, somebody has to, culturally, even in Yoruba culture, in that setting, there are people people have a responsibility in that palace for centuries, for decades. It's been there. They manage his image the way it's somebody's job. Somebody's not doing his job or her job.
Yeah,
before he gets there,
it's true.
No, it's not that he's going to be. He can't do the job himself.
The guy is too down to heart, and he needs people to talk to him because he's been having a lot of issues, especially when he goes to functions. There was a time he actually went to greet Peter Doce, and there was a way Peter Doce greeted him, and people were complaining, why would our Oni of Ife, why would he turn himself to a common king like that?
You nod your head. If that person is a chief too, there are things that you do as a Yoruba king, permanent king, that he's not doing. So I wonder if it's not being something is going on in that palace. Somebody is not doing the job in that palace to teach him how.
Actually, the Oba of Benin, he does royalty better, and the Sultan of Sokoto. Although we saw him did this,
one man. That's my.
But the Yoruba kings, they want to go Owambe.
My point is, if I had to compare anybody to him, the people that you just mentioned, they're in the same class as him. So that's the way. If you talk about Oni of Ife, it should be the Sultan of Sokoto. That is his level. But to now have you sitting down, Elegushi is coming. You now stand up to greet Elegushi. Who the hell is Elegushi to you? What are you doing?
But maybe we should consider again in that function. Sitting arrangement is not being arranged for him to sit down like the king.
That's my point.
What about the age? The age
for him
factor.
I'm saying that DOG. When you have people, okay, for instance, now, if the Queen of England is coming to your town, before she shows up there, they will have the people in
the arrangement where the Queen will sit down. Yeah,
they will have called. Okay, this is what we did. Our demands. They will have figured that out before you even show up. That's the way it's supposed to be.
People get prepped up. Like, this is how you react to the king. This is how you react to the Queen of England. There are protocols. You remember when Trump...
Can anyone hear me?
We can hear you, but if you want to wait, let people know.
Okay.
Yep.
Okay.
So, there are protocols to these things. These are institutions. This is the problem I have with when we mix Western education for the royalties, neglecting the basic culture. There are culture that could have been instilled in the cabinets, like, hey, you are the king, irrespective of the age. It doesn't mean you're talking to people rudely, but you are sitting on a throne that is well respected. So you can't do this. This is how you greet elders. This is how you greet your age mates. This is how you establish certain relationship with people. I think KPSC skipped that part of his orientation. I'm sorry to say this like this, but I don't
My
know.
friend, can I ask you a question, please, about what you're
Yeah.
saying? Okay, I'm not Yoruba, but I grew up in the Southwest, so by default, I'm very familiar with Yoruba culture and people and everything. But let me ask you this: don't you think this speaks to the larger point of what the traditional leadership has lost in our society from what you're seeing? And is it true that back before, the Oracle of Ifa used to select the next Oba or King or Oni, whomever it may be, and now that practice is no longer in play? Is that true?
I think you're asking a very, very dicey question for me to answer. But this thing goes in two ways. A king that has a first male son, that becomes the automatic king in his absence. However, over the centuries, this has become a very big family in which they rotate it for peaceful arrangement. Like the first son of, maybe it's going to be your eldest nephew or your eldest cousin, or so, something around that nature. That is the right person. So that is the way it's now been arranged. I don't think they use the oracle more in these prominent seats. They have people that are qualified for that position, then they contest. However, irregardless of the process of selection, the orientation for that seat should still remain the same. Let me give you an example, like the Akran of Badagry.
Sorry, the prime. Thank everyone. See. Sorry, carry on.
Hello?
I just wanted to.
Carry on the prime, yeah.
Yes, thank everyone.
Yeah. There are kings in, okay, for example, the Akran of Badagry. That man respects himself so much because he understands that this seat. I'm just an occupant. I'm just an occupant of this office. So people, the way you carry yourself, people also flow along with it. That is just the simple thing I see in this issue. Especially, this is not the first time. The first brouhaha came up with the Peter Edochie situation. I expected a more, composed king when it goes to social outing. But regrettably, our beloved kings sometimes, doesn't give.
Let me add to what he also said before you go ahead, DOG. You also know back in the days when you are a prince, you grew up in the palace, or the kings, the royals grew up in a compound.
God bless you.
So they are prepped. So they'll call them Aremo. Aremo is the next king to become. So you are prepped. You are brought into the meetings. You are showed how to be. So they train you from childhood of how to behave in public. We've lost that part where somebody can just be in Canada and say, "Oh, you are next up." They're not prepped. They were never
And they'll pack
raised.
their bags and start coming.
Yeah, so they have no idea what the culture expects from them because they were not really raised.
God bless you.
Yeah, so that's what it is.
Yeah, from what you've just said, it's probably boils down to that. Then the personality of the person. I just think this king himself, his age, his personality is part of the problem. And with what is it Babati or somebody saying that they need to still have people in palace that grooms them and coordinate their activities so they won't go out of line in acting as a royalty. Because sometimes when you even look at Oni of Ife, I won't lie to you. Sometimes when I look at him, it doesn't look like a king to me. It just looks like a common popular celebrity. You don't feel that, that thing you feel when you see a king.
But DOG, my point is palace, his office is too big to be run by one person. It's supposed to have like 20 or 40 people running that, because I didn't even know. I was even watching a video. Do you know the amount of people that come from around the world just to visit this palace every year?
You're right.
So you need people to manage your that palace for you. You can't have 1 or 3 people just doing the job. It's a huge responsibility on behalf of almost 70, 80 million people.
Then with someone that doesn't even really live in the palace or have the grooming to know how to be a king, someone this young, you actually really need that support, to be honest. You are right. Hello?
Yes, we can hear you. Go ahead. We can hear you.
So I think for his age, somebody that actually, like we used to have the Aremos that you will know in the past, Aremoni and all that. I don't think he had all those advantages to himself. He's probably live abroad, then live his own life and all that. So I think his age, his personality, then he probably is that kind of person that wants to run the show himself because he's young. He's trying to create some.
Yeah, but you can, you can.
But
even
you can't. Yeah, but you can't, because now the lapses are showing, which is what we are talking about.
Clearly,
This guy
if I ask you now, does he even have a calendar or a schedule that can follow for the next 3 or 4 months?
I doubt it.
How can you have Aremo when Aremo is living in America, living in London?
I know where you're going.
Babati is Aremo. Look at him.
Leave that.
If they select him tomorrow as an Oba, do you think this one can know how to conduct that position of Oba? Can live all his life in America? Aremo.
Can I ask you guys a question? If I'm not mistaken, the kings in most Nigerian places, but particularly in Yoruba land, I'm not a Yoruba man, Shebi is Ifa that is consulted when the next king is selected, right? And I was confused with this current Oni, because I didn't understand how he was married to I believe she was a celestial woman or a church woman, and I'm sitting there like, your entire throne, your entire office is something that's not,
in
related
line with
to
Christianity.
in line with Christianity. And then he said Jesus is his father. So I was just saying to myself, like, this is interesting. So if Ifa is the one that was consulted as he was chosen, perhaps they're trying to tell us something. I don't know. What do you guys think?
To respond to that, historically, our kings have always married from outside. I mean, they will marry people from different cultures, different religions. Now they're able to control that or curtail that to some limit. Right? So they can marry somebody from a different tribe that will come with their own gods, and they will give them a little space to practice what they practice. But they will still be forced to participate in whatever the king is doing. So for any festive season, whatever, they will still be involved in it. So it's nothing new. So I'm not really worried about the wife being a Christian or not. That's not my concern. My own issue is with him professing Christ as his own savior. Is what bothers me, not the woman. So if the woman is doing I don't care about that. But for you as that is the issue.
Brother, the woman was, in my opinion, I could be wrong, I wasn't there, but it seems to me that the woman was the source of him, because when she was in the palace, he was all allowing her to do her night vigils and shout down the demons and all this other stuff.
So goes back. Well, that's my mom. Then it goes back to my original question: Who are the people managing the palace? Because historically,
that's what I'm saying. It seems that. Yeah, it seems, I'll be honest, across the board, except for, dare I say, maybe the Oba of Benin, I don't think any of these contemporary royal houses are holding on to their traditions. And I think part of the problem is we really don't respect our traditional royal houses in Nigeria, because we don't really give them a space to really function in the Nigerian apparatus. So when you look at other European nobility and other European royal houses, they have functions that they have to partake in the state apparatus, and they're given certain privileges. I think we need to find a way, if we're really saying we're African, We need to have a state apparatus that includes and accepts that we have royal authority, and our royal authority should be, even if it's on a de facto basis,
Okay,
have
so
some sort of
let's make this interesting then. So what would be, because I was talking to somebody a few days ago, and I realized that even local government council chairman can summon our kings to his office if he wants to. He can actually bar him from leaving his palace if he really wants to, per Nigerian constitution. So, Gasum, the question is, what would be the role of the KBACs in your own constitution if you had the power to change it? That, I think that's the reasonable question to ask. What would be the roles of the kings in your own Nigeria if you had the power to change the constitution? Yeah.
That's a great question. I don't know if I have a specific answer. Unfortunately, I will say this. Historically, because of the role that our royal authority played in that slave genocide, I think the institutions have not done a good job of looking inward to say what happened. You know, why was the Oyo collapse? Why did the Arochukwu do what they did? Why did the Oyo do what they did? And so when they can answer that, I think now, if they are able to say, well, this is where we went wrong, now we can bring them to the table to say, okay, in this new Nigeria, in this constitution, I think on a local level, in your villages and the towns that you have sway, people should have the right, to use your court as a you should have a local royal court, to where if you're having a land dispute, you can choose to have your land disputed by the local royal authority. And if you're not satisfied, you can always take it to the constitutional authority to say, look, I went and this was the matter that was heard by the royal court. These are the facts of the case, and I wasn't satisfied with my judgment there, so I brought it here for a more impartial judgment, right? I think that should be something that should be allowed. I think they should have some sort of security force, even if it's a non-lethal security force that they can, employ. I'll give you guys an example, right? In New York City, you have certain communities, Hebrew communities, in, for example, Crown Heights in Brooklyn. The Hebrew community, the Jewish community, they have their own like local police force. Now they're not armed, but they're able to patrol the neighborhoods. And at night,
we have them here too in England,
Yeah, of course.
In some
Right.
part of London, yeah, you will even see them with their
right.
vans. Yeah.
Perfect, right? So you know exactly what I'm talking about. So my point is that that's something that if you see, our founding fathers messed up, man. They weren't thinking like this, and I don't blame them. They had their idea.
The foundation is
the foundation. Because when you're building a constitution, I think they should have put these things in place. Unfortunately, they weren't thinking like this, and since they weren't thinking like this, it's almost hard because now those same institutions are largely ceremonial. They're like toothless dogs. They don't have the power that they once had, But like I said, to answer the gentleman's question, I would have them first look at themselves inwardly to say, where did we go wrong during that slave genocide? Why were we selling our people for umbrellas, top hats, and nonsense like that? How can we make sure that never happens again? What must we put in our language to ensure that each Igbo Yoruba child that is born knows that they are not supposed to sell each other for mirrors and nonsense like that, and then bring the Constitution table to say these are some of the powers you can have, and if you abuse those powers, you can be stripped. But we will allow you to have some room and leeway in your localities, so you can be able to function. That's what I would do.
Okay.
My take, Babati. I just feel with Nigeria, to be specific, everything we've clamored for a youth, for a younger person to be in that position, we've never really get to appreciate anyone. Like in politics, I've not seen any younger person in politics of today in Nigeria as of today that I'm impressed with. Just like the king now, that's the young king. See how he's doing. Oh, this one is old, this one is old. Oh, put the young person. You see them messed up in few months, even before they even spend a year.
The governor of Kogi, I think he became governor at like 41 or 40.
Exactly. Yeah, So So this issue of young people, I think the idea for a king, I think the guy is too young, thinking about his personality, his age, his life experience to be a king. I think that's part of what is affecting him right now. Because I think if it was an elderly person, those people would have gotten to a certain place in their life that they already know some things already. Because this guy, since he's been king, it's actually rare for you to see where you don't see all these complaints about him. That is what goes around in the news most about him. How he carries himself, how he coordinates himself, why is he doing this, why is he married to this person, why is he taking another wife, even Nkechi Blessing almost lure her away in as well, you know. So the king, I think age-wise, when it comes to Nigeria, we need to forget about, we need a younger person, even though that should be the way forward. But I think the younger people that are opportuned are actually messing things up.
DOG, I want to disagree with you a little bit. You
Yes,
see,
sir.
when you are making reference to what do you call this guy, governor of Kogi State, that there's no one in politics that is so reliable, even among the young. You see, Yaya Bello found himself in the midst of corrupt old politician, and doing playing the politics in the best way that they play it. And that's why he double up his efforts to be even more corrupt than them, because that is in the midst of corrupt old politicians that have been running the system. So we have some of the young ones that are showing themselves that, look, we want to take you on a different direction. But it's you, the young people, that fail to follow them, that, they're not playing the politics right. Oh, they are not doing this. It's you, the youth, is the youth of Nigeria that never shown capacity, never show, capacity to lead, to support each other and take the position of leadership, and then change the system in the best way that can run for them today and the future generation. So we cannot use the example of Yaya Bello and some other ones that are working with the APC and PDP, the corrupt party, to now want to use that to say, Nigerian youth are as corrupt as. No, it's, I think.
Yeah, good point, sir. I agree with your point. I see what you're
Okay,
trying
guys,
to
can
say.
I chime in now?
Yeah, sure.
Um,
Come in.
um, so Angelica, I was going to ask. So when people, the citizens, are demanding for a younger politicians or leadership, what exactly are they looking for that was going to be different from the old politicians?
Repeat the question again.
People want the younger politicians and leaders to
Yeah.
occupy position in our country. So
Mhm.
based on what you just said, I'm asking you, when people are demanding for younger leaders, what do they have in mind? What do they expect was going to happen when they get to power, like Yaya Bello?
I don't think I'm getting that question right. Maybe, sorry, maybe you want.
I think Babati is trying to Prince Daddy. Yeah, I think
Is
Prince Daddy
that
is trying to ask what is expected. Okay, if you've decided to say, okay, we prefer the younger people, what are you expecting from the younger people? If I'm getting his question right,
okay?
I
Is that
think
the question? What?
Exactly. Yeah, that's my question. Yeah.
Yes. What we are expecting from them is to um, run the system in such a way that we work for everybody in that country, and totally different from the way it's being run now. That is what we are expecting from them.
So then why are you blaming that they came to power and they emulating the older politicians or the old people and doing the same thing and become twice as corrupt as they are, like Yahabilo again?
No. You don't get my point. My point is that Yaya Bello found himself in the midst of corrupt people. They are the ones that sponsored him to that position.
Abadali Oko, I won't lie to you.
They
If not
sponsored.
that, if not that Prince
Hold
Daddy.
on, let me land. They
Okay, fine.
sponsored him to be governor. He has to serve them. It's operating in the same manner that they are operating. But you see some others like Shure, like Adewale, they are saying these people are killing the system. They are destroying the system. We want to run the system totally different from the way they are running it. But the youth of Nigeria doesn't want to support them because you are looking at they don't support they don't play the politics well because they are not bribing. They don't want to
No,
bribe
it's
their way
not
to power.
bribing. Oh. It's not
We've not
bribing.
seen Sure in
Abadali.
power. We've
So
not seen
that
Sure in
is the
power.
problem.
I think the problem is with
And
someone
that
like
is the
Showore.
reality. The more we are
Abadali
looking at
Oko, I will agree with you, but I think the problem with people like Showore is, you see, sometimes when we look at Nigerian politics, we can already tell who and who are the main contenders. So it's easy for people to, rather than waste their time, knowing that this guy has not worked enough, has not gathered enough muscles to struggle with this party, people would rather give their support to those ones they feel are top there that can actually give a contest. People know Showore won't get votes from the north. They know that even from the east, they won't get that much of votes. If Stowore will get younger generational votes, it's going to be from the southwest majorly. So it's not going to even win election. That is the problem, and that's why people keep saying. Even you can see people on his forum telling him, "Why are you not forming alliance with people? Why I don't want to join anybody." But there is no way, like you said earlier on the on this section, there is no way you want to be president in Nigeria that you don't need other people. You need to gather. So if you want to gather, like I always say, then that me and you always cry about Showore. I've always said Showore now needs to focus on the next election, building alliance with people, going to the grassroots. But if you stay there and you want to talk, only people that have internet will hear you. These people know who to vote for already. So why don't you work with people, galvanize people around you, start working now? So when it comes to election, your name is everywhere already. But you can't come and just be making noise on social media and you expect people that don't even know about you
Sorry,
or hear about you vote for you.
Sure is an arrogant man. He thinks
It
he's better
is,
than everybody
yeah.
else. He thinks he's better than everybody else. Nobody's questioned that these politicians are corrupt. But if he has any modicum of sense, it would know that someone wants to bring about change or to put Nigeria on a different direction. He needs to have an approach that doesn't ostracize current leaders and people, but it goes to places, insults people, thinks it's better than it's just. Sure is a joke at this point in time. It is a joke. It has no future. And what you ask him to do is like
Prince,
you ask him to be a consensus builder, to be a leader in Labour Party. What you ask him
Prince
trying
Daddy,
to, yeah.
let me ask you a question. I mean, you're calling the man a joke, which I think is extreme because this same joke that you're referring to has lost his brother, been removed from his family for over 5 years, sacrificed the success of his company, all for the sake of Nigeria. People might say he's doing it for himself, but Showore is not doing this for himself. The easy play for Showore would have been to join PDP when Jonathan invited him. He would have become a big dog. He would have made money. All he had to do was play along, and he would have been very successful. He refused.
Well,
He refused an opportunity for success. He championed what he believed in, and he has been consistent for almost a decade. Right? And you're saying that the man shouldn't ostracize those in power already.
well,
How can you join? Listen, if you're a police officer and you're fighting gangsters, are you saying become a gangster so you can help solve the gangsterism? It doesn't
well,
make sense now.
no, it makes. Listen, by the way, I'm not the one to insult people. I'm saying that Shore's approach to trying to take power or take Nigeria on a different trajectory is a joke. Him as a person is sacrificed. I don't question or have anything against him, not at all. But again, sometimes I know you know what about infiltration is. That's why sometimes, and it is true. Sometimes watching in the movies, the FBI or this other security people, right? If they want to infiltrate an organization, they become them. They become gangsters. They take drugs and do some other stuff. You're like, really? Yeah, because they're trying to get to the core of it. Ishorer was serious. He knows. We all know how corrupt Nigeria is. Ishorer supposedly has been there since Abiola, and he knows a lot of things. He should have devised a plan, a master plan, beautiful one at it, that is, and try to infiltrate this government. And then if you see, I think you know
So
that
Prince
only when
Daddy,
you
can I
seize
ask you a quick
power,
question?
only when you seize power, that you can truly make a difference. If you want to be in
So
the
Prince Daddy,
fringes,
can I ask you a
God
quick question?
bless you.
So wait, Prince Daddy, can I ask you a quick question?
sure.
Can you show me? Can you tell me at least 3 examples of people who have infiltrated the system, as you say, and made the change that you're describing?
In politics or in general.
In politics, in particular Nigerian politics, can you give me 3 examples of people who infiltrated the
Well,
system, as you're saying,
Nigerian
made
politics
change?
would be complex for me, or would be more complicated for me to talk about. But I'll tell you though, if there's a symbol of that, then that would be for sure the current president Tinubu, Bola Ahmed Tinubu, would be a good example. He's an infiltrator, absolutely an infiltrator. This guy, do you know that the Northerners don't trust him, but they respect him, and that's power right there. They don't trust Tinubu, they know that, but they respect Tinubu, and that's how you infiltrate. If Tinubu doesn't have a solid foundation for over 30 years, working with the Northerners, not like this one that could become about building borehole for whatever he was doing. No, he's built a solid relationship, a good foundation for a long time. And that's why he's been able to infiltrate the whole political
So
system in
Prince Daddy,
Nigeria.
so if that's the case, right? I agree with you on the infiltration part, but as Oyibo say, the ends justify the means. So let's look at the ends. How has that helped the Nigerian who can't get a dairy cow, Gary? As a matter of fact, if I'm not mistaken, right now, I just spoke to someone in Nigeria the other day. They said half bag of beans is 80,000 naira. It's actually more than a half bag of rice. I never thought I'd see the day where beans is more expensive than rice.
That's
So how has that
ridiculous.
helped? How has that helped? Yeah, a half bag of beans is 80,000 naira in Lagos as of yesterday. So my question is, how has that helped his infiltration to get the end result of a better Nigeria? How has that helped Nigeria?
Sorry, I don't think I can hear you. I think is it my line, or can anybody hear me?
Yeah, I can
Can
hear
you guys
you.
hear me?
Yeah, I can
You
hear
heard what
you.
I said? I can
Yeah, I
hear
heard
you. I
what you
said,
said.
how has that helped to the infiltration when we live in Nigeria today, where a half bag of beans is 80,000 naira, and beans is more expensive than rice in Nigeria right
But
now?
gas stop, gas
How
stop.
has his infiltration? But I want Prince Daddy to answer if you don't mind. How has Tinubu's infiltration helped Nigeria?
Well, that's a good question. And just a few seconds to answer that question, I always hear you all the time talk about, I think, the 48 laws of power. And you're talking about power. Well, there's a clear distinction between power and serving that is helping the people. I was just referring to power. I also see power in a place in a country, in an organization. But so far, based on Tinubu's policies, it hasn't translated yet. I think it's on the right track, and that's why I couldn't judge him after just 1 year. I think he needs 3, 4 more years, in fact 2 terms, to make any meaningful impact. But there should be a lot of intervention from the government regarding the price of commodities. That I agree. So I was just strictly talking about power here, not really service to the people.
Prince Daddy, these entrenched political systems in Nigeria, they are very, very entrenched, right? People use the term, what was that term they were using in the election? He doesn't have that. They were saying Obi doesn't have. I forgot what the term is. Anyways, they are very entrenched. Showara is one guy with a very strong ideology for what he thinks should be happening. He has written negatively about almost every single one of them, called them criminals on TV, called them thieves, rightfully so, for a lot of them, right? How do you think he will fare if he decides to go and join these same people that he has destroyed in some cases, exposed in others, right? It just doesn't work. That math doesn't add up. And he doesn't, if he joins them, even if they invite him to join them, the minute he goes into that cesspool, he's just going to become corrupted. And now they have dirt on him, and he can't come out in public and champion the stands that he's been taking for years now. If he goes and does all this, and that's why sometimes when people say stuff like, "Oh, Showore should do this," and he says, "I'm not joining any person. I'm not going to support this guy or support that guy because they're part of the broken system." I don't blame him, and I actually respect him because win, lose or draw, the guy has taken his stand. He's like, I will take this stand and I will champion it, and if it makes me president, great. If it doesn't, I will lose. But he has taken his stand. Unlike unlike people like Boala and all these clowns are running around. Today they're here, tomorrow they're there. You never know where they are, depending on who's paying them, and that's what just filled up the space. Right. And the system honestly needs to fix this system, you have to break it first. You have to break it. You have to go to war because there is no way. Power concedes. Wait a second. Freddie Douglass said power concedes nothing without a demand. It never has and it never will. Show me what any people will quietly submit to, and you have found the exact measure of injustice that can be imposed on them, and it will continue until it is met with either words or blows or both. That's what he said in the 19th century. He made that comment. It is true today, and especially in Nigerian space. In the Nigerian space, show me what any people will quietly submit to. That's what's happening now, right? People can't eat. Wait a second. People can't eat, and they're buying planes and helicopters and spending millions on VP's mansions. People can't eat, and they're quietly submitting to it, right? So Showore is the person saying, "No, to hell with this. Like, we need to stop." You wanted that same person to go join the same people that he's at war with. They will destroy him. There's no.
Okay, let me chime in to Aizon before. One second.
I just want to chip something in before you carry on. I felt, to be honest, Showore would have been the right person, but his moves is not strategic enough. Like somebody said, he was taken away from his family for 5 years. It was his fault. If you've lost the election, why carry placard and ask for revolution now? You're going on the street to protest. I think that should have been the time for him to regroup. Now walk towards the next election, which is the same thing he's doing now. He's not going to do anything prior to the election. Then when his election is 8 months, 6 months, how do you expect to gather people? But you are not walking into the grassroots, but you would rather go on the streets to start saying revolution now, complain about people that can lock you up any minute. But if you are
sorry, you continue in just 10 seconds. For those that say that the issues that they're praising him for standing up for what he believes, can you please be honest with yourself and ask yourself, if you don't win an election is one thing, but has it really made any impact? Because that's what it boils down to. If I don't care about winning elections, what is the impact that it has really made to change people's minds?
Okay, let me answer that question, right? Showore has been trying, right, to ignite a full-scale grassroots movement. Some people didn't want to give him credit for the NSAS protest, right? And other people believed that his work that he had initiated eventually gave rise to that, right? So when people are saying he's trying to get the grassroots to rise up, mobilize, join him, and continue with it. The last election, what did he say? He said, "Onamumu never do." Or what was the slogan? Because it is clear, right? He's trying to get people to wake up. Look, these guys are totally destroying our nation, and they're carrying you along with it. But when are you going to be tired? When? And that is his motto. Now, he lost an election. He didn't even have a hundredth of the resources that he was competing against the people that he lost to. Right? This is a guy, wait a second, Baba Tiabek. And then on top of that, he loses. Yeah, fine, he loses. But as a Nigerian, it's his right to go on the street and hold up a sign saying, yes, revolution now. We need a revolution to fix this country. What is wrong with that? And then they decided to take his freedom away for how many years because he did that? How is that a crime?
It's not a crime. It's not a crime,
So
but for me, it's not strategic. That's
it
not
doesn't have to
strategic
be.
thinking.
It doesn't have to be. You see, you are operating under the paradigm that to be successful, you have to operate like the criminals that have been successful in this space. And that is a false premise, because when you do that, you're essentially saying the only way to fix the system is to take a blueprint from the people that you are essentially fighting against. And that is the issue. It's not that, any fool can just go and join APCU and bow down and say Jagaban and
Don't get me
get.
wrong. I'm not asking for him to join other parties. My thing is, if I've lost election and I'm fighting these people, they have base, they have party house, almost every state, almost every local government. My party is struggling. We've lost election. What's the way forward? Way forward is how to get to the grassroots people, how to get to each of these states, how to get not carrying placard to now start revolution now. Then you were locked up for 5 years.
But my brother, the carrying of revolution now placard is part of a greater strategy, my brother. Don't you understand?
Not a greater strategy.
Hold on. Can anyone hear me?
The angle of an activist.
Can anyone hear me? I think Prince Daddy is trying to come into the conversation. Prince Daddy.
Okay, sorry. Go ahead.
Prince.
Yeah. Thanks.
You're supposed to be more radical on the platform that you're soft spoken, but yet you're a right winger. So I'm kind of come on now. give us that tea party radical. Come on, go ahead. Just kidding.
Yeah. Actually, I was going to make a comment to you earlier about selection of a king. Because if I select the next person in line or to become the king, doesn't mean that person will be a perfect candidate. That's not the way it works. The kingship only goes to the person that has that anointing. Put it that way. I think you know what I'm trying to say, using that term. So, because the way Otti is behaving doesn't mean that the oracle or Ifa chose the wrong person. It was actually perhaps the right person that was chosen, but he has his own personality.
So if I chose him to punish the people, that's what you're saying.
So not that. That's my point again. The one that has the anointing on him will be the one chosen. Now, how the person behaves, their personality, it's totally different from the anointing. Totally different. And you know as much as I do, or even more.
Please,
if you go back to the Bible.
Stop using the word anointing. It's more it's kind of a tradition here. Let's not do the Bible this stuff now. Come on.
So what do you guys call it? What do you call it? I mean,
go ahead.
If I don't use anointing, what do I use? So yeah, the selection. So if you look, I don't want to mention the Bible. If you do look at the Bible, many of the kings that came in succession, they were anointed to become kings. Many of them behaved badly, terribly, but nonetheless, they were the ones destined to become the next king in line. I think so too could be the case for the Otti of Ife. So I thought I'd make that point. And quickly to again, Shore. I think Shore is good at what he does, but as a leader to become a president, it doesn't work that way. Even in the Western world, people have to cajole, they have to negotiate, they have to coerce. This is how you get power. Then when you seize power, then you can do whatever you want to do, But if Shore became the president of Nigeria today, he would be a lame duck president from day one. Because trust me, the all the different aspect of governance where people collaborate will work against him, and he wouldn't be able to do anything. He would not be able to command the military or the Senate or any other aspect. It just shows that this guy, he doesn't know much about how politics works. He just likes to make noise and be arrogant. I mean, if he has a different disposition on how to win power, if he's as crafty as Peter B, I think he would have made headway in a lot of ways, but it's not. No, Sabi has that demeanor of a humble person, which of course is not. But that's a perception, and a lot of people drink that Kool-Aid. Anyways, next person, go ahead.
Yeah, the thing is this, right? Yeah, they would try to make him a lame duck president. Same thing with Obi. But that fight, right, that will happen between executive and legislature needs to happen in that country, where the executive is saying we need to fix it, and the legislature is blocking everything. And the executive will then hold the legislature accountable, something that has not happened since we came back into democracy. It needs to happen. They need that fight terribly, because that is what will force the system to fix itself. Because right now, all we have is a rubber stamp legislature that will do whatever the president wants, and the president has bought them cars, so they're essentially compromised, right? It's in your face, bold face, in your face corruption, and they will do. Wait a second, my brother. Give me a second, and they will do whatever it is he wants, and that is what's happening. And until we have a legislature that's truly independent of the executive, and an executive that wants to fix something in that country, nothing will happen. So the OB thing, yeah, you might say it might be a lame duck. It's possible, but at least we'll watch it play out. Same thing with Shore. And I think specifically Shore, OB will at least try to be civil and work with them. If Shore was to become president tomorrow, he will break that system. He will go to war against the system that is dragging all of us down. And it will be forced to fix itself.
I agree with in terms of Mr. B. But Shura can't break any system. Shura can do it.
Here's the thing. I think just two quick points. The gentleman, Aizon, just said something very profound. He said that you have a legislature that is, tied to the presidency, and what that reflects is, again, as I was telling Ajahn Koko and one man earlier, I said the problem is that we don't want to move into a sophisticated nation state. And what does that mean by having a sophisticated nation state? Even though if you look at so-called developed countries, there is an extensive engagement between private and public partnerships. You all know, everyone on this panel knows that, particularly in Africa, in order to get wealthy, very successfully wealthy, in terms of income, consistent income flowing in, you must be tied to the government. There is no single individual businessman who is not getting concessions from the government in Nigeria that is entirely independent of the government. It's impossible. If you want to get to the level that many Nigerians aspire to say, I be big man, I be big woman, this, right? You must be tied to the government. And that nexus between the legislature and the presidency, in order for that to break, you have to have stronger commercial activities on the local levels. And that begs us the question, how do we do that? Well, I think the way to do that is by first, we have to open up our ports. And after opening our ports, we have to have contract law in which the ease of entering a contract, the ease of punishing offenders of a contract without bias is simplified on such a level in Nigeria that I can sit down in my village as I import in Akwa Ibom, and I can ship my imports and my goods to the middle belt or to the north, and I can exchange with just the signing of a contract, and there's trust within the system that the relevant parties are inspecting the goods properly, and as they're bringing in, whether it's food or livestock that I'm exchanging these goods for, and we've already agreed upon a value, and we're exchanging these things so we can put it on some sort of high-speed rail that gets these things that I've imported or have grown in my local area and send it to another area and within contract. And if someone offends or violates the contract, they can be punished quickly and swiftly, and there's proper arbitration. When we have that, now we'll have an increase in commercial activity, which actually will increase the tax base for the Nigerian government. When that happens, now you'll see a legislature that is no longer reliant on the presidential for their financial existence. But you all know, and I and everyone here knows that the minute any legislature tries to go against what the office of the presidency in Nigeria says, they'll just freeze you out. They won't give you contracts. They won't give you access to things. You know, Obasanjo famously said, you have power and then you have, you know, people who are in the corridors of power and they'll never get into power, right? So that's one. So I think that's something that we all have to focus on as Nigerians. How do we get commercial activity flowing? And that's our task. The second thing is in terms of Shura and these other gentlemen, I'm willing to say that perhaps, maybe the Nigerian people are content with their oppression. That when they're truly discontent, when they're truly upset, they will do like the people in Kenya right now are doing, and they'll storm their capitals. And they will say, look, enough is enough. You fix this, or you can't exist as a nation state. Your state apparatus will not function. Because we can look at Shura and say he was using 48 laws of power, the art of war, Sun Tzu, Machiavelli, whatever, you know, political backstabbing, intrigue, Game of Thrones manual that he should copy. The fact of the matter remains that we all know in Nigeria, if you want to be considered a man of prestige where people will support you, you have to be a big man. You have to spray money. People have to hear you, my boss, Twale Baba. They have to do stupid shit like that in front of you. And then you'll be seen as the guy. You have to have preferably a big stomach. You have to have a side chick in Dubai, some money hidden in Sweden. And, you know, you have to have, these are the prerequisites for people to vote for you. I saw Shaw, we're walking through the market one time, and the woman said, you get money. And he said, no, mama, we're not doing that again. The woman looked at him like, yeah, right. You ain't getting my vote. So
yeah, but gas them up.
Let me just end with this, if you don't mind. Let me just end with this. Do we at least say to ourselves, if this guy is telling us the right thing to do, and the people on the ground are saying, no, 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 we like our politicians as big men, as money spenders, if this is what we like, this is what we respond to, maybe perhaps this is what the people like for now. Maybe Shura is ahead of his time. Maybe he should just go back to New Jersey, hug his wife, and say, look, I tried. These people aren't ready for this stuff yet.
Okay, gas them up.
What do you got?
Okay, this is my point. If you, so this is the way I see Shura, and this is what he needs to understand. He's trying to free the slaves. Now, you cannot blame a slave for acting like or behaving like a slave. So the example Gassam gave about him being in the market and saying that we don't do that anymore, you're talking to someone that has been brainwashed for how many decades? That's what they've been raised to believe. It's like the big man syndrome thing, where if I'm not a big man, I don't control some people. People don't bow down to me. I'm not seen as worthy enough to run for office because I am seen as being weak, as being oppressed. Remember, they're not comparing what you can do. Like, they're not really looking at you per se. You can be a good person, but they're comparing you to the big man that can come there and diminish their shop and nothing will happen. So if it's more of a, guys, my point to you is that Showore has to see it more as a rescue mission. Okay? If you want to rescue a slave from a cage, you cannot blame them for behaving like a slave. So you have to find a way to liberate them. The psychological part of it. That
excellent point, Babachi.
That is the approach. So you can't say, you slave, why you be like a slave? Yeah, they are slaves. That's why you're there, to save them, right? That's what you can. So his own approach has to be obviously different.
Did you hear what Harriet Tubman said? She said she would have freed more slaves if they knew they were slaves.
My point exactly, but it kind of eliminates my point. First of all, you can't save everyone. He needs to understand that. So the campaign he runs is, together we will revolutionize. No, you don't need everybody to change the system. You just need enough people to save. So he has to work on people that matters to these people. So if I come to your area now, let's say Gassam Up is the chairman, is the big man of that area, and I work on him, and says, you know what? I know I'm a thug, I know I'm a terrible person, but I control this. But because of the future of my children and the society, I want to help this guy out. That is how you start it. You go to
God bless you, Babate.
To change the system. Like I said, why do you think Tinubu? Okay, let me give you an example. Gassam Up. You might not like this example, but a Tinubu like individual. Sanwo-Olu or Fashola ordinarily cannot win anything in Lagos. If they go out there to campaign, nobody's voting for the nerdy Sanwo-Olu or they are nerds, but they need that thug that just happens to be educated. That is Tinubu. That guy knows. Okay, I know the streets. I'm crazy. I'm from the streets, but I also know the need to get these nerds in because I know they are good for the people and they are good for what I'm planning. So if you're worried he went to Colombia, right? Yes, a master's degree in Colombia. He's an educated guy. You need to find people on the streets, in the motor parks, that might be thugs, that might be street guys, but they understand the need for change. That is where you come in. They will be the one to promote your ideologies within the people, not you doing that.
Yeah,
you don't,
I agree.
Yeah,
But
you know
what? When all our thoughts were just at this guy's billionaire wedding. Like, let's face reality, bro.
You know, yeah. So
guys,
you cannot
communicate with the people.
Yeah. So let me say this. You know, touting. If we're talking about the Nigerian typical touts, you know, I mean, they're just marks. They're mercenaries, right? Highest bidder. That's what it comes down to, and that's what it's come down to, even with the electoral process as it relates to votes, right? People have turned into mercenaries. Oh, you want me to vote for you? How much you get? Okay, you have my loyalty. Loyalty, the ability to buy loyalty in Nigeria has become a cancer that's just spreading nonstop. The thing is this, right? Sure, in my opinion, right, what he can do to really shake the country and its system is to infiltrate the legislature. Take a page out of Julius Malema's book, right? He doesn't have to wear red bandanas or red hats, but get guys in AAC, like-minded thinking guys who believe in that ideology in different parts of the country, and especially guys that have credibility in their local environment, and get people into House of Reps. I think.
Bless you.
Can I come in?
This is what I'm saying. This is what
yeah. One second, I beg you.
Play card for revolution.
Yeah, if he can think about this. Imagine a House of Rep meeting where they want to give everyone cars, and you have 8 to 10 guys there that are vehemently, openly saying, "No way, this is not going to happen," and are fighting it in that hall. Voices of dissent that are championing the cause of people. You will have a situation where more people will start to say, this AAC party, they're shaking up. And that's what we expected Labour to do when they went there. But those guys went there and just freaking, I don't want to use the word to use to describe them. You know, they just went there and laid down, you know, just disappointment all over. You know,
sorry, Speaker, quickly. Yeah. Before Remy comes in, I was going to say, what Labour reps are doing is exactly what I expected them to do. Sorry, it's your own fault to think that they are angels from or saints from somewhere else, that they would do it differently. They did exactly what I expected them to do. You just had this lofty, high expectation for them, and they're just human beings, and they do what they have to do.
Well, Prince Daddy, I didn't have lofty, high expectations for them, but I expected that because they rode on the wings of the OB movement into office, right? That at the very least, they will go in there and show some ounce of something. I didn't have high expectations. Okay. Even for, let me put it like this, I've supported OB, but even for OB, I'm not putting him on a pedestal. I'm looking at him to say, listen, let's see what you can do. And if you F up, I'll come after you. So that's not, but I think the way Labour Party people were elected, right? Showere can steal that playbook. There are environments in Nigeria where you can get House of Reps people in. And if you can steal those seats, he'll be on to something in that country, I promise you.
Then we'll start getting relevance.
Let me stay my horn. Okay, just 10 seconds or 1 minute, please. Thank you. Good morning, everyone.
1, 2, 3, 4. I'm counting now.
Count down. Carry on.
Okay, so when you look at all strata of society, and when you now look at Showere is playing a politics of people that are activists alone, and that is not the whole totality of a society. For Nigerian context, you have to look at various indices. For example, we have the lower level of people that their stock is not even up to 5,000 naira. This kind of people will probably patronize rich people that is going to give them money to probably replenish his stock. We have people that are maybe like Babati said, maybe they are the one driving buses at the rise. You want to win an election in Nigeria, you are not starting from the base. And you are not also looking at the culture and tradition of the people. You think because you are in America or maybe you are in England, then you can just come to Africa, a country like Nigeria that's so complex, and then try to like introduce your own system. People know you that you float your Sahara reporter, fine. You are against all this establishment, fine. But you are not starting from the base. You want to start from the top. And people don't know you. And you went for an election in which you lost. Now, how do you put yourself into the national stream? The other day I was talking about why don't you like what one guy said now? Why don't you like go to the grassroots? Because politics start from the grassroots. Meet the local players. Put your people there. Even if you are not elected as a president, start putting people in the state assembly, in the national, in the rep. So
then
that
the party will start gaining ground.
yes,
Yeah, that's the point I've always made.
yeah.
But
So even these people might also try to tell you the way you are playing your politics is not the right way.
Remy, for example, before you go on, for example, when Tinubu was going to contest for election, he went to Oyo State. Do you know he went to Ladoja? He went to visit Ladoja. Why?
These are the
Not like
power
Ladoja.
brokers.
Ladoja's party is Accord, but Accord will never win a general election in Oyo State when it comes to maybe gubernatorial. But there are some certain areas in Oyo State that is ruled by Accord party.
Yep.
So that's what I'm saying. So that's the bargaining power for somebody like Ladoja. Any governor in the future that wants to come now will have to go and seek a hand in partnership to say, oh, I'm contesting as governor. Since your party don't have governor, please.
So I know I also see something in their approach. They just think that only those that are educated or activists that can win in election. That is not so at all.
At all. Yeah.
When you look at AAC, did you see a market woman there? Did you see a bus driver there?
Some PhD owner.
It's just activists. Today we carry posters. Sorry, to go and protest. It's always about protesting every now and then. How many of you people are there? How many can you galvanize all over Nigeria? So, and all these things also, mind you, people also know that all this activism also have a undertone. You have been sponsored from somewhere. Some people also use it to make money. Don't think Nigerians are dummy head. Even the market woman you relegate, or those bus drivers you relegate that they are nothing. They are also in the system. They know what is going on.
They are even the one that go out to vote.
That is Ghana years and years. Before Showore, there is Ghana me. There is so many people. There is Rebecca, all those activists of the past. They know the system. They know what. For example, if you go to the grassroots, people will tell you, this is the man that is so popular in this grassroots. Why don't you lower yourself? And the way you talk, manner and way you talk is not a traditional African way. You are not cultured enough sometimes. And it would be, a lot of people will be like, is this the person we really want to? I mean, sometimes you have to look at the mentality of the local people. How do they behave? Nigeria is this is not good.
What if the mentality of the local people is retarded?
The mentality of the local people, they want somebody that is humble.
There is a way, there is a way
There's
you talk.
The
As a politician,
is very important. You must be humble. That is why
But let me ask you a question. What if the way of the local people is just outright nonsensical?
That's why I said get them up earlier.
I
said no, Remy, hold on. I said earlier, it's a rescue mission. So if somebody is R word, like you said, gas them up. How do you save an R word? You have to think that they are an R word, right? So you have to come down to their level that they can understand your message.
Yes.
Or the R word.
Yes.
You can't blame the R word for being R word, right? They are R words, right?
You are calling them the way you are gas them, the way you are doing now. If, for example, you want to go for a political post, you won't get a vote. Because
I would never run. I would never run. I've given up on Nigerians. Because here's my things, brother. Quickly, I just want you to look at this. All of these political Game of Thrones, 48-7, Laws of Powers, Art of Seduction that you guys are all describing. At the end of the day, right? You both say ends justify the means. How has this helped with all this ACC party and BBG party, PDP, whatever alphabet soup? No, it's the real question. Is the real question that Nigerians don't like? So hold on. So I want you to answer the question. How has all of these political maneuverings helped us in a country where half bag of beans is 80,000 naira? What has it done?
That bag of beans at 80,000 naira, I don't believe that. That is very funny because I gave money to some people recently, and a full 50 kilogram of beans is not up to 90,000. Why is half bag 40,000? So I don't know where you get that one. So
I said half bag of beans right now.
I'm trying to tell you that is not true. That person that tell you that is not telling you the truth. Half bag of beans cannot be 80,000.
Don't get it wrong. Got them up. Gas them up. Food
let me
food are expensive, but a bag of
but not up to that level, please. What I'm trying to tell you here is this: there is politics, there is governance, that is totally different. Nigeria might be slow, or things that might be very terrible at the moment. It does not mean that is how it's going to be for the next few years. We might go down, or we might lift ourselves up. What we should be practicing, what we should be saying, even if you look at the Western world politics, there's a lot of way that they also go to the grassroots to talk to people. There is a lot of policies or programs that will.
They still do door to door. There is an election next month in the UK.
So
the
many
MP
ways
of my area still came to knock at my door this Saturday.
Even here in Finland, to tell you the truth, the lawmaker, those people vying for position, they will meet you walking in the street. They will walk up to you and talk to you.
So, sir, you're in Finland right now, and you are telling me that in Lagos, as I spoke to someone as of yesterday, you are telling me in Finland that you are saying that half bag of beans is not 80,000 naira? I could be incorrect.
Hold on. You are not the only person that have people in Nigeria, okay?
I didn't say that. But you can't just tell me.
I am telling you, I give my
sir, we don't have to fight. Sir,
there is no way half bag of beans is 80,000. There is no way half bag of beans.
Okay, so can those people in the chat,
get them up. We are not saying this.
But let me just.
Your source told you.
Wait now. Wait, listen. Cool down now. Whoever's in the chat, if you're in Nigeria right now, if you're in Lagos, please, if you can find out, or if you know, I could be wrong. Maybe I was told incorrect, or I heard incorrect information. Maybe it was full bag. But can you tell me how much is? I'm not saying.
I'm telling you that I gave people.
You can't tell me that because you're in Finland. I just called somebody, so someone told me. I just called some.
Okay, let me ask you a question. Let me ask you.
So wait now. Wait. I don't. Dialogue is both ways. I just spoke to someone. You spoke to someone. You're in Finland. I'm in the U.S. Right? Until we both land in Nigeria, we're hearing secondhand information. We know our country. Maybe that person who told me. Wait now, sir. Just wait.
My own story is different from
yours.
Wait
now. Wait. So wait 3 seconds, brother. Chill out, man. Chill, please. The point is this. Maybe this is a teachable moment for us. Maybe the person who gave me that information is trying to scam me the same way Nigerians usually scam. So if you're telling me that it's not 80,000, thank you for telling me. I'm going to cross-check it, but I could be correct. You could be incorrect. So I'm just saying, since we're not on the ground yet, let's not just dismiss somebody. That's what I'm saying.
Okay, thank you. I've heard you talk about this half bag of beans in the last 45 minutes, and you continue to say about it. And I'm trying to tell you, I give people money, real cash. I send it to them.
Check the comment section. Judah is in Nigeria. He just confirmed half bag of beans in Cross River is 90,000.
Okay, I don't know that. I don't know whether he's saying the truth, but I gave my people money and did not tell me half bag of beans is 90,000. And they told me categorically that a full 50 kilogram of rice they bought it at 87,000, 87,500.
I said that earlier, sir.
I asked for beans. They are not buying beans, but they told me that the beans is not up to that. But whatever the case might be,
no, don't do that. Don't do that.
Continue. Can you allow me to continue, please?
Somebody
but
already
you
said the person that
allow
wrote
me
that
to
comment is
continue.
lying
Allow me
about
to
that. I have a
continue.
bag of the beans is 90,000. Somebody already debunked it that is a lie.
They can say whatever they want.
AB is not in Nigeria.
Okay, can you just allow me to finish? Okay, so because people can say
okay,
whatever
Remy,
they
land
want.
your point. Land your point.
People can say whatever they want is about Nigeria. People see it in different perspectives and different political affiliations or something. So what I'm trying to talk about, sure, is that politics is local, and Nigerian people, they need somebody that is humble and know the mentality of the people. So you cannot just come to Nigeria and tell, okay, because I've lived in America for 50 years, or I've lived in England for 100 years, the way it's being practiced there, I'm going to lord it over them. I'm going to tell people all your leaders are criminals, they stole a lot of money or something like that. So he's not playing the right politics. And time is not of the essence to him also. When you contest 2 cycles of election in a space of 8 years, and the result you got is not favorable, from 50,000 votes to about 35,000 votes now, it's not good enough. That means you are not improving. You have to sit down, look at yourself. How is your party performing? People also accuse you that you are too handedness in handling the party. You are the chairman, you are the secretary, you are everything. So you also have to sit down. How do you bring more people to your party? How do you push people? I made mention that even if he does not want to be, he can vie for senatorial seat. And I asked a question the other day that I don't even know which state he is from, because it does not give it the local people from his own community. They don't really know him. Also,
it's from Ondo, right?
Remy. I think sure might be the original graduate instead of Peter B. Quite frankly,
wow,
the way things are going. Yes,
wow.
Yes.
Really?
That's Angela Coco. That's Angela Coco. Yeah.
I didn't. No. Let me start at that one. No, that's
Babati. You see, this is one thing I don't like when people don't like to fact check. I just even checked it on Gigi right now. 50 kg bag of beans. I posted it in the back chat. You guys can check it out. It's 140,000.
Does that
50
include
kg. So wait now, late. So when the person told me, because I said, they said the beans is even more expensive than the rice right now for whatever reason in Nigeria. That's what they told me. So I said I was going to share this, but to just dismiss me, dismiss me the way you dismiss me, my friend, that's wrong. It's not good. I've never come on this platform and dismiss people. We can agree to disagree. And I just posted in the back chat. You asked for rice. They told me that beans is actually more expensive than rice. But even forgetting that, how much is a derrick of rice? So that's my question. All these political maneuverings, these high fives, handshakes, go and watch Davido's wedding. We'll see all of them there, high-fiving, shaking themselves, dancing in front of their Maybachs and their Bentleys. What the hell has that done for the average Nigerian? So for us to now come and say, wait, hold on, Babati. For us to now say,
okay, let me finish
guys, sorry, please, everybody, please give me just this 1 minute. I Google it now. As of June 15, 2024, the price of a 50 kilogram of
guys, let's move on from this, right? Because you're
I just want him to hear this.
I know, but you're gonna keep
and then we'll box it. Beans in Nigeria range from 60,000 naira to 65,000 naira.
Where's your source? Where's your source?
Can you Google it by yourself and you see?
I just posted my source on the back chat. Post your source.
Remy, just put it in the private chat so we can look at the number.
Can you hear me?
The I can hear you. By the way, guys, before you go on, would the hell made that Kwabiodun the chairman of the governors forum of the South? Who made that poll? The governor forum.
Jagaban, who else?
The man has to do something now.
Let's move on. Let's move on. Go ahead, Diwali. Sorry.
Hey, I think the argument between Gastem and Remy, I think it has to do with wherever you live in Nigeria. You can't say that the price of rice, the one being sold in let's say Kwara states or any of these inner states, compared to the one in Lagos closer to Ogun State, the Dirokwa and all that. So definitely the price are not going to be the same.
But the one that being quoted in the media, so to say, I've heard people saying that at the point the price of rice or any of these commodities are kind of going down. All right, but people are still gauging the prices of all these goods. So I'm not saying one person is wrong or one person is right, but what determines that is the proximity to Lagos or to any of these city that is that will have the port. So whether it is the Iroko, I think the federal government has opened the border now so people can bring in rice. That's what I heard, but I'm not so sure. So either one is wrong or one is right. So let's just move on from there.
Well, I have my thoughts about this food.
So I have pasted my source also, so you can go and check it. So I pasted
Yeah. Remy, I actually have a question for you because you were saying some things I thought were funny. But I have my thoughts about this food thing. I'll suggest a solution in a second. But my question to you is: you just said that Showore is not humble as one of his flaws, and that people don't like his behavior. Tell me, what could be more arrogant than someone saying it's my turn to be leader of Nigeria?
Okay.
I don't believe there is anything more arrogant than you going on camera and saying it is your turn personally as a person
Okay, I
to
think
run a country.
I will respond to it.
But you support that guy. You don't have a problem with that guy.
You asked a question.
Right?
I will respond.
Okay.
Now, when any conversation, there will be a purpose for that conversation or for that statement. In the context of what happened, for him to make that statement is totally different. The context of what happened is that they are talking about their party primaries. And this guy I've seen that I have worked hard for you for this party since its inception. They came together. And he has seen that some of the people, his own Yoruba people, they are trying to turn the wheel against him. And it's from that context that he is not really talking to Nigerian per se. He is talking to his own party and his own people, and also including the president, the former president, Buhari at that time. So when you are making your statement, please, for God's sake, let's be factual here. It's not making a statement to Nigerians directly that he went to and talked to Nigeria that it's my turn. All you Nigerians, you must vote for me.
Even if it did, Remy,
It doesn't matter.
even if it did, it wouldn't matter because Nigeria is turn by turn anyway.
We need to be factual. He said it on camera in front of a whole country. What are you talking about? What are you talking about? Saying we need to be factual. The man said it. It is my turn to rule. You're trying to contextualize it. There's nothing to contextualize.
Oh my God! Really?
There's nothing to contextualize.
Hold on, Remy. Let me.
It is the most arrogant statement anyone can make. Who is he?
No, I disagree because in Nigeria it's turn by turn.
No, it's not turn by turn.
It is turn by turn.
You have this level of self-entitlement you must have to go on national TV and make a comment that is my turn. Listen, that's why. Listen, let me say this. Please, Daddy, wait a second. Let me say this. I try to avoid talking about this man because it to me it's like debating whether the sun is out on noonday. That's why I really avoid discussing anything about him. No, yeah, because he in my opinion, I'll go ahead and tell you guys the truth. I really try to avoid talking about this guy because in my opinion, he is the most dangerous president Nigeria has ever had. He's compromised. He's pretty much a puppet to Bretton Woods institutions. On top of that, he ran for office and he ran for office, didn't feel the need to even talk to his constituency. Did not feel the need. And then he went to Kano in front of thousands and said, I just came here to dance. And you put him in office. Whatever happens to that country, everyone that voted for him is culpable. Because at the end of the day, you guys saw this man was totally and clearly unfit.
I think you are
unfit to run that country.
You can have your own bias.
And the reason why I'm going on my soapbox is because this guy is over here trying to justify someone going on national TV to say it is my turn, and he's contextualizing it. There's nothing to contextualize.
Of course, you have to put in the context in which
to contextualize.
One voice, please. Prince Daddy, after you, okay?
Yeah, you have to put in the context in which it's said in the local. There's no doubt about that. But generally, you know, in Nigeria, we all accept it. That's why we frown when a northerner rules for 8 years and they want to rule again. Everybody, you know, frowns against it. Says, no, it's the southern people's turn. Why? Because it's turn by turn. So him saying Emilio Khan is not a big deal. We all understand where that idea or concept comes from. Okay, and just like Remy clearly explained, in the context and in the environment in which he used that term was well appropriate. It wasn't being arrogant. It is not the same arrogancy as that of Showore. Totally different. He just got conflicting things together. It's not the same.
I think it just meant to be the flag bearer of the party, Emilio Khan. And you can tell, even the gathering, that's why I even mentioned Buhari, because at that point, you can tell Buhari was not even in support of him to win the primaries.
DOG, are you son of Yoruba man?
The reason, no. Here's everything. Adewale, please don't do that. Don't do that. I understand Yoruba. Listen, wait a second. I understand Yoruba fluently. Very well. I just told them how I grew up in the Southwest. Let me say this to you. No. Let me say this to you. Please don't do that. Let me say this to you. Let me say this to you. It doesn't matter. The fact that you guys are playing translator for him shows that he's unfit. Do you understand what I mean? When you have a powerful when you have a powerful position, when you have a powerful position, words matter. And for you to make comments that people can, and you know what? It doesn't surprise anyone that he would go into inauguration and say subsidy is gone, right? And the aftershocks are felt afterwards. Look, words matter when you're a powerful person, right? So for him to go on there and do what he did openly, you can't then come and play translator and say, oh, what he meant was, what he was trying to do was. No, it is what you said.
Okay, let me respond to you.
Remy's turn. Wait, it's Remy's turn. Adewale is Remy's turn. Remy was supposed to go after. It's Remy's turn.
Almost, when we talk about the subsidy, you have to look at the budget of 2023. It was not budget for from July, I guess. That means subsidy has been removed by the current government. I'm talking about Buhari that time. And we have been borrowing money to subsidize petrol in Nigeria. And we are not even getting value for that subsidized petrol. So him saying something like that on his inauguration, although it might be probably it's not meant to do that, but it's not on the document or whatever it's supposed to read. But whether you like it or not, that subsidy is gone from July. No budget for it. And we must tell ourselves the truth. When you are saying, okay, there's a lot of hardship in the land, tell me which country in the world that does not witness any hardship before they become prosperous. The point about Nigeria today is that we all know that we are in a total mess, but this mess is not caused under 1 year. It has been there for more than 4 decades. The truth must be told every time. We have been in a mess for 4 decades. And those ones that we said with their alternative, they are no real alternative. If they are really, really good alternative, why people, the young people of Nigeria, telling some of them going for vote for Peter Obi, is Peter Obi a new face? It's an establishment like Tinubu and the rest. There's nothing so special about him. So when, for example, if they have come up with new candidate entirely, a fresh face, and all the youth of Nigeria galvanize towards him, then we know you are talking. But you go and bring somebody that has been a governor for 8 years, and you want to lord it over Nigeria that we must vote for them. And so many things plays out in the last election. There is tribal politics. There is also the sense of entitlement from the Southeast. It's our turn. You must give it to us by fire, by force. They did not negotiate for that power through other regions of the country, but they want it by fire, by force. And because a lot of people already have that kind of sympathy for them, so they also vote along that line. And he also used religion because the other party presents Muslim ticket. We must say the truth here, but unfortunately, the cookie has come home to crumble now. The reality is there now. We are in a mess. It's a country. But I know one thing for sure. Every country of the world, they always find themselves in one trouble or the other. And those ones that have come out, and they have a long history. Are you going to be talking about our Indian democracy that's over 100 years? Or China that has been China for 2 civil wars at the same time? One internal war and one external war at the same time in the 1940s. That one taught them a good lesson. And they came out of it boldly. And when you look at your country, because all these things you guys have been talking about, you are not factoring a lot of things into consideration. We have a lot of ethnic groups, and we have three major tribal groups that we don't see eye to eye. We are competing that, okay, it's my turn to be in power. The one thing we're supposed to be doing now is that all of us, we must push our National Assembly member to formulate new laws. Come out with new laws that will bring harmony in that country so that we should all work together as a country. But if you just continue to say, revolution, we should kill people, we should go to war so that we can, no. Look at countries in Africa that have been to war. What come out of them? They are still in terrible mess. So I will rest now so that other people can talk.
Hey, I just want to quickly respond, not to you, and I'll just say my piece, and then I'll bid you gentlemen a good day. As I said earlier, all of these Game of Thrones maneuverings that we talk about, the people of Nigeria are still hungry. The people of Nigeria are still suffering. They can't get basic amenities, and the facts remain the same. So whether it's whatever candidate you may have your affinity with, I have come to the conclusion that there's not going to be any change. It's just my personal opinion. Not going to be any change, and I don't have as much sympathy for Nigerians as I used to, because Nigerians deserve everything that they get. Everything that they get, they deserve it. They enjoy it. They enjoy their abuse. They enjoy their oppressors. They identify with their oppressors. You see people losing their minds when they see a person who has stolen their resources and flaunts it in front of them. So I have no more sympathy for the Nigerian on the ground. Whatever happens to us, I wish we get more of it. I hope nothing changes, because the truth of the matter is we Nigerians are not serious people. We allow ethnic sentiments to, cloud our judgment. We see the good things in the West. On one hand, we say we want to be developed like the foreigners. But then when you start telling them, hey, let's act like the foreigners, people will say, no, we have to focus. I'll look our custom, I'll look our tradition. We don't do like that. So look, all these political maneuverings, at the end of the day, if it's not getting you the end result of a better country, then you're just, navel gazing, as they say. And I guess we're a country of navel gazers. So with that, I hope we one day stop being navel gazers, and we can get to becoming men instead of being big boys. We can be men and fix our country and do the right thing. But with that said, I wish all of you the best. You guys have a great day.
Gas up.
Thank you.
Gas them up. Sorry, guys.
Earlier.
Gas them up.
Real quick.
Is it still there? Are you still there?
I'm here.
Yeah, is this your first time on the show?
No.
No, I listen. I actually had a chat. Listen, I have my channel. I've been on, One Man, Kaiser, all these things. I got tired. I have, 3 years, 4 years. We ran a channel. I'm just tired. Africans, Nigerians, we're not
Hey,
serious.
do you mind if I ask you a couple of questions?
Yeah, sure. Go ahead.
Did you vote in 1993?
In the 93 election?
Mm-hmm.
No, of course not.
Did you vote in 1998 election?
I don't vote because I don't support the nation state. I'm against the nation state.
Okay, so have you ever voted in Nigeria election, any election in Nigeria?
I don't vote in any election, period.
You never
Whether
vote?
it be in Nigeria or the U.S., I don't vote at all. I don't support the nation state. So that way, when somebody oppresses me, I have every right to say, I never supported this clown in office. I didn't vote for him.
So
They're doing
you
it wrong.
understand that being indifferent is also a decision, right?
Yeah, that's my decision, to step to the side and allow you guys to do the political maneuvering, as someone was saying, the grassroots, the this, and we go nowhere.
Okay.
So,
if you never partake in any election and you are not complaining about it now, don't you think you also shot yourself on the foot? Because you never partake in election, you are indifferent, you don't care, and now you are complaining now. Maybe your vote will have made a change. Maybe your ward or the people the people you support totally will have made a change. But you are telling us that everybody in the Nigeria is in a mess, and we don't pray for it. But it has happened because of our action and inaction. So we cannot say, okay, people are dying in Nigeria, then the country should stop. Because people are dying, they don't have enough food in Nigeria, then Nigeria, go and take gun and kill all your leaders, including everybody. Go for revolution.
I never said that. I never said that.
So I
I
don't
didn't
want.
say that.
Look, man. Look, I will tell you.
Remy, slow down. I know, but I didn't say that. Remy, wait, hold on. Why are you saying something I didn't say? I didn't say
let me
that.
finish my statement, and then you come back. To me, I believe in one thing. If you want a change in a country, it's either you put your people to work. If you are looking at this empathy or sympathy aspect of life, you will never make a change. Policies are meant to be doled out, and some policies might not be favorable. It might not be favorable to the majority of people, but it might be favorable to some. Sometimes it's favorable to a lot of people, and it's not favorable to some people. So if you are looking at a nation building, if you are thinking about, oh, a lot of Nigerians today, they cannot eat rice or beans because it's so expensive, then we should stop building nation. We should stop constructing road. We should stop doing this. To me, I see that democracy at what? The president here, minimum spend 4 years, maximum spend 8 years, another president will come and the country will still stay. So when Adewale asked you all this question, I was even baffled that even you live in abroad, you never even voted for anybody there. But you sound indifferent, you don't care. But when things go south, then you come out and complain. Things are not doing the right thing. So I will ask you a very good question. Do you think you are a good citizen of a country you are living now?
Well, I don't consider myself to be a citizen at all, because the idea of being a citizen is something that I totally disagree with. Even the concept of the nation state of Nigeria, I consider it to be British real estate. Right. My forefathers didn't agree to be in that contraption, but we're in it and I have to make the best do. So Nigeria, in many instances, is a form of a hostage or a hostile nation towards me and the so-called citizens that are in there. But listen, I didn't come on here and tell anyone to do revolution and grab guns. So please don't push that on me. I didn't tell anyone to join me in my apathy. I just stopped caring because I realized that all we are good for in Nigeria is sloganeering. We only know how to put on big clothes, eat diabetic food, run around, say nonsense, and none of us are serious. Like I said, we want to be big boys.
Gas
Big
him up.
boys,
Gas him up. I have to ask.
men.
I'm sorry. I have to ask you this. What's your obsession with that? What's your obsession with diabetic food, man? You said that like 4 times tonight.
I'll tell you.
He said the prerequisite, you have to have a big belly where you can't see your shoes. Then he now said to be a big man in Nigeria, you have to have a big belly and eat diabetic food. What's your obsession with diabetic food?
No, listen, it is a fact. It is a fact that, for example, if you look at the dietary choices of Nigerians right now, what we're eating, first off, jollof rice is not even indigenous to any ethnic group within Nigeria, right? That's one. Then cassava, we don't even realize cassava was imported. It was brought from South America. Now, if you understand the history, I don't want to go too deep, I'll distract. But the whole point is this: it's the foods we eat. Most of the foods aren't even so-called traditional to us. But my point is this: is that Remy, I never told anyone to follow me. I'm not a so-called good citizen. I don't care about being a citizen. It means nothing to me. All I'm saying is that if you people want to be good citizens, if you people want a good democratic process, if you people want a good Nigeria, then do the right thing. Stop supporting people who don't care for you, who their children are in abroad going to Ivy League universities. Stop supporting, and that's Obi, Tinubu, Showa, all of them. They're all in the same boat. They're all deceiving themselves. They're not serious people. And Nigerians are not serious people because when you mention this to them, they get offended. They say, how dare you talk to me like this? How dare you insult me? But it's like we're insulted every day.
All right. Let me you guys have been going back and forth. Let's have let me chip in and at least have a different opinion, okay, so that we'll continue to be on the same circle. Let me address Aisha. Aisha, are you still on the show?
I'm here, my brother.
Okay. My brother, when I said earlier and asked whether you're a Yoruba man, I didn't mean it in a derogatory way. I wanted to speak to that, what you just said about Emilio Khan statement of Tinubu. I think I mean, you claim that you understand Yoruba very well, but I think sometimes the Yoruba language does not, once translated to English or any other language, doesn't really capture the essence of what is being said. And people these days have a selective hearing. They want to hear what they want to hear and run with whatever they hear, and then that is it. When the man was speaking, we should also consider the context of which he was speaking. He was deliberate in the remark that he made in Abeokuta when he was speaking to the delegates within the party. Remember, Shibajo was nominated by this same man called Tinubu, right? So it seems the party hierarchy, I mean, we could see that a lot of gameplay being played during the primary or the event that led to the primary. So it was that contest that he was making that statement of Emilokan. And what he said was, look, this time around, I think the Yorubas have served uh, them, and this time around there's a ton of Yoruba, which I disagree, number one. Number two, he said, and if you look at the Yoruba land now, politically, he there's no other person, there's no other political figure that can match up with what he has done at that time. So he said, Tabade wo Yoruba no, Tabasa no, Emi lo kan. That means it is my turn to contest because no other person in Yoruba land can measure up. That was the essence of which he was speaking, not because he felt entitled to. I mean, he knew he was still going to contest against some people. Now, because the party nominates you doesn't make you automatically the president. But you know, Nigerians do one thing. We tend to uh, have a sense of what this person is or what it should be. Uh, it's about perception. When people are saying, well, this person is a terrible individual. However, you never met this person, you only read about him or her on the television or in the news. And all of a sudden, that assumption, you adopted it and you said, this person is a terrible person. Now, apart from some benevolent uh, activities that he has done, a lot of people believe that Tinubu is not what the public perceive him to be. Now, people supported him or voted for him not simply because they believed that he could perform magic, but they felt that Nigeria would be much more in the hands of somebody who has administrative experience and also uh, his dexterity when it comes to political gameplay is unmatched. So that is the reason why some people followed him. However, when he said that he Imilokon, what you are translating it to is not what it meant. Yes, he was telling the delegate that look, towards the end of that remark, he said something. He said, "Ejeka ọ̀rọ̀ iṣẹ́ Igbo ni o." That means it's within the house that we are one, whether from Lagos or Ogun State. You guys should vote for me. He wasn't talking to the entire country. He was talking to the delegate. That was the essence of that speech. But of course, um, our beloved channel in Lagos decided to take it up and
So Adewale, no, thank you for the explanation. I appreciate it. But so here's the thing, right? So what and correct me if I'm wrong in interpreting what you're saying. But what you're saying is he was addressing that speech to Yorubas. Is that
yes,
safe to say?
No, not just the Yoruba, the delegates.
The delegates in the southwest. It was in Ogun State, Abi.
In Ogun State, not in entire southwest, in Ogun State.
In Ogun State, okay. Yeah, so he was addressing the delegates, of course, Adewale. The central point I was making was that because of a man of his stature, right? Arguably one of the most powerful, if not the most powerful man, as of now, of course, he's the most powerful man in the country. But at that time, he was up there. He was being followed. There were rumors about him, trying to get that APC ticket. There was a lot of things going on, but that is the point I'm making in that, when you have a position of power, right? And you know this, your words matter. You know, what you say carries a lot of weight. And Tinubu was a powerful man. As a matter of fact, Tinubu was powerful when Buhari was running for office. If he had come out publicly to say something, they would have picked it up then. So that particular instance, when he made that comment, some have said he made that comment out of frustration. He was angry because...
OG, sorry, I just want to chip in this sentence and then you continue.
That's
One of the reasons he also made such a statement is that Ogun State is leaning towards Osinbajo. And Osinbajo also wanted to contest in that primary. So that is because he sees it as, hi, I am the one that put you, Osinbajo, forward. Actually, Osinbajo should not have contested that primary. But it went ahead.
He shouldn't. That was
So it's a double slap on my face. I put you there. Even this is your governor of this state, I also put you there.
Yeah, LA, he made the LA comment. So
it was like double slap on me.
Yeah. So there was some frustration in that, and you could see it in his body language.
And,
there was some.
You have a problem with that statement, correct?
Yes, I do, because when you are running for the president of Nigeria, okay, not of the Ogun State, not of the Southwest, at that making that speech, the whole country was watching you. You understand? Now, even let's get past that speech. Adewale, I came on one man's platform during the election, and I think I had a conversation. I'm not sure whether it was with Kulata or one man. I said, listen, here are my issues with this guy. Right? These are my issues, fundamental issues. Primarily at the core of it was, I believe he is part and parcel of this whole godfatherism and this system that we're fighting to break. They said I was wrong. I said, okay, can he make me a believer? Tinubu, running through the election, as a Nigerian, I want to see him get me to say, you know what, I will support you because you have made me a believer. And he did not do it. As a matter of fact, not only did he not do it, he did not even go on platforms to do it. And that, in my own honest opinion, looking at it from that standpoint, I said, okay, if we're just coming out of a presidency with Buhari where he barely even addressed us as a constituency, we are going into another presidency where the front runner, because he had 22 state governors, is a guy going in, and he doesn't feel the need to address us before he goes in. He's not going to feel the need to address us once he gets power. And that was one of my key issues with him going in, because I wanted to see him, and Adewale in the United States, so you can appreciate this. I wanted to see him under the heat, under the lights, talking about his plans, his policy, his ideas, answering different core questions. And I never got the opportunity. And then when he gets into office, obviously, as we can see, he has barely addressed the public. So it's not.
Why?
I think this government, since we started democracy, this government is the only government that even if something pop up on social media, they come out and talk about it.
They are reactive.
They are reactive. Yeah, they are reactive.
Well, to Aison's point, you know,
but Aison has a point. Aison has a point.
Aison has never agreed with it.
No, Aison has a point. Aison has a point when he said that he felt robbed when the candidate decided not to address some of his concerns.
Okay, before you go on, he has a point, and see, you know very well a candidate cannot win every constituent. You can't do that. You have to make a calculation and determine the people you're going to go after. It happens everywhere.
We felt that there should be some form of forum where question will be asked in an open forum.
It did that in London. I think it was Chatham House. That is not. Let's see. When you want to westernize, you want to Americanize everything. See, that's not part of our political system.
You know the funny thing is that he's not westernizing it. He's just saying, look, you have to understand where we're coming from. Buhari had just given us. Buhari had just given us 8 years of a disaster, right? Buhari didn't care whether he was talking to us. He just acted like a general. Right, his administration ended. Everyone has agreed that there were a lot of things he did not do. Okay, Tinubu is coming into campaign. Right, look at the full picture now. Tinubu Not me saying it. He said it in that same speech that we're talking about, that he put Buhari there, right? He said it. So he's coming in. You're looking at him saying, wait, you're the guy that put this guy in here, and this guy was an abysmal failure. Okay, you want to run for office. Okay, why should I vote for you? Or why should I believe that you're the guy? And I don't get an explanation.
Yeah, see, I tell you, Tinubu did not get that message, and I don't think it was high on his priority to address people like that fall into that constituent. I don't think it was.
Prince Daddy, to his credit, he actually had some open forum. I believe Arewa Consultative Forum organized question and answer session for all the candidates where he participated. There was another one that he attended, I think, is it a Chamber of Commerce or something like that?
In Lagos, yes, that was a big one.
Where he said he's going to keep his plan to his chest.
Yeah, he actually did. He did. He had some outing.
Opened up to on some topics, and he spoke on.
Not only one, more than.
Yeah, I think but you know, Aisha has a point. And I will tell you this: about the last time Tinubu left public office was in 2003. Okay.
Among 2007.
2007, I beg your pardon, 2007.
Right.
And since that time, he has never had any public office. Till the moment he became sworn in as a president, his name kept ringing across the country. And that is to tell you that, number one, is a political enigma. Two, people know that he was going to be, if he continued in that trajectory, he will become the president. But people that knows his antecedent in Lagos as a governor, I always heard people saying, well, he didn't build Lagos. Now, if you look at people that have succeeded him after he left the government, all of them has emerged from his political quarters. Is it Fashola? Is it Ambody? Is it this particular person that is in the office right now in Lagos State? All of them, and none of those people you can call a failure. Now, as a political leader or as a leader generally, when you have somebody who not just build on his own, but have a plan that succeed him and is still performing, then you have to give credit for such people. So those are the attributes of a leader that people sees in him. Yes, people will argue that he didn't build Lagos.
I have a question for Izon.
He supported himself. You know how long this same current governor of Lagos had been with him? He was once a banker. He left banking to join him. He surrounded himself. Most of them, majority of them were professional, including Oshibajo. Oshibajo was just a lawyer, a pastor.
A lecturer, not even just a lawyer, a lecturer.
All right. He was juggling those jobs together. But what I'll tell you is this. As at the same time, he chose him as his attorney general in Lagos State. Because that is how you know that Tinubu is not a mediocre. What you see happening right now is a political strategy in which way that he's trying to compensate those who supported him during the election. But I can tell you, it's not. I mean, look at the way his aides are responding. Even a common social media discussion, they were responding to it. So that tells you they have their heads on the ground. Now, are they perfect? No. Would they make a mistake? Yes. As a matter of fact, I always see a reactionary method as a weakness because not everything you have to pander to or respond to. But he chose to go that route because that is where the majority of the younger generations reside, all in the social media permanently. Now, what I see, what people see, is someone who understood the political aspect of his job, because a lot of things being mitigated behind the curtain that you and I would never have access or know about before it becomes a discussion, a public discussion. And by the time it gets to the public discussion, a lot of deals, a lot of compromises have gone past. Now, people are saying, well, tell me that government that comes into power and continue that momentum. I've never seen it. There's always a learning period. There's always a time that they put better to the pedal, and there's always a time that is almost a smooth ride. And that is why, for those who understand political science very well, when any government comes to power and to office, the first few years always tough, either it's politically or I mean, economic issue is even abstract. It's not something really that is people is. I mean, it's something that happens that you have to deal with. But the political aspect of it just is what's going to make it tougher because it becomes a distraction. So for somebody who knows how to maneuver when it comes to politics and also surround himself with technocrats, I don't think he's setting himself to fail. I think his trajectory is well planned out. Um, and in as much as they're trying to make correction here and there. That's why I don't blame him for not performing magic because it seems, I mean, we criticize this man. I could remember when Obama became president in 2009. His first test in the office was when he confronted the economic recession in America. He proposed a bailout to some of the companies. Even within his own parties, they opposed the bill. They opposed them to the point reluctantly they voted. It was all about backstabbing and all that, but they voted to bail out some of those companies so that people will still retain their job. But at the end of it all, the country wins. And if you look at it now, those people that are criticized, even within his own party, they all take back their words because they said a lot of things about him being incompetent because he never had administrative experience before. All those things were referred to. But look at it, even the midterm election during that time, he called it shellacking because his party lost woefully. They lost, right? So it's always like that. However, if we citizens will play our own part by pointing out some of the things they've not done right, it's a possibility that they know things to be done right, but because of political influence and because of political issues, they will not be able to be categorical or to be upfront
All
about
right.
it.
Okay.
Okay, so that I think for those who do not give him a chance or those who think he's incompetent, I asked gas them up question earlier. Did you voted in all those elections? And the party said no. Well, maybe we would have known the difference among all his mates, among all his peers in 1999. He's too tall. Again, entire Southwest was cleared by PDP. He was the only one man standing that chose to go against the general consensus in the Yoruba land. What does that tell you? If he had agreed to that agreement, guess what? He would have been swept off like the rest of them in the
Was there
entire.
any agreement? Was there any
No, I'm just
agreement?
saying that kind of compromise where the Yoruba land voted for what is his name? Obasanjo in the second term.
Hey, what did we really voted for him or the guy just rigged the election? I
But
remember Ogun State that time.
you only rig when you're
Ogun State that time they had more votes than the registered voters.
You only rig where you are popular. And as at the time it was coming back to the second term, people were saying, well, it's our son, this and that. I mean, remember that they cut a deal. Some of those governors were compromising. Eventually, they all left, they all lost their seats. It was the only person who chose not to be in the same boat with Obasanjo because he knew the kind of political game, a master game that is being played under. And he survived all of them. Okay. So,
okay, okay, go ahead, wrap it up.
So that is how you be able to understand.
Even before you talk, Prince Daddy, I mentioned something earlier. I said that Tinubu said that he was the one that put Buhari there. And the question I want to ask him is that, is it possible for somebody to put somebody in the position of presidency? Are you saying that Nigeria didn't vote? It was not Nigeria that put Buhari there, it was Tinubu that put him there. Even if he says something like that, in literary sense, does it really make it, a fact that it was one that put him there, or he just supported the guy to get the guy to the office? Because I've been hearing people say Tinubu put him there, as if he has the ultimate power to choose president for Nigeria.
Not literally. I don't think literally, but Tinubu's machination that really that propelled Buhari to become the president.
Anybody
because
can,
he
because the way
Thank you, Prince Daddy. You just answered the question. Thanks.
That is not answer. That's not the answer, because the way I've been hearing people putting it as if he has that ultimate power and then he put him there. So and then all the failure of Buhari must come on Tinubu.
Yeah, but Simba, you remember what he said? He said, "Tí ò bá kí n ṣe èmi tí mo lérí ogun tí ní kò ní
Nisuru, you
the
just
president."
interpreted Emilokan now. Just don't backtrack from what you just said.
But Tinubu was the one boasting about, you know,
putting
that guy.
No, anybody can boast.
Tí ò bá sí àwa èmi tí ń dúró wájú yìí tí ń lérí ogun tí ní òkè Buhari nìṣó ká máa bá lọ. Kò lè di president. Ó ṣe kìíní olùlẹ̀. Ó ṣe kejì olùlẹ̀. Ó ṣe kẹta olùlẹ̀. Ó tiẹ̀ sunkún lórí television.
So correction, he never said I put him there. So all he was saying is I supported him.
Exactly.
I supported him.
You people, you kill and jà fún báyìí.
Is only God that can give somebody power.
No, this man was boasting that look,
when there is success, anybody can claim it. Let me tell you,
the one that led him to victory.
And you believe
led
that
him to victory. He was saying that
I understand what you are saying.
You are not a Yoruba man. You are an Edo man. He said, and I quote, no, Ogun means I'm supporting you. Only can show that I'm with you.
I was the one that was leading the war.
No,
and I told Buhari, come on, let's go.
So he didn't say I made it. He said,
he didn't say I put him there. He didn't say it was not the
interpretation when you interpret that way and led him to power.
It's not a Yoruba.
Only I led him to power. And led Buhari to power.
So when you let somebody now,
you let somebody even from putting him there.
We put him there. That is what it means. If you want to interpret it in another way,
anybody can choose to understand whatever they want to understand.
Well,
and that is why he was challenging Buhari that look, it is my turn.
Buhari tried. He didn't make it.
You know what?
Without Tinubu, would he have become a president?
That statement and that gathering actually changed.
Thank you, Prince Daddy, for asking that question.
Somebody is talking. Let us listen to another. Prince Daddy that does not understand Yoruba. How can you be
completed his program now? It is my own turn.
Ajale Koko. Prince Daddy, your supporter this morning doesn't understand Yoruba. Leave him.
It's an Edoma. Ajale Koko is an Edoma. I know that. The moment he started supporting Yoruba, I can tell he's not a Yoruba man.
But one thing I believe is that gathering where Tinubu mentioned Emilokan, that was what propelled him to get that primary ticket, to beat the flag barrier. That gathering, his statement, everything is said, actually worked for his good.
If somebody put you there and said, look, you go be my eyes and ears, and you now went and
you don't look like you want to be here.
This is your right to go.
You're right.
You know what those people said? Those delegates said? They said, we don't even know him in Ogun State. And true, nobody know who he is in Ogun State.
Adewale, if you know your onion, you can boast of whatever. He believes in himself, and that is it. And then is it a crime to believe in yourself?
I wonder. To be honest, when it comes down to Emilokan statement, tell me who has done in the Pepe and deserve to eat in the Pepe than Emilokan himself. He said he has been serving this kid that the president.
ẹjọ ẹ lọ jókòó yìí
ó
jàre.
dẹ̀ sunkún lórí tẹlifíṣàn.
ó dẹ̀ sunkún.
máa yan ẹnu ẹ ti
máa yẹn ò dá o.
ó ní èmi ló ó ní eléyìí ìdàpọ̀ ìwọ.
tí ò bá sọ̀rọ̀ bẹ́ẹ̀ yẹn tí ò bá sọ̀rọ̀ bẹ́ẹ̀ wọn ò ní support ẹ.
wọn ní support ẹ wọn gbé gbígbé fún oṣù báàgì tí ò mọ ẹ.
as in ọ̀tẹ̀ tó ń lọ lọ́wọ́ nu party end time yẹn.
ó le ó pọ̀ jù.
ó le gan òun gan dẹ̀ tí ló ṣe sọ̀rọ̀ bẹ́ẹ̀ ẹ máa ń pé it was from a stand of I'm not even scared I will talk. èyí Buhari ṣèbó ń sunkún bí ká tó support ẹ ni èyí Dàpọ̀ tó jókòó sẹ́yìn mi náà ṣùgbọ́n àwọn náà la jẹ́ kó wọlé. So he's trying to give them a wake up call.
What of the one that he said in Abeokuta again, where during the campaign, when he was telling them, hey, they are hiding petrol, one gbe popamo, one gbe
kini.
Then, when Bajabiamila was touching him, Baba was touching him to not to continue. He said, "Familiar, Jare, Jan, we tell me."
Okay.
Ó sọ bẹ́ẹ̀ ó ní fílẹ̀ ìjàre jẹ́ àwọn ìtẹ́nu mi.
It was Baba Kande.
What does that one mean to you? How do you understand that? He believed that there's nothing they can do to him.
Yes, it was really ready for war. We say, okay,
exactly.
It's fight to finish now. There is no.
If he didn't do that, he won't be there today. He will not be there.
With you. I agree.
Of your enemy,
yes.
enemy with this house is the one you are dealing with.
Yes.
You know, eléyìí ọ̀fẹ́ that man useless bitch and
Dewale, by the way, once again, let me ask the question: who made eléyìí governor? Who made him the chairman? No. They made that. Listen now. They made that.
Yeah, not bad. Yeah.
They made that Abiodun the chairman of the governors forum of the South.
Nígbà tí ò ní ṣe ẹjẹ àgbé nǹkan kan lé lọ́wọ́.
Really?
Well, is that not a disgrace that that guy could be chairman of
anybody in the whole South?
Why should they? I thought it's Lagos State governor that they.
Yeah, for Southwest in here. For Southwest is for the Southwest, not here.
Okay, go on little.
That was the whole West, it's all South.
The whole South.
Southern Governors Forum. Southern Governors Forum.
Why should the whole South give that guy that position?
Okay, tell me who's better. Is it my own that is better?
I think in terms of ranking after Sanwo-Olu, and since they have made Sanwo-Olu the Southwest chairman, the next person they should give is him. Because Adeleke is not there before him.
I'm saying, but the whole of South.
Why can't they pick one from the South?
If I ask you now, do you remember the name of the governor of Bayelsa State? Tell me now.
I don't know. Mokobiri.
All you want to put for Barade.
Is it not Mokobiri?
Mokobiri.
Baba Jali Koko, what I want to say.
Even Baba Jali Koko, tell me the name of the governor of Delta State.
You
can see Baba Jali Koko. You can see how we have. I mean. Before, very easy, you know the name of the governor.
Difficult to Delta State, yeah.
It's not difficult. It's because they are not doing anything. Nobody's hearing anything about them.
You know, Simba, Fubara did not show up. Fubara did not show
up. That's not true. That's not true. It's not because they're not doing anything. Okay, maybe you guys should calm down. Over here, you're just talking. If you had a panel filled with people from Delta State and Bayelsa State now, do you think they would think that Abiodun is doing anything?
I was not a native of Bayelsa State of Nigeria before I know all those past governors.
Yeah, so but that's you. But you're saying they're not doing anything. That's not true.
Why are we not? Why?
You're not from there. You know the governors from Southwest, but you don't know the governors from South because they're not from South.
Why? Because of that.
Then why would you be saying they're insignificant?
I'm not saying that I'm not.
Yeah, you are saying you don't know who they are, therefore they cannot be made leader of whatever.
We are
No.
talking
I was listening to you. I was listening to you carefully. I was listening to you carefully. Okay. Here's what I'm saying to you. This is what I'm saying to you. You are not from there, so you're not paying attention to that area as closely as wait, as closely as someone who is from there. You understand what I'm saying?
I don't.
So
we're not
in
talking
saying,
about South.
by the way, the governor of Bayelsa State is Duoyediri. He just won second term.
The
Okay.
issue is
Okay.
this. Just hold on.
So I'm just saying is the way you are narrating that. Okay, so we should make one of those people. Who are those people? Nobody knows about them.
Don't be defensive.
I'm not being defensive. I was listening to you. I'm just correcting you. That's all.
You can't, maybe you don't understand what we are talking. We are talking about southern governors, which includes
I understand. I was listening. I understand it. Listen, I was listening to what you are saying.
Somebody asked a question. He said, why did they choose him as the representative? And I said that all of them are the same. He's not a performing governor. You understand? And to now buttress my point, and I asked Ajale Kuku that before we used to know all these governors. So I just choose like 2 states to ask him that, did you know the name of this also? I was not a native of before I know all those Peter Odile and all those people that used to be there during Obasanjo regime. Now everybody knows them. I don't need to be in data or be a native of data before I know all those things.
Everybody knows those ones because they stole money now openly.
Oh,
but let's talk the politics. Let's talk the politics.
Yeah, why didn't Fubara show up to the forum? He didn't come.
Fubara didn't show up.
He was not there. He didn't show up.
When there's
did he send his vice?
No, he did not.
No, he didn't show up because you have a state where you have people trying to cause chaos in the state now. So he didn't want to leave the state. That's why.
Chaos. Are they going to topple him? What are you saying? What?
No. You have other people now. You have local government chairman issues. You have local council chairman. You have issues.
Come on now. That should not stop him from traveling.
No, I'm telling you. Listen, I know people that work in that government. I'm telling you the truth. This is the reason why he didn't come.
Why didn't he send the vice?
No, listen, River State, things have to be handled.
Why didn't he send the vice?
I don't stop trying to justify. Come on now. You know
I'm not justifying.
What is
he didn't want to go for a Southern Conference meeting when he has major issues in his state.
He could send the vice there.
Send the vice, the deputy governor.
The deputy governor there to represent him.
Well, I don't know. I can't say why he didn't send the deputy. I can tell you why he didn't.
Okay, so there's problem there.
No. But Ajale Gogo, I know why he didn't go. I know why.
We can speculate. We can speculate.
No. I'm not speculating. No. I'm not speculating. Okay. I'm telling you why he didn't go.
Okay, but you are trying to defend him now.
Okay. No, I'm not defending him. I'm telling you why he didn't go. Ajale Gogo, I am telling you why he didn't go. I'm not defending him.
Not him.
But you are trying to find some excuses, and we are saying why did
no? I'm not finding excuses. I'm telling you the reason. I'm not finding excuses. You understand?
Are you so sure? Are you so sure that is because of that? That's why.
You're missing the point here. Nobody's saying that maybe he has some local politics to do. It's okay. The point is that at least send somebody on your behalf if you're not going to show up. Is what we are saying.
Yeah, but that one I can't explain why he didn't send the deputy. I don't have an explanation. But as far as why he didn't go, I'm telling you from the people I know that work there, that's the reason why. You know, that situation in the States is
OG, a quick question for you.
Well, let even agree with you, sir. OG, but let me say this, Remy, you will talk. You see, okay. I can see why those governors in the South choose Dapo Abiodun. Why? No. I want to speculate. I want to, my own speculation is this. All of them look at how can we reach the president easily. Let this be Yoruba man. If it's Yoruba man, one of his sons, we can reach the president. We can strike deal with the president at any time.
But I thought he had been there before Tinubu came in. He has been
good strategy. No, he has not go. No, he hasn't. This is the first time he's appointed. No, it was the late one that died. You know, it was the one that conveyed it. The Akedolu was the one that they had before. before he died and he was sick. Then they have to do a new elections now. They have to appoint somebody else. So it was not him. This
That your speculation, it doesn't to me. It doesn't.
No. Simba, it actually makes sense. So
I'm telling you.
That's why Eleyi is very close to
But even let me tell you, if they actually want to get to Tinubu, they will have used a Lagos State governor, not Eleyi now.
No, they can't now. He's already chairman.
But Lagos State governor already got an appointment as the head of the Southwest. So
it does it really matter?
Double responsibility. Double job.
Evangelical is right, because as you can see, you will see that Eleyi follow Tinubu all over the world. Even those one did not even invite him, he will be there. So they choose the right person. So my question to OG is this: do you think Fubara will
OG? Who is OG? Aizon is no longer on the platform now.
Oh, it's no longer there. Oh, sorry. I want to say that the fight Fubara is fighting is a fight.
No, don't mind Aizon. So if he leaves River State to go and attend meeting, they will overthrow him before he comes. They will put another person there.
No,
how can somebody be saying that kind of thing? That you believe?
Cool River State have been.
It's a literally cool.
Do you think the fight Fubara is fighting now? Do you think it's unnecessary fight? Because under 6 months or 3 months, you just continue to fight the person that put you there. You do not even wait for 2 or 3 years. So my question is that all of this fight that does not give.
He's not the one fighting. There are so many people that are pushing him. It's not Fubara. Fubara doesn't. There are so many people that are doing that behind him. Wike has stepped on so many toes.
Who pushed him to go and bulldoze the the state assembly building?
Without delay, all those former governors now, they hate Wike now. They're the one pushing him now. They are doing
even including Amechi.
Well, Ministry, they are doing what is called what they are doing.
But when Wike was there, he really honored that Odili. He named one hospital, this cancer something specialist hospital after him. He named so, and he was inviting him so many occasions to open to commission some road and stuff like that. Many projects.
Because it was the governor at the time. Who is the governor now?
I think those people over there, look at them after one governor after the other. I think they are not. They don't. They
only like you if you.
They don't like each other. They are just. It's just caricature. It's just caricature. What they are eating at the moment is what they know. They don't think about the future. They don't. I mean, they don't look at tomorrow that, oh, if I do this to him now, would they not do the same to me tomorrow? All of them, including Wike, I'm not exempting Wike. They are just people like that they are just what they can get today, and tomorrow they don't care. And to work as a team, they don't know how to do it. They lack that teamwork. That is the problem with them over there, and it's so horrible. And they have all these resources. The resources feeding the whole nation is with them, instead of them to cooperate to see how they can, get into the power brokers of the country, so that even the resources that in their state, they can have some share in it, like oil well and a lot of things. I don't know. They have problems.
Hey, hold on. Man of Prestige, are you there?
It's not there. Who? Babajali Koko, they do have oil well. The problem there is that what they always do is just to share that with among themselves, especially among the elite there. Look at a state like Bayelsa, for God's sake, with less than 10 local governments. And that state
That place should be Dubai. I'm with the kind of money that they're making that place.
Is it not, that is the state of Ido now. Was not defending the governor now. He said he's doing something. I saw it from Bayelsa now.
They are in Simba. They are in debt. They are in debt in Bayelsa, of all places. In debt.
What did they use all the billions that they get every month? What are they using it for? If you the whole population of Bayelsa is not up to 2 million, no.
Babati.
Wow. Well, the people there the governors and the politicians must be really wealthy then.
But they have enough money to run. I mean, they should be seeing skyscraper all over the place. It should be balling. As you want to visit Nigeria and go to Bayelsa, the kind of money they get in education over there. I mean,
everybody should be running there. That Bayelsa is the greatest, the best state in Nigeria. Let's go and look at opportunities. It should be a place of opportunity for
2 million people. 2 million people, and you're top 5 in revenue. Then in oil and
people.
We should minus Akwa Ibom from it. It is only that state in that South region that have performed wonder, and it's true when Akpabio was ruling them, he did a wonderful job. Whether he siphoned the money or not, because when you can go to YouTube and check Akwa Ibom, their state capital, they did a wonderful job.
The two states that are worse in that south is the Bayelsa and Delta. Delta used to have the highest, and you see Delta. I don't even know what they are doing in that state. And then and the people there, they will keep quiet because they are all of them are sharing it. They are sharing. You can see how Aizon was defending them just for me to mention the name of their governor.
Simba, I've met
I was going to make a point.
I've met their governor before and their commissioner. Oh my God, you wait for that country. The way they are spending dollars. Don't let me talk about it because it's a problem. It's terrible, man.
Can you Prince go ahead? Imagine Prince. When you say something,
I ain't just sorry.
No, I was going off the tangent a little bit.
Remember? Adewale, it's not. I don't even know people in America. Baba Jere Koko is the same. They eat like broilers. No broilers. That's the way
they eat. I'm a work be one was American. I love humility. I love be one.
I like the doctor. I got
by the way, Simba, I don't talk to Mecca and say
well, they will bury them. They bury them there. They won't take them back to the country. The heat was too much.
No, Simba, this is my point. You know the heat is always there. People go new now. You know that the way the place is. So didn't they have any medical? Because they said,
let me tell you, it's something that I've witnessed before. At least I performed match in 2018. They will give you all the necessary precautions, and they provided all the facilities to make people comfortable. But our people, you understand? When they ask them, don't go out at this social period because the heat will be too much for you, they will not listen. You understand? We use greed, especially with blacks, especially Nigerians, to do even prayer. We are very greedy in our prayer. You understand? They will tell them that, okay, if you want to pray, there are other mosques within Mecca metropolis. And they also said that if you pray in that mosque, it's the same thing that you get in terms of whatever reward.
No, Simba, hold on right there because you're missing my point. My point is, people don't listen A, B, C, or D. Number one, you should have a maximum capacity for that place. The maximum you
can. This one is not stampede. It's not due to stampede now.
So what happened?
It's not stampede.
I thought maybe
well, I was a witness. I managed a woman in 2018 with heat stroke. You understand? Some of them, what will happen to them is that they're supposed to be working, moving in groups. Some of them will just say, okay, maybe they wanted to go and buy this thing or they wanted to go and pray. And in the process, they will miss their way. And they will start roaming about in that sun. Do you understand what I'm saying? The sun here, if you stay under that sun for 1 hour, you are not going to be the same.
I like to Simba, tell them the degree, the session. Maybe
okay. Alaji Simba, go ahead.
Alaji Muse. Alaji Muse
So, the temperature, the problem with
Doctor, Professor.
In Mecca, Mecca axis is also very close to the Red Sea. So apart from the heat, when the temperatures is high, but the air is dry, you will not sweat and you will not feel it the way. But by the time the heat is combined with high humidity, you understand? So in Mecca, at that time when they were experiencing those things, the temperature was about 52 degrees centigrade.
Oh my God.
52. I spoke with somebody.
Any Fahrenheit? 52.
I'm not. Is you Americans that used to do Fahrenheit? I don't know.
Oh, that is what the hell?
Fahrenheit now.
Let me see, 52 in F.
You're not paying your own la.
That is 120. That is 125.
Yes.
Let me tell you. If I'm going to BT, if you come back from work in the afternoon and you want to take a shower, you can't shower with the water that will be coming out from your tap. You understand? So what we used to do is that you fetch the water down in the bucket, then that is what you are going to use when you come back.
So me and to cool off.
Oh, yes. So, but they will.
I had such experience. That's my first experience with that kind of situation was the first time I traveled on vacation to Florida. Oh man,
Florida is a younger system. It's not even up to Qatar.
I agree with you.
When you have a fire pit,
125 long. How do you survive with 125? If I go one complain.
Babati.
Like today now, as I'm talking to you now, the temperature, this is 8:06 a.m. and temperature is already 42.
My first time
That's
in Dubai.
A lot of 42 degrees Celsius.
My first time in Dubai in 2002. The person I went with the other woman, it was just a lady there. And I said, let me just take a stroll down the street. Let me just go move around. At least I can handle myself. Mistake number one. I had a t-shirt on. It got to a point. I had to went inside one of the store. I took my shirt off. Moafi wipe face me. When you squeeze the cloth. Dubai. I was squeezing the sweat out of that t-shirt that I wore. I was shirtless. I didn't wear anything. I was just praying that store now gave me water to drink.
Adewale, the citizen, they understood their own.
They do.
Weather, and they have been taking the foreigners that will be taking, especially the pilgrims.
During the Ramadan, they give people water in Dubai there. That was when when it was time for they give people, especially tourists, they will give them water. I don't know if they still do it now. My first time in that area, I had a stopover in Qatar. So before we get from the tarmac to where the plane actually is.
Okay, Doha. Doha.
We had to take a public bus. I mean, no, not public bus. Though those buses that run from the tarmac to
from one terminal to the other.
One terminal to another. Or even to the plane where the plane was. My brother, they opened that door for us to disembark. My brother, I went back inside. So the person I went to say, "Oh boy, where you are going to? It's like this." I said, "It's like where you have a fire pit, and when you want, people are now gathering around that fire just to warm them up." That was exactly how it felt.
Adewale, the weather in Asia Middle East is more hotter than Africa.
It is. Oh, it is.
There is a place where in summer when you drop an egg on the floor, give that egg less than 4 or 5 minutes, it's already boiled. Like you boil
Man,
it.
Papa Jale
It's about 45 degrees Celsius, which is close to about maybe 110 or maybe 105 Fahrenheit.
Sun already came out at 5 a.m.
It's extremely hot.
Papa Jale Coco. Sun already came out at 5 a.m. So if you can imagine if you are going somewhere at 12 p.m. in the afternoon, forget about that. Please just go back and sleep for that day. I said, how do people survive in this kind of weather? I've been to Danaro.
Actually, let me tell you, Adewale, it was technology that before advent of technology, people were already living those areas. So.
Wow.
But when they discover oil and all these gas, natural gas and all those things, that was what actually made them to have and that is why you can't see an old cities in this place. Most of them are relatively new because they are new settlement. People have dispersed before. They are just like our nomadic Fulanis. They move around because the weather was not actually very conducive. But now, and that's why I used to say that having light here, electricity here is a necessity. It's not a luxury. You cannot, and when it comes to winter also, it's also very cold.
Oh yeah, very cold. You're right.
So it's extreme. Yeah. The only time you can have the middle ground is between maybe March, April.
When it is rainy season.
The rainy season here is usually in the winter.
So that means we are lucky in Africa because here from anything from
I think that everything that we have everything in moderate, everything, and that maybe that was why we are not wise.
Okay. Here from late September to probably early May, everywhere turned to white. It's like a snowflake white city. Everywhere. Sometimes it reaches as minus 30 degrees Celsius, minus 35 degrees Celsius.
So you are talking about 9 months?
Yes, we suffer for 9 months.
Out of 12 months of the year.
Yes, especially from...
the emergency.
IDB camp, America.
When it's the middle of December or early December, we have what we call 6 weeks of dark night. And I will tell you what it means. As early as 2 p.m., everywhere is dark, like 12 midnight.
2 p.m.?
Yes, 2 p.m., everywhere is dark. And
so how is your depression level? My high bang because your D level is very low.
I've already get used to all this different kind of.
Remy, what is your?
Remy, are you doing time in Finland or what is going on?
Prince Daddy.
Remy, check your vitamin D level. Will probably be low as a black person.
No, we normally eat a special vitamin D.
Take your you gotta bring that to know.
So that means you have to take it during that time because as early as then the sun will come out around 8 or 9, and by 2 it's already dark again. And if you are going up north of Finland, probably.
But I mean, even that will affect your sleep cycle now. But
you know what? Here, let me tell you something. Here, your headlamp, you always leave it on throughout the 12th calendar month. And in winter, you have to your headlamp. You have to put it on every time because the visibility.
And no, what that is asking you about your biological rhythm. So, at what time did you sleep? Do you consider as night, and the time that you consider as day?
Because like you said, everybody gets used to the weather. We still do our normal work, and probably if you finish your work, then you come home. But by 10 or 11, I'm already sleeping. No matter what, I will come home before 8. And then,
but there will be a time also that you can have like close to 24 hours sun.
Yes, we are already in it now. It's just over for the last 1.5 months. We are 1 day or 2 days. There is a day that is 24 hours daylight. I mean, sun. So there is no darkness. So we are just coming out from it now. As from 2 or 3 days ago, we started seeing the traces of darkness coming at maybe 1 a.m. or 12 midnight.
And that can be just for like a few minutes or 1 hour. Then
sometimes it's not even
don't
up
come.
to 1.5 hours. It's already go back to daytime. Yeah, sometimes you say 1 a.m. It's like 12 p.m. in like 12
Torí
p.m.
Ọlọ́run kò mọ̀ síbi táwọn ọmọ Nàìjíríà ò lè gbé o torí owó.
Irú ìlú wo nìyẹn tó lóru tó ní kinní àbí káwọn Russia lọ wipe ibẹ̀ out.
But you have to give it to this.
Remy, the point is you are struggling to explain. You will go struggle to explain any.
No, me struggle to explain. What I'm just trying to say, we have extreme weather and extreme situation. So if you have lived in this kind of environment,
but what kind of social life does people have in that kind of place? I beg
to. They have social life.
Ọjọ́ wo lè rí Pasuma kó lọ sí Finland?
No, social life for the next since June, July, and part of August, it's a very good weather, green, sun, everything. So this is the time they have a lot of show outside. But apart from that, people go to pub and bar.
Somebody said that was why you, Samuel Ekpa, and Zita are very aggressive because of the weather.
Àwọn èèyàn dàbí yìí o, ẹnu ò dáa tọ́.
You just need to abuse people anyhow. Whatever.
Ṣèbẹ́ nìkan ló bú síbàlì ìjẹta pé ìjàpá doctor. Ìjàpá doctor. Àwọn èèyàn.
But when you see that kind of weather, but when you also go to America, I want to ask you some questions too. All those what do you call it? Extreme weather that you always have in America, like that kind of heavy wind. What do you call it? Tornado or
hurricane, tornadoes, and all those things.
And so many stuff that always
I want the customer. We know.
So I hope you are not. Is it?
Emma pray for Diwali. Okay, kill me, Magbilani using the wire. Flood the bag. Flood the bag.
Because sometimes I see the video and I will be sure. Oh my God!
In fact,
the whole building. It will just blow them cars everywhere. And man, I don't know how you guys survive it, especially if if you're not living along that plane, maybe you are safe, right?
You guys now taking all these things into consideration, do you think if we have this kind of weather in our own domain, we will not provide the necessary survival technology for ourselves? No, believe me, I think because if you don't have lights, you can survive. There is no hurricane, there is no tornado, there's virtually no natural disaster.
But Simba, in the northern part, like is it not Maduguri Abibonu? Where do we have this harsh weather? We have similar weather there too now.
Only my
it's not that Baba Jale Koko.
Yeah,
it's not as extreme as the one here. They still have trees. They stay under the trees and all those places. Okay. Let me tell you, there is no human being that can survive this one. No, if they take light for 15 minutes, people will die.
Simba, you should tell them that in Qatar, Saudi Arabia, all this,
and their grid and their power grid must be very, very strong.
Baba Jaleko, when is the eating time? Those that is explaining now, you cannot stay outside for 1 minute. All your body will be drenched in, like you sweat. That kind of sweat is like what do me? They put like 20 pockets of.
Actually, it's hot now. It's much more hot in Texas right now.
It's a terrible time.
In US, I think it's in New York, Albany. Because of the heat wave, I think that their weather, the degree is like 100 and maybe 110 or something like this. It was so hot that everybody have to put on there. The power grid collapsed. It was terrible.
You know what these people do here in Texas? They will change your thermostat. God help you if you. So I went and disabled the Wi-Fi on my thermostat. It will just be at home. The entire house will be getting hotter and hotter.
Baba Koko.
Yeah.
Sometimes, if I look at the power consumption in my own hospital here, it can be more than what a whole town is consuming in Nigeria.
I agree with you.
Because everything is AC, powered by AC. You understand? And an average household now during this time now, whether in the morning, afternoon, night, AC is on permanently. You can't switch it off.
Yes. You can't.
It's on permanently. You cannot see there's no house here. It's not a luxury, it's a necessity. You can't survive without it. And when it comes to winter, also you have to be eating heater.
Simba, in Shanghai, there was one time.
So those kind of people, they can't joke with their national grid and electricity.
No, Baba Koko, I managed a child sometimes like 2 years ago that they brought to the hospital. Their own electricity company cut off the light of their house for just 15 minutes. And this guy went unconscious because of it.
Wow.
Simba, I want to ask you this question. There was a time in Shanghai, it was about 40 degrees Celsius. And
40 in a joke now. 40 degrees in a joke now.
This question. You know, I just want you to know that I was trying to go to the toilet, and there's no AC in the toilet, and from my room to the toilet. And by the time I finish whatever I want to do, just to step out from the toilet back to my room, I'm already doing sweat. Now I'm not considering you tell about 52 degrees Celsius. That is not a child play. It's even more than 5.
No, Baba,
that's what the first time I'm explaining.
Baba Koko, if you wash your clothes now, just give it 5 minutes. Put it under the sun. 5 minutes. It will be like guguru.
Yeah, go.
So yeah, I don't even whenever I wash my clothes, I don't put it on that. I will just put it in my bedroom, just close the door. 1 hour, 2 hours is already dry.
It's dry. Wow.
So I think we are quite lucky in Africa.
We are lucky, maybe that one, but Kuku appreciate it.
But just assume that people.
Baba Koko, dàbí ẹni ìyà ọ̀jẹ̀ ọlọ́gbọ́n ta ni teacher ẹ̀. I think is God has already spoiled us with too many favorable weather, too many resources, and that's why we are just redundant.
You know
the best soil, arable soil for agriculture. Everything.
If you see the effort that they are here now, they raise cow, they raise animals, and they still in the you can imagine we are talking about 52 degrees centigrade. And they still produces grasses in that hot desert to feed their animals.
Growing up, we used to look forward to the rainy season.
Do you know that they have poultry here, but it's powered by AC? The chicken that they are consuming here, they are not importing it. They produce it locally. The milk that you cannot see all this pig milk and all this thing here in Saudi Arabia. They produce their own milk locally from the cow that they are raising here.
But Simba, that their chicken you mentioned, do you think it's good for health?
Exactly, yes.
Africa.
Well, I said growing up in Nigeria, we used to look forward to the rainy season. Do you know why? Because we had trees around. People would be under the trees. Even though they are enjoying the weather, everybody is just.
Before I go to sleep, today, Davido get married today.
Yeah.
And every time I open any website in Nigeria, now so their picture they see. I kind of wonder, say, what is the importance of Davido getting married to real long?
A lot of Nigerian youth follow
Celebrity.
Is it not a misplacement of
Not a worship
priority?
celebrity, no, in Nigeria.
Celebrity no worship Nigeria. I want youth Nigeria. Majority of them they worship celebrity.
If the people in Lagos yesterday, you see the way they were lamenting because the whole place was actually choked.
I saw one video of that video entry with a lot of Rolls Royce, and come and see all those boys in Lagos. I hear me, come and see Cadillac, come and see. They're just they were to me no my day, my time will come. I just don't understand. You can see the way they are talking about all those cars and everything, praying for themselves, hailing Davido and the rest. My own will come. Like I must make it in this life. I must be rich by prayer, by force. In those videos, it's quite funny, and they display a lot of wealth, expensive luxury vehicles.
And that is why that thing has actually affected the mentality of Nigerian youth. Yes. Nobody believe in hard work again to succeed. No. You understand? And that is why we are not. And the only thing that you see that it is online business. You see that you are doing scripts or you are, it's not something that is actually impacting on people.
Baba T and Prince Adam, Babajali Kusumode, I want to ask you a question. For example, now we all know that we live in global world. Do you think American influence or Western influence is affecting Nigeria positively or negatively?
Negatively, my brother.
I agree with Adewale.
I was looking at my daughter yesterday and I shook my head. I was like, this one, we don't lose completely. Number one. It's a reality of Ajale people. I'm not deluding myself to think that it's going to follow it's not even that. Number one, the kind of opportunity that I have, that the kind of environment that I grew up from, she won't be privileged to be in that environment, and that is that don't do meaning about Ajale people, because there's this different type of home training that I got. Now here in America, you can't even whoop your kid. You can't, your discipline has to be measured. Wow. I'm not saying you should. I mean, it's ideal to start beating up on a child, but
I mean,
one thing is that the culture itself is going to be lost. Number one, I'm not expecting my daughter to now say, "Oh, daddy, let's go home," when she wasn't born in Nigeria, and to now say, "Oh, let's go home now." It's going to be tough.
Boy, you're supposed to be going on vacation with her.
Even with vacation, my brother, they will tell you Nigeria is not a place to go to. One even came back and said Nigeria
do you know what one woman did? That woman have 3 kids. I think she lives in Sweden. And all those kids are like maybe 7. One is 7, one is 9, another one is 11. She just shipped all of them to Nigeria immediately. And she said that they are not coming back until they finish at least high school. Until they finish their high school.
Secondary school. There are a lot of people like that. I know.
Ship them to
Nigeria. They send their children to school in Nigeria. Yeah.
And they were asking her question that, as a mother, do you feel this is good? And she said that. She said it's not castigating the Western education, but the morals is what she is after. And before you know it, they will continue to claim all this individuality and also talk about
Remy, if I can chime in real quick, see, gone are the days when Nigeria or Africa was insulated from the rest of the world. So if you ship your children to Africa or Nigeria, you think they are isolated or insulated, and they will not be influenced. That's a big lie. Forget about the training. Let me land.
For real.
Even if you take them unless you take them to like deep village somewhere.
Take them to Ekiti.
The man finish now.
Ekiti, Abakure.
Well, it's a. I got it. Say, either going to live in a city or a town. Either going to live in a city or town. Unless unless you have like 24 hours, vigilante, so to speak, on your children back then, back in Nigeria, right? Your idea of how you grew up, thinking that they would grow up to emulate that, speak the language or have the same culture. They may have those two things, but I'm telling you, in terms of their moral, okay,
Prince,
they cannot be isolated.
do you know what these schools are not doing? Those so-called foreign schools. They're not coming to Nigeria to build schools. So normally, when you bring your kids to Nigeria, they will be Nigerian-owned schools, right, to educate them the way you want the so-called morals. This so-called foreign organization, they're not coming to Nigeria to build schools targeting Nigerian diaspora. So you see, that's what they're not doing now. They're targeting people like you and I that feel like, okay, whatever, to send the school. So what is but that part of our culture that people feel uncomfortable, like, oh, I don't want them to speak ABC and that is also being lost. So I don't really know like the benefit of sending people back home when, like Prince said, it's even worse in some areas. This community, let me put it. They even do
they have target. They target
worse.
some schools. There are some missionary schools, both Muslim and Christian missionary schools. There are some people targeted. You understand what I'm saying? It can't be so. If you want to send your kid, you will not send them to maybe a foreign school in Nigerian land. You understand? And then you also look for a responsible guardian.
Guys, in today's world, I'm telling you, it's really I'm not how to put it. You have to be more like customized approach to training your children in Nigeria. I would say, gone are the days. I'm telling you guys, gone are the days. See, whatever you think, even putting them in a Christian school is not safe at all. It's not safe. And in today's world of this easy cultism, okay, that's even permeated all the way to high school in Nigeria.
Daddy, you are making it to look as if some of us, we have our children in Nigeria now. So if you are talking, you should believe us.
Is your children not know with your wife?
Yes.
Okay, that's a big difference. So I'm telling you that, see, apart from you shipping your children to somebody else to raise, to raise, that in itself is not even the best way. But it seems like your case is different. Your children are with your wife. Okay, I'm not talking about that. But if you just want to send them to a boarding school, then have them live with a guardian. If they're not there 24/7, looking at those children, taking care of them, looking at what they're doing on their phone, on their iPad, it's not as easy as it used to be. I'm telling you guys, the children today are much smarter. They have connection, network, influence that you guys can even imagine. So if that lady thinks she's going to ship her children to Nigeria and have them be better trained, I totally disagree.
The environment itself. Let me give you an example of a child that I saw maybe about 4 or 5 years ago. He was living in London, and this child has started taking all this rubbish there. I think he was sent to a school in Ilorin. Initially, even when that guy arrived, he was having like a withdrawal syndrome. But at the end of the day, we were able to manage him, and the guy he became better. You understand? So the environment has the availability of all those things and the exposure is actually very different.
Prince Daddy,
in Nigeria or where?
Yeah,
yes, in Nigeria. It's not as bad as the way you are looking at it.
Yeah, it's not.
No. Think again, Simba. I don't know how many years ago you're talking about, but
that they brought the guy to Ilori. Why won't that guy adjust quickly when they took him to Ilori?
Well, that's Ilorin now, but
That's a
even
lot now.
I'm even telling you, there are so many ways for
Tabagbe
children to get drugs today in our society. Society in Nigeria, I'm talking about.
That
Okay,
is what I'm saying now. If you want to do that thing, you ask people and you take your child to where you think at least it will be better, not Lagos.
I think most of this kind of
even that, you know, if you want to couple, depending on the age of the child, even couple that with abuse. I'm talking maybe sexual abuse or some kind of abuse. It's very
no
complicated. I mean,
Prince Daddy, you cannot equate what traditional, what normally happen in America with Nigeria. If you are talking about child
I mean,
abuse,
I said think twice. Things are changing rapidly. Think twice. I'm telling you. If I don't know what I'm kind of talking about, I want to mention it.
Is that not all cases will turn out good, but majority will be fine. Because when you send your kids to Nigeria, like for example, this woman I'm talking about, she sent them to a boarding school, and then she makes sure that people are checking on them, and she also like talk to them nearly every day and talk to their principal, and they do video call and so many things. So everybody have a right to this.
Please, guys, before I go, sorry, let me. One up when see the wedding did we do? What's her name? Tony Ojo said she couldn't make it because of personal. I don't pay with it. I don't pay. Don't look only.
Ìyábọ̀ Òjó ló ń sọ àbí
Ìyábọ̀ Òjó, sorry.
Ó lọ́kọ náà, àbí has she divorced?
Aláyé jọjà arábọ̀dọ̀ òwe ni olólọ́kàn bò.
Kí ni problem ẹ pẹ̀lú Ìyábọ̀ Òjó ìgbọ̀n tó bá ní interest jẹ́ ká mọ̀ náà.
I was reading the newspaper. He said, "Oh, that it was unfortunately couldn't make it." I said, "Thank you with that person."
Even Eniola Badmus that is very close to Chioma. That one also have to
they are fighting. I think it's a star-studded event. I mean, Obasanjo even went there. Obasanjo graced the occasion.
There's so many people are there.
Wow.
So let's go back to what we're talking about.
Anyway, sorry guys. Good night. Thanks for everything and good night.
No. You can't leave. Oh. You cannot leave. No, me back.
I have a special assignment.
No. Anything.
Special assignment in the other room or what?
No. I have
Prince, are you there?
I'm a government worker. I have a special assignment.
Yeah. Prince, are you there? No. Dewale, you must defend the madness that happened in Brooklyn with your Democrats. You have I had to.
No, that is an isolated case in Brooklyn. No,
it was not. It was not.
It
was not. That was
case.
madness from a Democrat that you have to defend on this platform.
No, not tonight. Maybe some other day. I will come with a serious but for this, it's an isolated case. It's not. Let the New Yorker deal with it.
That's the way you people are. You Democrats.
Are you looking forward to the debate on 27?
You have no chance. Trump will win now, of course.
It's that chance is slim, but let's see.
Prince, do you see how they change the format? You can't interject. You can't just to protect Biden.
No, those two people are old now. What are you talking about? They are not as sharp as they used to.
Whatever.
No. Your candidate is not sharp. Don't say they. Don't use they. Your candidate is not sharp.
No,
so don't go there.
They want to go and sleep.
In the prime of Joseph Biden, okay, not even Trump can match up when it comes to intelligence, intellectualism. None.
Go and sleep. Go to bed. You're tired. You're tired.
But even if Trump wins tomorrow, still fine with me. I only spent 4 years. 4 years of wilderness. But this time if he wins, and you can pack it back, give me a yard.
I will pay for your ticket.
The experience chances that they say that they need their passport back from me. So the way I'm looking at it, nobody is safe. I just hope it doesn't win because the way it is now.
On a more serious note, this is the concern you see. You've allowed the so-called progressive once they hijack party and money law.
It is evident. It is evident that they are
just ridiculous. How can a complex man be doing that?
The same way, crazy people also hijack the Republican Party. I'm talking
not that
about
extreme.
Trump.
No, not that extreme though. Where
I mean, Trump is extreme. What are you talking about?
no, at least what they claim to be fighting for, it might be extreme in their approach, but they have a point.
You know, my problem with Biden is that he pounded so much
to
the extreme
even
left.
I feel uncomfortable with your position. That's the difference. At
No,
least
no,
what
no.
they're fighting for is still conservative to their beliefs.
Conservative in which sense?
Like
No,
immigration and the economy. You can argue that
immigration is politics, my brother. Every one of them will always hammer on that as if they are the one opening the gate for the immigrant to come in.
Hold on, please. When I got to this country 20 plus years ago, it was okay for a Democrat senator to hold a gun and be pro-life. 20 years ago in this country, you can be a Democrat but now you dare not do that as a Democrat. You dare not.
So Biden is still pro-life, but it's
really can you say that in public?
It's in the middle. He's a Catholic now. He's a Catholic.
Stop it. You have crazy people running the party now, Jerry.
See, the crops of Democrats that are in the House right now, they think they know it all. Don't let me use that. They are like well, by the way, the vice president I'm not a fan, number one. Number two, I don't even see an importance in the Biden administration. But I still support Biden till tomorrow, except death. Is what will stop me from.
By the way, I heard, I can't confirm, Prince, they said Trump might be needing towards picking Vivek as the vice president. Oh God.
Really? Are you sure?
Yeah. No. It's between him and Tim Scott.
What about Little Marco? Even my brother too here in Texas. Ted Cruz is also just for
No. They say it's
I think if we can choose Tim Scott, I think that will really help Trump. Because a lot of black we look at Tim Scott.
Tim Scott, black people don't like him. No, he's a sellout.
Because black men, it looks like majority of them are opting for Trump now.
No.
A lot of black men, a lot of black African American.
They will listen to what they're telling you.
I'm telling you
for months on this platform. Black men are going to vote for Trump.
Talk to them, and what I'm hearing from them,
it's just within the locality of evangelical. We've never been to other places. You haven't seen the poll to actually know that.
You can see the poll. The poll is improving. A lot of black is improving. It's on the
Jesus Christ. Black people of color will always
no.
Let us, are you paying attention?
Which attention?
We are not talking about black women. We are talking about black men. If you look at the trend, the rate at which the poll is improving.
People, please, Nigerians, if you are watching the
Trump is gaining momentum. Is gaining momentum on the side of black men. While that of Biden is reducing, you don't know what's going to happen.
Even people that lives outside Nigeria, outside America knows that America has been stabilized since Biden took over. Now it doesn't even feel as if we have president because everything is like running by the professional and running by the institutions. That is the kind of government we want. The world every now and then, president will be making head news every blessed day. Now, dipping the country into chaos and a lot of stuff. But the Biden came, stabilized the economy, stabilized COVID to the point of eradicating COVID. And I mean, what else do you guys want?
Stop your BS. What stabilize?
It's just
COVID. Stabilize that.
When he was the president,
eradicate COVID.
Yes.
Yeah.
What do you mean by eradicate?
I said, he oversee the eradication of COVID in America. So let me put it that way.
Trump will develop medicine now.
No, Trump mismanaged that.
Adewale and Babati and Prince Adam.
That COVID, whether there is a vaccine or not, the thing with that is natural way.
Shengbo, Dr. Alabere. You're like Trump that will suggest somebody take Clorox, a bleach. so they can bleach you from inside out.
I want to ask you guys a question. Is the economy improving under Biden now?
Yes. Yes.
The worst in like 50 years.
Yes.
The worst
I can
economy in like
guarantee you
50
that
years.
one. Yes.
This guy says what's economy? Let's hear Babajale go. At least Babajale will not take side.
Businesses are not doing good.
It's a lie. It's a lie. Go and listen to the farmer. Remy, let me tell you this. During COVID, businesses were shutting down. A lot of businesses running to millions, talking about small scale businesses, shut down because they couldn't continue. Guess what? Government gave them money. The incentive that they gave them was not even enough. Biden came and gave people...
Adwale, you full of fake news. They were shutting down because the country was shut down. The country was shut down. Just like in Nigeria, Lagos, and everywhere around the world. So don't say that.
Please, you know what it did? You know what this administration did, Remy? They also give out loans so that people like you and I, or entrepreneur, or any businesses that employ people, can also pay salary and revive those.
That's another lie. If you talk about the PPP loan or the EIDL loan, that was started under Trump.
Trump started now. I know.
I don't want it to be lying.
That was Trump.
I know. Look at him lying to the Remy, giving all the credit to freaking Biden. You pull up propaganda, Adwale. It's a shame. You keep lying blatantly.
Twice this year, the chairman of what do you call it? The reserve. What do you call it?
Powell.
Yeah, like CBN in America. What is it called? What do you call it?
The Federal Reserve.
The Federal Reserve had to raise interest rate twice.
Okay. What is the effect of that on the economy?
Because they could foresee inflation tripling.
And how does that affect, borrowing and credit facility for businesses?
Because they have to slow people down from borrowing.
Okay, now we are talking about the policy is not good for business.
You saw the housing bubble where there was low.
Even the housing market now has slowed down.
It was well managed in the sense that up to this moment, we may say that we can't compare the economy of 10, 15 years ago to what we have now, because
you can't have three people here, or 4 people in the same country, and only you are the right person that knows everything. It's not possible. Angelico does not agree with you, but he doesn't agree with you, nor do I agree with you.
No, it's whether you are 3 or 4 doesn't make.
And we all live in different parts of the country, so how is it possible? How is it possible that it's your numbers and your policies are working?
Cost of living as a result of this inflation that is ravaging us as triple.
When you have a logistic problem,
triple cost of living, compared to the time of Trump.
What is the inflation rate in America now? Adewale, what is the inflation
cost of living has triple compared to the time of Trump.
It's not up. I can assure you that.
Oh no, this is all about Nigerian politician. I assure you. Oh, this is all about Nigerian politician. I assure you.
Once you hear, I can assure you, run. No, it's all like.
Adewale, answer Remy's question.
I'm googling it so that I won't go and give
okay.
The fact it's not double digit,
Trump is going to get the highest number of any black. I think since 69 or 68.
Trump since 1842.
He's going to get the highest amount of black voters in American history.
I'm telling you. What is this obsession? What is this obsession about black towards Trump? What is causing it?
No, you got to remember. Trump. Let me hold on. You gotta understand. Trump used to be a Democrat, not just regular Democrat, though, a contributing Democrat. He actually used to fund elections.
That in Democrats.
let's tell the truth now. Let's tell the truth. Simba, Trump used to be a Democrat. You see, all these people that hate Trump now, they used to be his friends, though. Clinton, they used to be his friends, though. Not like just regular, close best friends before.
Simba,
I mean, Remy, the reason why he decided not to contest on the Democrat platform is because he knew that Democrats would not buy his BS. Okay, so what did he do? He went to the Republican and reawakened that dead bigotry
Are you
and
trying to say
racism.
Republican are dummy head or what are you
Yes,
Your politics is
he
shameful,
was so
man.
smart. He went to their platform, spoke their language. You know what he did?
You sound like man of prestige.
He said,
your analysis is like soap opera analysis.
You are being unfair to Simba. The man asked a question about a specific question. You asked me why, and I'm giving the reason why. I'm telling you,
Prince Daddy, why are you surprised that he's sounding like a man of prestige? Are they not from the same party?
No, I'm telling you, listen now. They don't do this now.
People are saying they are defending Trump.
No, let me.
Trump spoke their language. That hatred, racist, bigotry kind of language. People that felt that their voice has been oppressed for a long time. They don't have a voice. They don't want people like you and I that look like you and I in America. They wanted a country that is almost 90% white. They don't want.
You and I. So what do I look like?
Now, why are you doing this? Let me. No. This will do.
I'm supposed to be
done now. Come on, you've been unfair. In the Democratic Party right now, whose voice has been silenced? The black men. They are if you discuss black in the Democratic Party, did they mention the men? It's always the women now.
Babati.
America is Democrat.
Babati.
Yeah.
Babati. Do you know the complaint of some of my friends that are African American in Democratic? They said Democratic Party now has turned to a party that only look for black women.
Yes, now
the interest of black men doesn't matter, and they said they are going for Trump. They said the economy of their pocket is what really matter. That during the Trump time, the economy, their pocket economy was very, very good. But now, their pocket economy is dead. They said
that is not true.
They said they don't care. Hold on now. They said they don't care about what he talks that. Yes, he talks crazy.
No. If you have your major posters in your party, like the black men on TV, or go look it up on ABC News. A major black poster for the Democratic said on public TV that we don't even need black men anymore. We're going to cut the Asian and Hispanic men instead. On TV, that level of disrespect towards black men by another black men by Democrats. What do you mean?
Trump, Democrat poster says Trump will lose the election, eventually won.
Let me find you his name.
I'm not thrilled by whatever poll they're bringing out there. What I know for a fact is that majority of Americans are okay with Biden for one more time. The return of Trump is what they do not want. Whether economy was booming, which I disagree with, during his tenure is subject to review. But the point is that they do not want somebody like Trump in the White House for one more time, because he's coming. He never even believed in democracy in the first place. Why would we even give him second chance? Anyway, there was always going to be somebody that buy into his bigotry and all those things that he believes in. Not that he believes in it in the first place. His own number one beliefs is money. Once he sees money, he will go with you. So, as far as I'm concerned, even if he wins, because it seems that the polls are kind of like, tilted towards him, we will see. But I know for a fact that number one, Trump is not a patriot. Doesn't believe in democracy. It was during his time, it's on record, that he awakened the sleeping dogs. I'm talking about the racist, I'm talking about the bigots, I'm talking about narcissists.
Okay, Babati, somebody can talk, man. You can't allow Adewale to continue to talk, say this untruth.
You know what? He doesn't. During his time, he didn't even have a
because you're not even addressing you're not addressing the point. if people can think that the black males in this country are going to vote for Trump, and we're giving you the reasons why, you need to at least address the why of the question. Why are they voting?
All he's going to talk about is bigotry, racism, black. That's what he's going to talk about. He has nothing to offer, really.
Dealing with the issue itself is the economy. They feel like they've been ignored by the liberals. They're not getting that funding. Trump was supposed. Remember, Trump. The first 6 months of Trump, Prince, if you remember, these guys specifically wanted to pass a bill to get people that had criminal records, loans. It was targeting black men.
Yeah.
Guess who blocked it?
Yeah.
Democrats blocked that bill. They said it wasn't them that opposed the bill. They blocked it.
I mean, it's going to jail anyway.
It gave. Hold on, did you know it gave the the black colleges
the most fun in their history?
They do not even.
Do you know how much it gave them? Do you know how much it gave them?
You guys remember? Well, forget about it. It can give money.
Of course, you don't forget about it. It gave them over $100 billion. $100 billion over a decade.
Yeah, right.
Okay. He established the economic zones across urban areas to benefit black people and black businesses.
Why do you think you put Ben Carson in the house and you think he's broken?
That dumbass man. Ben Carson is a dumbass.
Forget to stay on the issue.
Really, a dumbass, a world-renowned surgeon. Okay, is a dumbass. Really,
it's not useful in any other place.
Stay on the topic.
Put him in the house.
Stop race baiting, man.
No, because look, have you ever listened to that man talk?
He's a very smart guy. He's a very sharp dude, man. He's
good. He's good in the medical field, but it's dumb when it comes to real life.
No, it's not. It's very practical.
Right. Yeah, right. I mean, he too is a contender for vice president, sir.
Let's ask
okay. In what ways is Ben Carson dumb? Tell us one or two.
It's dumb because they put him in a department that has no idea how it's run, what it is for. Look,
really, that's the reason why.
Yeah, I mean,
okay. All they were looking for is leadership. Okay, and he has the brain power. We know he has the brain power and the leadership to lead. He could have led. The man was going to become the president.
It only sounded well when you talk about his career profession, but when it comes to politics, that man needs to go back to school to learn it. He has no idea.
He needs to go to bed. Just go to bed, man.
You're right.
I think he's
I'll
tired.
let you guys have a field day and have a fun while you're defending your own.
You know what? I'm disappointed because you took the bait. You couldn't even talk about the issue. It was just race baiting and the usual liberal talking about.
That's all he has. That's what he do.
I will have given you what change your mind.
The question I want to ask you guys is very simple. Now that Trump is on trial, so if they send him to jail, is he going to be campaigning from jail, or what is going to happen?
He's going to jail.
Hold on. Let me ask the final question. If he wins, even if he's in jail, that means they are still going to inaugurate him as the next president, right? Yes or no?
Yes.
Yeah, and he's still going to jail.
Going to jail is immaterial anymore because even if he's in jail.
No. What will happen is this: the court might decided to suspend the judgment. I mean, the sentencing. But what the court is going to do now is going to sentence him before the election. So what they're going to do is the court might decide it. I'm thinking they might decide to give him a probationary period. Or they might also suspend the judgment, which they call deferred adjudication. But most likely they may not defer, but the option they are going to give probably maybe give him house arrest. Because when the person that was convicted on these same charges, I'm talking about his lawyer, former lawyer.
You don't think this is all election interference, Adewale? Does this please you? Does it please you?
It's personal legal problem. It has nothing to do with interference of an election. If I have a driving ticket now, does that stop me from contesting for election? No, that is my personal issue. That has nothing to do with government with politics. So
forget it. We all know this is partisan politics,
it's not about we all know.
And everyone has said it. Even the Democrat. Hold on. Even the I was listening to somebody. Was today or yesterday
You'll be
actually?
listening to the
A
wrong
famous
people, man.
Democrat. A
Don't
famous
be
Democrat.
listening
They
to
said,
the
look.
same Peter B's
No.
advice.
I'm talking about the Democrats. They say if you. Guess who? Adwale. It was just going to shock you. The former governor of New York, Andrew Cuomo. Google it. He just said it yesterday, or was it this morning? I was watching it.
You guys, why are you people so passionate about the politics of America?
Why?
Because
They're
we live
Americans
there.
now. They can be passionate.
You go and talk about politics in Saudi Arabia if they will not cut your finger.
Be that.
They will all my people tell on the sharply. Because we live in America and it's a full country where you can talk about your president, nobody cares.
So going to jail is immaterial now. So that means whatever.
You know what is important?
Remy, they are scared. That's why they are going to. They are scared. The boys are scared. That's what's going on. They know they're going
to listen to these people.
So they're trying everything possible just to stop him. That's why they know they can't defeat him in polls.
The case that is supposed to be ongoing right now. They have to suspend it.
What
you guys remember? The one of the federal charges, the one document. What do you call it? The one
with Jack Smith with the DOJ.
Yeah, they had to suspend that trial after the election. So, and if he doesn't win the election, guess what?
Listen. You guess you have three cases going against him, concurrently, and you succeeded in what you wanted. At least you've got one conviction. That's what you wanted. You just want to you just want to give him that criminal record. You just want to get that criminal record.
State charges, election interference, election finance issue. They are quite different. The one you just concluded in New York was a state offense.
It doesn't matter. The point is that you succeeded in getting him get a conviction and put a label of a criminal.
The government has no control over the state. The state decided to prosecute him, and now I haven't heard that.
Yeah, the state is persecuting a federal case because even back then. Well, because the DOJ back then, before this Garland came in, they refused to go after Trump regarding this same case. Before this guy,
the feds tried to protect him.
Andrew Bragg took on the case.
Do you know how many people were convicted because of this case? He knew he was going to be found guilty. You know how many people were convicted because of this? Almost two or three.
How many people?
Almost three people. His own finance director went to jail. His own personal lawyer went to jail because of
that's irrelevant. The point is that if it wasn't Trump, this case would never have come forth. Just like the Democratic governor, the former Democratic governor of New York said, Andrew Cuomo. He said it himself. He said if it wasn't Trump, this case had no bearing any way, shape, or form. And we all know that. This is all political persecution.
Simba, that Cuomo that you just talked about, his own party agreed that he will step down from governorship because he was, how do you put it? He was harassing the subordinate. And it came to light and they decided, they asked him to step down. So his grievance against his party is still there, so he's unforgiven. However, what you are seeing playing out is that whether Trump like it or not, you see that alias that after they mention somebody, a convicted felon. So till he die, except maybe one stupid governor comes back and decided to pardon him, he will remain a convicted.
He's gonna pardon himself. And by the way, Remy,
he
the rest assured that it's not a big deal. Trump, if he goes to jail or not, he's still gonna be the president.
He cannot pardon himself. He doesn't have the constitutional power. It does not. It does not because executive cannot absolve himself except in certain area where because what they're trying to claim in the court is that anything
you don't know what you. I don't think you know what you're talking about.
of
You
course
don't know.
Go and sleep. You say you have whatever day.
I want people Jacking law. You see, they're trying to
they throw the data too. That's what they are doing.
you're right. Yeah, I don't like these Republican people. I can't stand them. Anyway, I got to go.
Yeah, go to sleep. Good night.
So Prince Daddy and Babati, I was reading a report about a senior custom officer that died in a House of Representatives chamber yesterday. Did you hear the story? Did you know about this?
Yeah, I think I don't know. I think somebody said it. It was you or one man in Nigeria, right?
Yeah,
the guy is slumped and died. Like, okay,
yeah.
this time around it wasn't faking, so he actually died.
Yes.
Unfortunately.
I think probably I don't know. Can we say that is heart attack or probably I don't know. Simba is no more there. And I also read that Shattered Bank.
Let me tell you. It's very easy to just maybe you'll be surprised that most people are nursing an ailment, but they don't let the public know. They don't. You understand? So it's not common that you just see somebody just dropping dead without an underlying illness.
Yeah, because before he died, he asked for water, and after drinking water, he slumped.
What is it? That means he's already suffocating.
Yes.
You understand? Probably the heart is not pumping blood, and that you will be having. It will be tasty. You understand? So and sometimes you might not even know. So sometimes if you get a warning sign, you can escape. But some people, the warning sign is that attack, and they will just die from it. It's unfortunate that such a place supposed to have something like a disease shock, where they can then even did they even have medical personnel around that place? You know, so those are the issues.
Rush him to the clinic there, but unfortunately,
let me tell you. So in such cases, the resuscitation at that moment is what matters. Any delay, 1 minute, 2 minutes, can be fatal. You understand? So rushing him to maybe a clinic or whatever that they will get there maybe in the next 10-15 minutes. It's too late already. Okay, let me give you for example. Okay, they are playing Euro 2024 now. You remember that the last Euro, this
Ericsson.
What's the name of
Ericsson, that Danish
guy. Ericsson, yeah. You remember the way they was resuscitated that day?
Yes.
So, and we don't have all those things in our own domain.
It's a big issue. Another story I want to share is Standard Chartered Bank. They are interested in funding the Lagos Calabar Highway. They are going to provide part of the funding for this highway too, so that it does not stop.
For which phase of it?
I did not
and
say.
I know the first phase is the Shaguri people. We've gone over that extensively. So
yeah, Shaguri is also pumping in more money. By July, if they bring in the appropriation bill, they will start from Calabar Hen also. So
okay,
it's part of what they want to do. So they will start from.
Do you know what I think? I think they say they're going to do it. I think they're going to do it within 4 to 5 years.
That's what they want to do. And by next year, June, that one of Lagos will.
Hey guys, are they building this road from 2 directions or just 1 direction all the way?
No, 2 directions. Even 3 or 4. You know, it's broken down to sections, so they kind of give it to different people. So everybody just working at the same time at their own pace.
Oh,
so it's not like
nice.
Yeah.
So they build it from Calabar all the way to the west. Okay.
Somebody's been from Lagos, somebody's been in
by July, they
Ogo.
want to start from Calabar end, so that they will also start doing their own stuff. Maybe from Calabar to Port Harcourt.
Oh, that's good. We should expect the project to be completed much sooner. I mean, really,
This
to get
road
it
are
funded.
Well, they have to say 8 years and do it in 4. Say, see, we did it before. You know, it's like a bragging thing. So you give people like 8 years and you do it in 4 or 5, and you say, yeah, see, I told you. You know,
Well,
it's a way of
BT,
bragging.
is it a privately funded project?
Or they will tow it.
Plus.
They will tow it and just share the. So they will tow the road, right?
So it's not being funded by the government.
No, government also provide fund.
Government also provided for, but government has a limit to.
So it's a PPP.
So let's say they're gonna do tow, right? So let's say you get, I give you 100 naira to as a tow. So they will give government about 15 naira from that money. That would be government money in that toll project for about 15 years to make their money back. So government in 15 years will make all their money back plus profit. So this is the first time government will actually make money from building a road. So they will make money from.
You know why I like such things? BT.
Yeah.
At least for that 15 years, they will also be doing the maintenance.
Yeah, 15 years, 15.
Because the average lifespan of road in Nigeria is no more than 2 years. If it is built by government, you understand. So if they do this thing and the so-called private person is the one maintaining it for 15 years, no, it's going to be wonderful.
They will actually make money from the road. Is the point? Government actually make money from this road.
Apart from making money from the toll, just look at the opportunity that abounds. You just pick your car and you just drive directly to Ondo directly from there. It will free the old Ondo road. It will free a lot of Lagos to Benin, to Edo to Benin road. So many.
The game changer of that road is actually the rail. If they can actually construct that rail, it will be superb.
That would be, if you look at the design, I think that can lead. That is, the rail is close to, I think is the green line, if I'm not mistaken. Is maybe they might move the green line down there, but I'm not sure. I might have to look at it. But go ahead.
But even before the road, before the train, if they complete this road section alone, oh man, it's like all those old roads that you are going from Lagos to Benin. You don't need to go through that route anymore. Just go through this one. It's more faster and more better. So that means they free that road and accident, security, or whatever, and it's going to be lighting up throughout.
And by the time they are done, when people start building actual world-class resorts, not landmark.
Yes.
So nobody will remember some landmark. You start seeing real result of world-class standard, not the clown show that the guy was over glorified then. So I would say in about 3-4 years, look out for that route. You start seeing so many results pop up in that area. And we'll forget this landmark or whatever.
No, I think you know what I discovered about. I'm sorry to say, most Nigeria, they fall for sentiment easily. If you like during Jonathan, I don't have shoe, I don't have this thing. Me, I don't like the guy from day one, and I don't have shoe. What have you been wearing when you are deputy governor? Are you telling me you only have one shoe? Or what are you wearing when you are governor of that state? So people, Nigerians, they are easily, they just fall like, I don't know, just cry in front of them, or you just stand in front of them, you are highly religious or something like that, then people will just fall for it. But that is not the reality of life. But whatever the case might be, at least if they can finish this highway, even in 6 years, or they finish some section in 4 years, at least that one of Lagos State now, they already categorically, they will finish before next year, June. Before it was 3 years, they move it upward now. They are going to finish under 2 years. So by next year now, people will start plying the road already, or before even next year. So, and you can see the beauty of it. They lighten it up, and the way they construct it, they are constructing, they are also painting the divider by the middle.
Hold on, Remy. Yeah. By next year, people are going to start using the road from where to where?
I can't remember of it, but this is 47 kilometers. I think it's that Babati will know that one. It starts from that what you call it, Babati, where it starts from, that big hotel. It starts from that side. So it's about 47 kilometers and it's fully concrete road. So if you have driven on the concrete road before, it is very, very good. And what I like about the project is that as they are constructing, they are painting, they are lighting them
Even
up.
the airport road is concrete now.
Mm-hmm. Yeah. So a lot of things are going on in that Lagos that sometimes make me mad when I see Lagos developing so fast.
I witnessed it when they were doing that airport road. It was as if they are doing a decking of the house.
That's what they are doing now. Now it's about, when you see the code they use, it's about 7 meters high.
And it's very thick, very thick.
I think that Umai did a wonderful job. I think Dangote and Portland Cement, they will be very happy because guarantee of cement for the next 8 years, even if people are not building houses at least. And they said in Lagos now, all truck, load of laterite, sand, wherever they are working 24 hours non-stop. So that means the country is also changing. And even if you are calling this guy Ogun State governor, they just complete one road recently and it's on YouTube. It's well constructed and very beautiful. And things are changing. Before they will construct road in Nigeria, no lining, no sign, no signage, nothing. But now they are beautifying it. Even Ibadan is also constructing a major ring road around the state capital, which is going to ease traffic. And they are about 50% complete and they're still working on it. I think some of them are doing a wonderful job now. This is how it's supposed to be. When you hold your governor accountable, not when people just keep quiet. And at the end of the day, you'll be blaming the president for everything. It's not supposed to be like that.
You guys. Bye-bye.
We are going. I think everybody is gone.
Well, Simba, okay, but yeah, it's a good project. But did you see they also got more trains for the Red Line? Did you see that video?
No, I didn't see that video, but I can see the test running continue.
No. They got one from America. The test Telgo. They also got one from the UK too. Longer than the one from.
Well, what I know is that they started working on the second phase of the Blue Line already.
Right. Yeah, but I think because of the demand, maybe they've test run. You know, they've been test running the Red Line, so maybe they think that the demand for that, so they have to go get more. So they have about 6 now. 6. They
need to get more. That is that is where the majority of Lagos are living along that line.
But I say they get free from the US the train.
Yeah, no. Yeah,
for the used one.
No, brand new. The Telgo one. You know, the Telgo ones were supposed to serve Wisconsin from Madison to Milwaukee, but because of the local politics over there, they didn't use it, so they just left it there. So Lagos came in and bought it for cheap.
Yes.
So it's technically brand new. It was never used.
Never used.
It was never used. So they got it for cheap because Telgo was like, dude, we're losing money here.
Well, that's interesting. How did they get access to such procurement? Was it publicly made up?
They never really, you know. Interestingly, it was during COVID. I was working. I was locum in Kenosha. So I was told by a friend that Sanwo-Olu was going to be in Milwaukee. So I drove down there about 50 miles from Kenosha to Milwaukee. So it was a business deal done with not even the state governor, with Milwaukee mayor. So the deal was done between the Milwaukee mayor and the Lagos state government. I mean, people source around. If you have something available, you put it out there. Same with the one that, so they get about 18 or 20 coaches or whatever. It's like 2 or 3 of them. So they also doing the test run for the Red Line, saw the demand, because I think they were expecting about 500 to 1 million people a day, right, Remy? That for the Red Line. So they had to go get more. So they got one, I think it's kind of used from the UK, 18 to 20 as well. They also have some coming from China as well.
Yes.
Yeah.
I think at the end of the day, they are going to need more than 6.
Yeah, they need a lot of, because the demand. I saw the map. I'm like, this is a lot of people, man.
Because trains supposed to, if they start working, supposed to move an average of every 5 to 6 minutes, or let's say in Nigerian country, every between 5 to 10 minutes.
So they have fulfilled 2 out of 3 now. Precisely. So
and before the end of the maybe by next year, they will totally complete the second phase of the blue line, and then they have a green line. They have a green line.
And that one is very easy to make now. Yeah, just you don't need to build any bridge or anything. Just lay the tracks for that one. So that one is easy to complete quicker than.
So if you can do all this rail in Lagos, you just park your car and take the train. You don't need to worry yourself. I think now Nigeria have alternative, although it's not totally complete. You can see that they are setting up a lot of CNG gas station in some petrol station. Some people already converting their vehicle to gas-driven one, which is more cheaper. It's about 1 ton.
EV. Okay.
This is not EV.
Let me upgrades to hybrid now.
I'm driving hybrid, yes.
The way that's the way all this CNG. I'm telling you, EVs make of a lot.
In Nigerian context, the problem we're having are numerous. People cannot afford new car easily as a hybrid vehicle. So even the so-called Tokubo is so expensive because of the exchange rate. For example, the customer are charging about 1,450 to $1. And you know, the way you clear your vehicle, they give them a 5-year period. Like a vehicle of 2010 to 2015 is almost the same amount of money you are going to pay for the duty, the clearing duty for it. So it's advisable that if you want to buy a car, could buy something about 2014 or 2015 instead of buying 2010, because you are going to pay the same amount of money.
But by the way, do they have any other line that they are working on apart from the red and blue? I think that's the two that Abby.
That's the two for now, but I don't think they have started green line or the purple line. Is it green or purple? I know they have green. That green is for those.
You like
the purple one, I forgot where it starts from, but they are, at least if they are working efficiently on those two. Oh my! Especially
I think someone wants to at least finish these 2 before he leaves office. You know, because remember the red line also has a phase 2 as well.
Yes, so that is why I like Yoruba people. Sometimes they are not so selfish. They have like building a lot of people. This Sanwo-Olu might be a leader in the next 10, 15 years in Nigeria. I'm not talking about presidency, but who knows? Maybe vice president or whatever. So these are good material. When they are putting in the work now, nobody is complaining. People are saying it's working. So in the next 10 or 15 years, you see me in top position, you will not say it does not deserve it. So that's what we are talking. If to say he said, okay, I want to be an activist, I want to continue to do this, will it get to this position? So he has been a commissioner under Tinubu. This man is a director at a City Monument Bank, belong to Balogun. We used to borrow money from them. Okay. So these are people that have been there for a long time. And look at when now he's already a governor at 60s. So he will continue to play active role for the next 8 years, even after leaving office. So you will see him as a minister or blah, blah, blah like that. So that country, you need to build your resume from scratch, not politically. If you really want to become a governor or president.
You know, people always, they don't know like that. The thing maybe Fashola and boy, they just showed up from the middle of nowhere. That's like, come on, guys. It doesn't work that way, man.
There is one guy, he's a surgeon in Australia.
Oh, sure. 1 second. Someone, I just Googled it. It's 59 years old. Someone. So just like you're saying already, so in the next decade, it's going to play a big time politics. So became a VP or whatever. It would be like 7 years old. Now, would you guys be saying then that it's too old to become president or vice president?
Even what I'm saying that is probability he might be choosing to be vice president.
No, it's not. It's not going to be vice. It's going to the Senate.
Senate. It's
you
going
know
to
how
the
this
Senate.
thing works now. So no. Here's the plan.
I don't want him to go to the Senate.
Let me tell you, because South is going to be. This is the play. You know, in this Fourth Republic, we've not had a Yoruba Senate president.
Oh.
You got. If it's all politics now. So when you have your Northern president and you have your South VP, then that opens the spot for the Southwest to get their senator president. So you got to look ahead, man. This is all.
I think we fit the ball easily.
Yeah, so that's the plan. That's the gameplay, man.
Yeah, so it's a long time game. You have to be there for a long time to get all these appointments. Or
no, I'm making a point that Sanwo-Olu is planting the seed, playing his part, but as he's doing so, he's getting older, right?
Yes.
So when it's getting close to 70, people are like, oh, we don't want these old people. But these old people were once young, like Tinubu.
Yeah, but Prince, let me ask you something. If you notice, maybe just me, after Tinubu, I think maybe this is a coincidence or by deliberate. Everybody after him were in their late 40s when they became governor. Like I think it just maybe early 50s or late 40s. He likes that 45 to 52 kind of range before they run for anything. So if you have to look at the next governor of Lagos, it's going to be in that same age range too. Smart, but in their late 40s, early 50s.
Yes.
That's how they plan it out in Lagos. And it's worked well for them so far. I mean, you can't argue that, Prince, right?
I do like this their environment commission.
That one is a indigene now. Indigene like that now. So
which senatorial district is it?
It's like a, I don't know, but I know it's like a real indigene of Lagos, not like one of those royal kind of family kind of thing. Okay. So it has their name is well known. It's from a very well known family from in that part of Lagos. So
well, you might never know. They just bring somebody out that you don't even expect, and before you know it.
Yeah, I would say maybe him or Amzat, maybe because
no.
Well, Amzat is going to be 60 years old this year.
60?
Oh, it was born in 64.
Oh, so somebody in that cabinet in his late 40s or early 50s. It can be Speaker Obasa.
Amzat is 64.
60.
No, he was born in 64.
Oh, 64. He's old, man. 64. The guy is over 60 already, or 60.
So no, it's going to be in September. It's going to be 60 years old, right? Yeah.
Yeah. So.
And to me, I think they won't give him that. No, they're not going to give him that. Lagos State, they need somebody around 45 to 55.
You know, the funny thing, like Lagos already knows who they're going to pick. That's the thing. That's the crazy thing about Lagos. They plan it in. They know who they want to. That's the thing. They plan it out. Yeah, at least we know we want in the good state, so we have an idea. So yeah.
I think it's going back to Yewa and about section 1. The Jembu people sometimes I don't understand it. Benga Daniel does not do jack when he was even.
How old is Femi, by the way? Femi
62.
Oh, he's old too, so he's out.
No, they're not going to. They have given him the best position. How come we go back to be a governor from chief of staff? Just follow Tinubu anywhere you go. It's enough. And if Tinubu is still there,
because you can tell who's going to be the governor. It's going to be a Muslim. I can tell because they do the Christian. So if you notice, it's Christian. They kind of move it around.
Yes.
So,
from Fashola, a Muslim, to Sanwo-Olu, are Christian.
Then Ambode.
Ambode are Christian, and Sanwo-Olu are Christian.
That would be perfect then to become the next governor.
The what?
Amzat would be perfect to become the next
no,
governor.
No, they are not going to give it to him. It's just too old. You have to look at Nigerian president. If you are a deputy governor in the Southwest, most time it's very difficult for them to be governor. Okay, if not that Akeredolu died, do you think this governor will be there contesting for Ondo State governor? Or something like that. So for you to be a deputy governor and then you come out and say you want to be a governor in most Southwest, it's very, very difficult.
Sadly, if this guy had played his politics right, he would have been chosen if he was APC. This knucklehead, what's his name?
The
Labour guy. Because he checks the box now. Come on, he checks the, just need some mentorship under their banner, but he blew it. So
no, I don't think they will give it to him because
He's not an idiot. Yeah.
To me, it comes as entitled somebody that I'm entitled. They should just give it to me on platter of gold or something like that. I don't think they will give it to such a guy, because Lagos State politics, they are smart. They know if they give it to him, people will say, it's on my Igbo or something.
No, that guy doesn't know much, man. He's like Shore in a lot of ways. He doesn't have that cultural competency. He does not. He doesn't even know how the system works, and he doesn't have the experience. He exposed himself in this past election. The questions he answered, I mean, is so amateurish in every way. He does not have that background. He can't play the politics.
That's what I'm trying to talk about the other time, that when Shore being interviewed, you can see his response, the way he answered questions, the way he put himself out there. Instead of you to attract more people to support you, but people see you as arrogant. Talk to average Yoruba man, they will tell you he's arrogant, he does not know how to talk. Most of them always say something like that. And I think he thought you are from America. Forget it. You are not the only one in America. Nigerian people are very vast, and they can get information easily. Almost in the Southwest, in a family, if you count from 1 to 10, I can guarantee you 5 of them have people in abroad, one way or the other. And then they can get information directly by themselves. They don't need to, all those ones you are telling them, you are not building your, your grassroots. You are not giving people opportunity to, you are not promoting people to be senators, to be rep, to be this. You are only interested in yourself. Only you. No, that is not the way the politics is being played.
This is about 14 coaches now. I'm just looking at it right now. The one from the UK. It's plus the main one. It's about 14 coaches. This is a long one.
Yeah, it's not enough. Because if you see, if you ever go to all this Alaba side that this guy is working, we see many people every day, bosses that is going to that side. I think it's also includes Yaba, right? That red line. Practice through Yaba, Oyinbo, and the rest. So there is an influx of huge, and it's going to be a game changer for Lagos State. Now, it's quite good.
Thank you.
You wake up now. I think
people from Ogun are having the conversation, and the other man has to come in and just mess the whole thing up as usual. Nothing surprising.
They don't get that bad. They don't even know who's going to be the next governor.
Don't worry. I'm at work, but I don't even have chance to speak. You can see, guys, I can't really speak. So, which are dealing in. Yeah.
Australia, Jerry.
Wow, very.
Thomas, I was supposed to come down there, like I told you, but
you told me, yeah.
Things happen, and
No,
they said December is the best. No,
it's not now. No, it is not too bad. No.
It's bad. Come on, say the truth.
No, it's not. I said it's not bad. Pet is different. I'm in Melbourne.
Okay.
Melbourne is good. Pet is
Thomas, the scorpion, all the scorpion and all this.
Crocodile, snake.
That is how those are living in the village. I've never seen. It's only in the zoo that I've seen crocodile in this country. There is no snake. People will just say snake everywhere. No, people living in outback, people living all those where those Aborigine lives. That's why you will see all those, because they don't want to integrate into the new society. They like to still kill their. So that's why you will see, that's why you will see all those. But city like Melbourne, Sydney, Adelaide, those are cities. So you can't see such a thing. Thank you so much, guys. Thank you thank you so much. Yeah. See you guys tomorrow.
All right, Prince, Remy.
All right. Later. I'll see you, Remy.
Our great Nigeria is possible. Our great Nigeria is very possible. And useful. Obedient and useful. Our great Nigeria is possible. Our great Nigeria is very possible. For better infrastructure, for better life, yeah, my people. For better roads, yeah, for better hospitals and health, yeah. Hey. For lights today, for everything to work for us, for Nigeria. Yeah. No more hunger. Obi for better Nigeria. Obedient and useful. Obi, yeah. Obi, yeah. I'll be obedient and useful. Obi, yeah. Oh, yeah, oh, Obi, get it, get it, get it. Hausa man, Yoruba man, Igbo man, Middle Belt, Niger Delta. Let us come together for better Nigeria. Get it, for better life, for better health, for better road. Get it, from consumption to production. Get it, get it. Obi Adema, yeah. Obi Adema, yeah. Obi Adema, Obi Akachamba, Obi for Nigeria, Obi go to good, Obi follow Obi, Daga 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 daga, Obi Obi. Obi Adema. Okay now. Ewo, I beg you. Ewo. Oyibo lọ́tọ̀ bẹ̀lẹ̀ wá lọ́tọ̀ ìrọ̀sí lọ́tọ̀ kò wá ní lọ́tọ̀ Mọ̀rítàlá lọ́tọ̀ Ọbásanjọ́ lọ́tọ̀ Ṣàgárí lọ́tọ̀ Buhari lọ́tọ̀ Babangida lọ́tọ̀ Ṣọ̀nẹ́kan lọ́tọ̀ Abacha lọ́tọ̀ Abdulsalam lọ́tọ̀ Ọbásanjọ́ lọ́tọ̀ Yar'Adua lọ́tọ̀ Jonathan lọ́tọ̀ Buhari lọ́tọ̀ Peter Obi. I beg you. Nigeria, we hail thee. Our own dear native land. Nigeria, we hail thee. Our own dear native land. Those tribes and tongues may differ, in brotherhood we stand. Nigerians all are proud to serve our sovereign motherland. Our flag shall be a symbol that truth and justice reign. In peace or battle honored, and this we count as gain. To and unto our children, Havana without stay. O God of all creation, grant this our one request. Help us to build a nation where no man is oppressed. And so with peace and plenty, Nigeria shall be blessed. And so with peace and plenty, Nigeria shall be blessed. Ọmọ Nigeria, we hail thee. Our own dear native land. Nigeria, we hail thee. Our own dear native land. Those tribes and tongues may differ, in brotherhood we stand. Nigerians all are proud to serve our sovereign motherland. Our flag shall be a symbol that truth and justice reign. In peace or battle honored, and this we count as gain. To and unto our children, Havana without stay. O God of all creation, grant this our one request. Help us to build a nation where no man is oppressed. And so with peace and plenty, Nigeria shall be blessed. And so with peace and plenty, Nigeria shall be blessed.